Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ball near the left hash. Prescott in the gun. Back is on his left. Snap goes back. Looking to his left. Looking. Checks it down. Ferguson at the one. Leans over the pylon. Touchdown.
And with that, we start a Cowboys Monday and a Good Morning Metroplex here on Sean and RJ. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, your home of America's team. RJ Choppy is so excited. He's standing up to start the show live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
I got my back's a little tight today. We'll keep this thing standing up for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is.
30-10. First team since 2006 to score 50 points before allowing one. The opposite of the New York Giants, as the Cowboys dominate and destroy another New York team. It's hard to feel better about this squad after the first two games of the season. Wow.
So that's improvement.
Yes, it is. It is very difficult. There's nothing really to feel bad about. Coaches will nitpick at things, as they should. But there's really no reason for anybody to feel anything but elated today. Another win, another big win, another dominating victory, another day where your starters played. They should have played fewer minutes than they did. There you go. There's your nitpick. But yeah, they got in, they got out. This game was church quick.
3 interceptions from Zach Wilson. Brian brought us covering it in the pregame show. The players talking about it in the postgame. Pepe working the broadcast yesterday, so he was listening to all the coverage live right here on your home of America's team. This defense heard and know the reputation that they cannot stop the run, that it's going to be an issue, that Breece Hall was going to come in here along with Dalvin Cook and run up and down and make this a low-scoring, tight affair. It did not happen. 64 yards for the Jets on the ground. And Zach Wilson by far was the leading rusher with 36. I didn't even notice Breece Hall in the entire game.
No.
I basically forgot that he played. No other ball carrier had a double-digit amount of yards. Breece had 4 for 9. Dalvin Cook had 4 for 7. And a giveaway to Micah Parsons as the Cowboys defense sacked Zach Wilson 3 times. And they are living up to what you said last week. The best unit on that side of the ball that you have covered in your 20 years here.
The Jets really had no reason to run. They were down so early, so fast. It takes you out of that.
And that first drive was so important.
It was huge. Yeah, I mean, like that. It was a huge drive. Now, if they don't score, then the Jets' whole playbook was going to be used anyway in that first drive. And that's where Breece Hall got like 2 carries. But Jet fans today are like, why did you run Breece? Where were you going to run him? Like you were down 10-0 real quick. You're going to run him, and then obviously Wilson had that big play to Garrett Wilson, and then the Cowboys march down. They get another. They score 2 possessions later, and it really puts you in a tough spot to run the ball. And especially Breece coming off the ACL, so they probably weren't going to overwork him. It's like, okay, we're not going to win this game anyway at this point. Let's just shut him down.
Offensively, Dak Sarge 13 of 13. The third down conversions are through the roof. CeeDee Lamb balling out, looking like the best receiver on the field. The tight ends responded. You got some help from the officials in terms of Jets penalties. The Cowboys are not committing penalties. And Micah Parsons is an absolute freak who jumps off of your television screen again for the second straight week. Star Up, Star Down is coming up at 6 o'clock. TheTruckWreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We all picked the Cowboys to win, but you and Pepe picked a beatdown. Peyton, you said you're not really worried about the Jets at all.
That's a microphone. You got to turn it on.
Yeah, working all night. Sorry about that. I didn't have to turn on all yesterday. But, and I picked, I think, 24-9. So, and it wasn't that it was a lack of the Cowboys offense that I picked. It was just a get up and then just coast to a victory. And then they scored 30. But, you had the one big play to Garrett Wilson. That was all the offense really for the Jets. So, it worked out just as we planned.
That's it, man. Like, they got nothing going at all the entire game. No sustained drives, barely anything. I think like almost like it was about half of Zach Wilson's yards that one play. It's just like they're not a good offense. Like they faced two really bad quarterbacks in the first two games. That's good. Get your rhythm going, both offensively and defensively, and gear up for actual football teams that you're going to play down the stretch.
So I think we all have a mental approach now moving forward that this defense is near or is locked down, and what's the minimal amount of points that the Cowboys offense has to score in order to win these games. It used to be like going up against your San Franciscos or your Legion of Booms or your defenses like that, where you're like, well, we know that they're not going to allow over 20, maybe 23. Well, now it has been flipped, and the Cowboys have that formula with this unit and what they have.
They do. Now, like, again, when you go up against, if they go up against an elite quarterback, that number changes. They're playing Mahomes or they're playing, just pick your elite quarterback. The number's going to change a little bit. But against the dregs?
Yeah, but what would that number even be against? Let's just say it's Kansas City tomorrow. Now, you're going to have a lot of Cowboy fever right now in the fan text saying the Chiefs would only put up so-and-so. The Chiefs would only put up this. But I bet the majority of Tolos would not have the number in the 30s.
Well, I don't know if I put it in the 30s, but you have to, when you play Mahomes, you just budget for 27.
Yeah.
Right. That's now what happens throughout the course of the game is different, but I mean, you just got to figure if you want to beat Kansas City, the safe number is you've got to figure out we have to get to 27 to have a chance to win that game. Now, again, that's different, and they've just like last year, they've started pretty slow. They started pretty slow last year. They started pretty slow this year offensively. But I mean, you get into the meat of the season. So as Jerry, for Jerry, it would be like late December in the meat of the season. Then you may have to score more. But right now, yeah, the Chiefs' first 2 weeks have looked pretty poor.
Cowboys are 2-0 for the first time since 2019. They outscored their first two opponents that year by 28. This year, they've done it by 60. Absolute dominance. The two most important things I wanted to see in this game, and the Cowboys checked both boxes: run defense and how's this offense going to really look? 40-0, a little bit deceptive to me against the Giants because of the way you score the first two touchdowns. You got a special teams touchdown. You got a tipped interception touchdown. 14 of those points. Giants game plan absolutely blows up. But that Cowboys first drive meant so much to me because the Jets were not worn down. They weren't sitting there frustrated. They weren't deactivating their Twitter accounts at halftime like Sauce Gardner apparently did after the game. That was an opening statement as they went right down the field. And then we already talked about the run defense with the numbers shutting down. The only thing that the Jets have in order to keep a game close.
Yeah, it was smooth like butter, Sean. I mean, and look, Aaron Rodgers does not play.
All right, Patrick Walker. Jesus.
Aaron Rodgers does not play defense. That was a healthy defense that the Cowboys, moved the ball down the field. And look, that was one box that I need to be checked. How is Dak going to play coming off of the where they didn't really need him in New York against the Giants? So he did that. Red zone issues, sure, we can nitpick at that, but it looked fine from start to finish.
It was a sweet pass to CeeDee Lamb on the opening drive, a 3rd and 6 with Dak showing off the legs. That was a 15-yard run. The Jets allowed one opening touchdown drive in their last 15 games. Make it 2 as Dak goes 5 for 5, 41 yards, 75 yards in 12 plays.
Yeah, that was a tremendous drive.
Tremendous.
Tremendous. Very good. Very, very good. And then it went into a little bit of a lull. After that, 3 out of the next 4 possessions they punted on. But then it was right back to, hey, all right, let's go. Right back into normal. This offense, didn't really get to show anything in week 1. And then yesterday, that opening drive, it showed quite a bit. And that was a fantastic drive to open. That was a surgical statement drive. They did everything possibly that they could have done. They did it right. They blocked well. They ran well. They threw well. Routes were correct. Everything was perfect on that first drive. And that's what you wanted to see. That was the only question we really had coming into week 2 was the offense.
Star up, star down at 6 o'clock. The day was messed up a little bit by 2 humongous comebacks in the NFC East. We're going to have a little guest from New York pop in for the 8 o'clock hour. The guy who gave the Jets their big pep talk. He's here in the Metroplex. He brought a bus full of green, and now he has to walk into this station and in this studio today. Brandon Tierney from WFAN will celebrate with Brad Sham at 8 o'clock. Nick Eman inside the locker room. Bobby Belt will be floating on in here in about 20 minutes. But let's go inside the locker room ourselves, hear from Mike McCarthy, Jerry Jones, and get your star ups, star downs ready along with New York headlines. It's a Cowboys Monday, and we're waking up partying with you on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Second of the year, first of the day.
Micah Parsons on the season, 3 sacks, 6 quarterback hits, a fumble recovery. The defense has allowed 10 points through 8 quarters, and we are 2-0 to kick off a Cowboys Monday 30-10 over the Jets. This is Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station.
I'm going to challenge the statistics on that one. That was not a fumble recovery. That was a robbery. That was not that was burglary, which is a word that Scottish people can't pronounce. I found that on TikTok.
Burglary?
Burglary. They can't say it. They can't put the words together. It doesn't work. But that was just, I'm stronger than you, and I'm taking the football. That's all it was. It was not a fumble. It was not that was just, I have, this ball's mine. Like, I'm going to reach into your hands, and I'm going to take the football from you.
So, like Luka, it's going to become tough describing this guy?
Micah, monster, absolute monster. You know what? I don't even want to put him in the same sentence as Luka.
I'll sit back.
Look, Luka's not the best player in the NBA. Micah is the best player in the NFL at what he does, not named Patrick Mahomes. So, like, you can't put Luka in the same sentence as Micah. He doesn't deserve it.
Look, I'm not trying to be corny with the lion stuff. It really does look like an animal that is like shifting and changing directions. When he beat the left tackle yesterday, got to Wilson, and then had to change directions and go back the other way, which the cameras didn't even have enough time to pick up the hold. That was where Micah was actually held. That was the best Zach Wilson pass of the day when he threw it along the left sideline. That was just like, no one else can do that. No one else can do that with that speed, with that agility. I'm sure Bosa in San Francisco could be close, but he is a freak. He's an absolute freak. Maybe that's the word to describe him.
I mean, we know this all along. He's like Cincinnati radio would say.
He's the best.
He's the best, man. I mean, and he makes it look so easy. And I mean, I was kind of worried because I don't know. I think it was like the second quarter. Yeah. He kind of came up limping. I held my breath. I was like, please no, please do not like it. I mean, you can't lose a guy like Micah Parsons, and he was fine. I mean, and it's just his mentality. I knew he was going to be back out there the next play unless his leg was chopped off.
Inside the locker room, Mike McCarthy on the defensive dominance through 2 games.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're off to an outstanding start. The pressure and the takeaways are, at an incredible level after 2 games. So, but. This group has taken it up a notch clearly from last year. I think from top to bottom, not only our veteran players, but our younger players are really contributing. So it's awesome to see them flying around and staying the course. And like I said, the second half was super impressive.
We will get to the offense bogging down. The red zone offense that the postgame show was covering. We'll talk about it with Brad Sham as well. Mike McCarthy versus Kellen Moore, Week 2 edition. All on the way here on Sean and RJ. And Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, will be joining us at 6 o'clock for Star Up and Star Down. Jerry Jones talked to the media this week. He did not after the Giants win. He saved that for us Tuesdays at 8:30 on this radio station. Jerry, on what he sees and where his team currently sits.
Well, I like we've done it in a different ways, and so that's good. I do feel very good about that. I think we've seen a lot of the fundamentals of our team, special teams, offense, defense, certain things have that we're putting in, that we put in, if you will. We're trying, we're using them. Of course, that's kind of interesting how many times we ran that 20 right at the end of the ball game out there, right at the end. But I guess he needed to get his carries in. Anyway, I've just liked the way the team is being managed.
That 20, most people call him Pollard.
Was that a little shot there at
still
having Pollard in?
It was.
A little interesting. We still had Pollard in there.
We had that 20 in there.
That 20 in there. And, hey, man, that's how football people.
I know.
Football people refer to the number.
God. They have names.
Ask the Jets about keeping players in too long. Garrett Wilson having to leave. Banged up. They were down 20. Now, maybe you're trying to get, some chemistry established with Zach Wilson out there, game reps, but
I get that with them because, Zach, I assume Zach played obviously in the preseason games and stuff, but like from
not with Wilson,
right? But from the practice reps and such, most of that was Aaron Rodgers and with the ones, so he's just trying to get work. But that's a risky run. Yep. That's the risky run.
Jerry, on whether the first 2 games of the year could have gone any better.
Well, from the standpoint of winning the scores, but I like how much we're getting to play a lot of our depth. And it's out there a lot, and that's going to pay off for us because we're going to need it. Everybody needs it. So we got a lot of depth playing out there these last 2 ball games. That's good.
Let's hear from Dak Prescott. Again, a career best start. 13 for 13. Career high. 3rd down conversions. I thought Dak played really, really good. much better than against the Giants when he didn't really have to do that much. The thing that you got to remember as a nitpicker this morning, and they started creeping out on social media yesterday, and again, my rule after a win like this, you're not going to ruin my Sunday or my Monday. You can ruin my Tuesday. We can get into it tomorrow. You're not going to ruin the game day win or the Cowboys Monday. We're going to get into the red zone and Mike McCarthy being overly conservative. Is he just playing to the game? Michael Lombardi's going to be proud of him and all that stuff. But Dak was excellent. Here he is talking about the efficiency of his offense.
Yeah, I mean, pretty efficient. Coach set out a goal, 28 completions. Obviously, we hit that. Run game did a great job. We've got to score more. We've got to get more touchdowns rather than field goals. But at the end of the day, in this league, it's about getting the job done and winning the game and being complimentary of your defense. And I think we did that. As you said, very efficient in ways. But we left a lot out there still. I mean, that's the standard of this offense, standard of this team. We expect to score touchdowns on every drive. And so when you don't do that, you still haven't hit your goal, I guess you can say. So, a lot we can do better, but overall a very efficient team win that I'm proud of. It's hard to win in this league.
Now, that's something that McCarthy told Romo and Nance in the pregame interview. Dak Prescott, and keep this in mind for the formula throughout the year, 26 to 27 completions. That is a perfect number and range in McCarthy's mind for Dak. 26, 27 completions. And you heard Dak reference it right there, 28.
That was something that, I hadn't heard going into the game. I never heard something like that because I know they look at completion percentage a lot, or at least Dak has told us that he looks at completion percentage a lot. But the number should vary based on the game. There should be no set number. Some games you need 50.
Maybe in a perfect world, that's what they're saying.
Yeah, like some games you might only need 12.
Right.
If that's the way the game goes, that's the way the game goes.
Mahomes with his attempts, first two games, 39 and 41. So
wait. You're saying Dak said completions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, completions. Mahomes completions 21 and 29 in the first.
So, that would average out to about 25, 26 right there. So, that makes sense. That's in that same range.
Yeah, not attempts, completions. My bad on that. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. In case you shut it down early last night or you just passed out from too much alcohol in celebrating, this would happen Sunday Night Football.
They give it to Moster. Moster, big hole in the middle. 30, 20, 10. Touchdown, Miami.
The Patriots are unwatchable. Get them off my screen. I gave them the one chance last night. I can't deal with it anymore. It's a hideous offense, and I shut this off at halftime. I knew it was game over.
It's like you're punching a little person.
Tua improves to 5-0 against Belichick. The Miami Dolphins are 2-0. They beat New England 24-17. For the first time since what year Belichick starts 2-0?
You 0-2?
I'm sorry, 0-2. Jeez. Peyton with a fried brain.
It was his first year in New England, 2000, right?
0-1.
0-1. And then Tom came in.
Not since 0-1 have the Patriots started 0-2.
Yeah, the Tom came in the middle of that second game after, was it Marvin Lewis? Mo Lewis?
Are you talking about a player or coach?
Who
Marvin's
knocked
the coach.
Who knocked out Bledsoe. Mo. Oh, man, you're killing me. By the way, you say he's 5-0? Name me the other 3 quarterbacks who are 5-0 against a Super Bowl winning head coach.
Well, I've read it off that tweet.
Okay.
Go ahead. Give it.
It is Russell Wilson against Doug Peterson. Peyton Manning against Tom Coughlin. Here's your what's that thing that the squares, the 9 squares, that 9 square thing everybody's doing? Immaculate Grid. Chris Chandler against Mike Ditka.
Mo Lewis hit Bledsoe.
Mo Lewis. There you go.
Mo Lewis. The other one was the coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, Marvin Lewis. Star up, star down, a.k.a. your Cowboys report card, as our Cowboys insider and reporter Bobby Belt joins us in studio to join the party next.
We have your
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It's first and goal at the 1. Straight I formation. Play fake. Looking right. Left. Throws it in the end zone. Caught. Flag is down. This is the first professional catch and touchdown for Luke Schoonmaker if the penalty is on the defense.
And it was. That was Brad Sham with the call. That is the fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka here on your home of America's team. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Good morning, Metroplex. 30-10, 2-0 dominance over the New York teams. This victim was the Jets, and this is Sean, RJ, and Roberto on Bobby and everybody here on 105.3 The Fan. Hit us up with your star up, star down. That is your Cowboys report card at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Choppy is still up and dancing over the 2-0 excitement. I guess I'll start there with the Jets penalties in the second quarter. It was a Dak roughing call on third down in the red zone. Did the Jets get screwed on that call?
No. I don't think so.
They got screwed on that rule. They didn't get screwed on the call. Like, I mean, it's the rule. It is the way it is. But yeah, the way it was, that he went down and like.
Did the defender Moore get pushed into Dak or he dove himself?
Yes, I think both. Like there were
because if he gets pushed into him, it's not supposed to be a flag.
Correct. It's not supposed to be, but that's very. There's still you have to control your body. And did he have 2 steps? Did he have enough steps beyond that to be able to regain control of his body? There was a who was the Thursday night game this week? It was
Philly and Minnesota.
All right. Was there not a hands to the helmet play in that game where in the past any touching of the helmet was a penalty? And they've changed that up a little bit. So they've made it a little bit more common sense.
Yeah.
Look, they get screwed on it. No.
If you're a Jets fan, you're ticked. If you're a Cowboys fan, you feel a little fortunate. I did, because this was 10-7. Okay, second quarter, that was third down. You get a first down. Then Dak has one of his two bad mistakes on the day where he got sacked instead of throwing it away. So that set up 3rd and goal from the 13. Pass interference with Jalen Tolbert.
That was the right call.
That was the right call?
I think so, right? Didn't you think that was the right call?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he wouldn't. He knocked him off of his route. He was trying to commit. He still wouldn't have caught the pass. It was still a below average throw. Dak makes that throw many times, and he knew right away he got away with that.
That led to the Schoon touchdown to make it 18-7, and then a holding and roughing on the Jets to make McCarthy go for the 2-point from the 1 with Tony Pollard getting it.
Yep, and that's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer call. You line up your best 2-point conversion play, or one of them, or your best 1-yard play, and you go with it.
Made it an 11-point game. So start off there. Thank you to the referees and the penalties for that crucial point in the game.
Yeah, Dak wasn't. You mentioned that one on the that set up the 2-point conversion, the roughing the passer. Dak wasn't happy about that one. He was barking at the Jets pretty heavily after that. And Solomon Thomas, who we've interviewed on the show before, he had to come over and kind of talk to Dak a little bit. They've become friends through both of their charities, and so that was something that had to be addressed. Other star up for me, like a big one, is the fact that just the time of possession. Like, I knew they had the ball a ton yesterday, but when I looked at it, when I was looking over the game log at the end of the game, they had the ball for 42 minutes yesterday. The Jets held it for 17 minutes.
The Jets have, they are offensively inept, and that's going to be magnified against this defense. Now, we have, I can't wait. Like, this defense against an elite offense is like, that's the next thing that you really want to see.
Yeah.
I don't need to see anything. I don't need to see them play the Cardinals.
Yep.
I don't need to see them play the Patriots.
Yep.
I know how that book ends. You got to see him San Francisco. You want to see him against Philadelphia. You want to see him again. Pick your team, right? Detroit can put up points. Any AFC team like Jacksonville or Kansas City or Buffalo, when they able to do it.
You're going to get it in back-to-back weeks.
Chargers, right? Chargers and Niners.
San Fran and Chargers on the road.
And the thing with the Chargers is that you'll give up 30, but you'll score 31. And I don't even know if Brandon Staley will be the head coach at that point.
Right.
We'll see what happens.
You talk about time of possession. 18-11 game at half. The Cowboys had run 20 more snaps. 20 more snaps with 220 yards of offense. 20 more plays. That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's how you wear a team down. When the other team they took advantage of a situation that the Jets never thought they would be in, and that's with Zach Wilson as their quarterback again. And they took advantage of it. They kept the ball. They held it. They didn't even let him get into a rhythm. There was no rhythm for him to get into. They kept giving the ball back. 3 and outs, 4 or 5 plays here and there, punt, turnover, whatever. And then all of a sudden, you look up and, oh, wow, we've run 30 more plays than they have.
We may as well keep it on the offense as you had Garrett Wilson versus CeeDee Lamb, 88 star up.
All right, Prescott is under center on 1st and 12 at his own 3. Back to throw it out of the end zone. Slant to Lamb. First down, 20. Broke a tackle, 25. Broke another 30. 34, ball came out, and Biotish down the field again to recover the fumble.
Oh, yeah, let's give a star up there. Another fumble recovery and hustle from Biotish. I didn't get a clear look that was definitely a fumble. Nance said it was. But CeeDee Lamb tying his career high with 11 catches yesterday. 11 catches for CD. Man, there were some nasty hits in this game. He came down in a scary way on one of them, but he had 11 for 143, targeted 13 times. Star up to CD.
Yeah, and we talked about that if there was one area that the Cowboys were probably going to be able to take advantage of the passing game, it was going to be moving CD into the slot, doing some different things, moving him around the formation, because the Jets do have some weaknesses in terms of matchups in the secondary, and they won't flip sides. They're not going to travel Sauce Gardner. They're not going to flip anybody. And so because they're static, you know exactly the matchup that you can get for CeeDee Lamb. And that's, a big thing you can take advantage of, and they did.
And he was.
And that's, by the way, sorry. That is inexcusable for a coach like that to do that, to not travel him, especially with injuries to this wide receiving core. You had to do that with CeeDee Lamb. You had to travel Sauce to him.
Well, guys are uncomfortable playing both sides.
I mean, you know what? Yeah, you're in the NFL, pal. Like deal with it. I'm sorry. You want to be an elite corner? Travel. Like that's what elite corners do. They travel, and you're going to sit here and you're going to have.
You're why he deactivated his Twitter account after the game. People like
you know what? Good. You can't handle playing on the opposite side, and you can't handle a couple of X's or tweets, whatever they're called. Zeets.
Oh man, Chavi's still fired up from Saturday night in the Vols game. Buckle up for the Monday edition. CeeDee over 100 yards in the first half. Man, he had that huge slant from the Cowboys' own 2 for 33. That got them out of a hole. And then the third down conversions. I know we're going to go over Dak's third down numbers to start off the year. How about Lamb on third down? 3rd and 2 for 20. That's when he had the nasty spill. He had 3 catches for 20-plus yards early on. He had a 3rd and 14 conversion with that drive opening the third quarter. He not only was consistent, he was big in must-have situations. So star up CeeDee Lamb with the offense. Where else we going here?
You got to go to the defensive side. They have not only a singular menace in Micah Parsons, but they have other guys that he is allowing to get free. And this pass rush is an absolute monster.
1st and 10, the Jets at their own 25. Empty gun. Wilson back looking. Pressure's coming now. Down he goes. DeMarcus Lawrence and Odigizua.
Let's see. I count 3 sacks. I count 5 tackles for a loss. I mean, the amount of quarterback hits they're getting to everybody. Now, listen, does Zach Wilson, does he hold the ball too long? Yeah, but some of those weren't holding the ball too long.
Yeah.
Like that first one where Micah comes right up the middle. Man, it was like a freight train running right at him. That pass rush is they are so fast. They are so powerful. Like it's really crazy. This is the best defense I've seen in the 25 years I've been here.
Tank and Micah on the first drive. Tank had that deflection that Romo kept talking about before halftime when Garrett Wilson. We might have to have a star down Trayvon Diggs. Garrett Wilson ran the out route on Diggs. Out route, Bobby, is when you run up and then you run out. And Tank got to Wilson for a little deflection, and that screwed up the whole timing of things. He had a huge hit early on, I think, with that first drive with a run stop. And then Osa Odigizua, Bobby, is starting to rise up in everybody's minds.
I mean, we're 2 weeks in, so you don't want to jump to anything, but a guy who has steadily progressed his first 2 years, and then he comes out and plays the way that he is early on here. I mean, he looks like through 2 weeks a Pro Bowl type of defensive tackle. He is very disruptive. He gets upfield. He gets in the backfield really quickly. He finishes plays. It's the motor. It's the technique. It's the discipline. Odigizua has been fantastic through these first 2 weeks, and he has become somebody that when you put him in there with D-Law and Micah, they can really do some damage.
He had the 3rd and 1 stop on the second drive. That's when the Jets ran their fake punt from the 19. Osa also had a sack in the 3rd. So Odigizua, maybe the surprise individual player of the season so far.
And that's a star up. It's not even a Cowboys star up. It's just a league star up. The fact that coaches are actually doing these fake punts inside their own 20. That's 2 to start the year. 1 last week in Detroit, and then this one. I love. Now it's a terrible play. Why would you take your offense off the field to run a 4th down? Well, it's trickery.
Surprise,
I get it.
surprise.
You're taking it's the surprise aspect, but you're clearly putting in lesser players.
I don't know if the Jets were.
Yeah, it's
because
true.
I mean, what was
Not
it?
Zach
We were before that Garrett Wilson touchdown, which was 23 minutes into the game. They had 1 first down, and it was the direct snap on 4th down. So you're talking about the Cowboys defense went almost the entire first half of the game, allowing 0 first downs. It was just that 23-minute mark when they gave it up to Garrett Wilson.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line for your star ups, star downs here on Sean and RJ.
All right, Trucker.com text line. Ost is another Leon Lett. Cowboys started the year last year against bad O-lines. You guys crowned them. Give it a second. How about the run defense? Dallas has as many sacks as points given up this year. The receiver issues are on Dak being late. Pollard was mediocre. Star up Mike McCarthy play calling.
Late in the second quarter, the Jets converted their first third down of the game. They were 1 of 5. They had run 19 plays from scrimmage. The Cowboys had run 44 offensive plays. 19 versus 44, and the Cowboys were 7 of 10 on third down. Roberto, where are you going with the star up?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the third down defense to start the year, but yesterday in particular, is absolutely incredible. Now, it helps when you get the 3rd and 16 draw play give up from the Jets, things like that. But I think that shows just how intimidating the Cowboys have become, particularly in the secondary.
So, look, the downside to the red zone stuff, McCarthy maybe being conservative, is just that. The upside is, how high is the confidence for this kid?
Snaps good, kicks away, 55, long enough. 5:19 left to play, third quarter. Dallas 24, New York Jets 10.
Brandon Aubrey, 5 for 5. I heard Wolchuk say he's like the 4th Cowboys rookie kicker to make 5 field. I was like, whoa, there's been 4 rookie kickers in the history of the organization, not the league, to make that many kicks. Aubrey from 35. 21. McCarthy's favorite distance, 55. Had another chip shot, and then his 5th field goal to make it 30-10. Brandon Aubrey gave some type of pregame interview to Jim Nantz, because Jim Nantz was gushing over Brandon Aubrey. They were in love with this guy. So Bones either sold it, or Brandon Aubrey, there's some type of connection. They were loving. He just makes it look so easy. I'm like, Jim, the kick's from 22. All these kicks are from 20. But Brandon Aubrey goes 5 for 5, including the 55-yarder, star up for the kicker.
Yeah, Aubrey was big. And if you want to talk about another rookie undrafted free agent that gets a star up, TJ Bass came in and played fantastic in the second half of this game. He was better than Chuma Edoga, I thought. Edoga got hurt. He had a wrap around his elbow after. Mike McCarthy said he doesn't think it's serious, but Bass is somebody who plays with a lot of power, and he was not giving any ground. I thought he was really, really good.
Let's get to some star downs, including the comebacks in the NFC East as the 6 a.m. club continues. Shut up. I don't want to hear stuttering comments from you. 6 a.m. club continues star down around the NFC East. Next on Bobby and Everybody.
the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
They're going to throw it on first down off a play fake over the middle cut. And Gary Wilson, a big one to the 50, to the 30. Good night, nurse. There you go. Game just changed. 68 yards from Wilson to Wilson.
All right, almost an hour of Star Up. Let's knock out our Star Downs and go around the NFC East with Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. This is your home for Cowboys football, 105.3 The Fan. Alex Pacheco tweeted me, why would you go Star Down for Diggs? Because Garrett Wilson left him in Arlington. That's why. Not once, but about 3 times Garrett Wilson was leaving Trayvon Diggs. And with Aaron Rodgers, we may be having a major Trayvon Diggs discussion this morning. Maybe. You had the out route before halftime.
That was dirty. That was dirty. Now, didn't hurt him because of the pass rush, right? Because of the pass rush.
Because of Tank.
Yeah.
There was 2 other occasions. Garrett Wilson was really frustrated down the left side. Oh, the Malik Hooker pick. He left Diggs there. Mm-hmm. And Romo said, Hooker's not even supposed to be giving help over there. Yeah. He left Trayvon. So if you wanted to give him a start down, even though he did get an interception, you got to pay attention to the routes, even when the ball is not completed or thrown. How much did he leave the defender? And he left Trayvon a few times. Now, I didn't see the all-22 like Brad Sham. So maybe in every other play when the 2 matched up, Diggs was blanketing him. I don't know, but based upon what I saw there, you could give a possible star down. Look, Garrett Wilson is a stud. I thought in Hard Knocks, just in judging, again, highlights, clips, I thought Garrett Wilson definitely got the better of Sauce Gardner in Hard Knocks. I was like, between these two, who's the better player? Garrett Wilson. That was just me watching Hard Knocks. So this is not an insult to Diggs because Wilson is a beast.
Yeah, he is. I mean, and look, I mean, if you're matched up one-on-one with somebody, the corner's going to lose a lot. Now, there's not help. If there's help, then that's a different story. But, and that's part of why, Diggs' 11 interception season was so polarizing because he was graded very, very poorly from PFF. Remember that? He had a really, really poor grade.
Yeah, that's when we really discovered never to listen to PFF.
Well, no, because, they look at all 60 plays of the game, and if you pick 2 of them off, but you get beat on 35 of them, you're going to get dinged. It's just the way it is. And it should be. That's just the way it should be.
Sure, but he wasn't getting beat on 35, but continue.
But you should ding them. And just like yesterday, like he should get, again, you got to see all 60 of them, or actually from the Jets' perspective, it was really like 35.
Yeah.
But, you got to see what they're going to wind up grading him. So that is a star down like that. You have to give that one to him.
G from Jersey just tweeted, star down Gilmore. He can't run anymore. Going to be an issue against good offenses. Do we have a major problem with Stephon Gilmore, who was the defender in coverage against Garrett Wilson on that touchdown? We have a major concern with Gilmore?
No, I have a bigger concern there. Star down to Malik Hooker, who took an awful angle coming down on the ball. Like, I mean, Gilmore got, Garrett Wilson got a little bit of separation there, but Gilmore was fantastic in week 1. I thought he was great for the most part yesterday. I don't have any concerns about Gilmore. The bigger issue to me there is Hooker, and that Hooker's just got to take a better angle. He's got to be more disciplined. That's what really blew that play up.
It's it. And again, like, it's the same thing what you mentioned with Diggs. Like, if Garrett Wilson is there, it's almost like, do you give a little bit of a break? A little bit of a break to the defender. He's just such a monster. You're going to have trouble defending that the entire year.
Other star downs?
Michael Gallup is a little bit of a problem at this point. And it's something that this has gone on for, he's played 16 games now since he's been back, and he has 40 receptions in 16 games for 400 yards. If you just look at the last 5 games he's played, including the playoffs last year, last 5 games, 8 receptions for 68 yards on 19 targets. His catch percentage is well below 50%. His yards per target is 3.6. His yards per catch is 8.5. And at least 2 of those times were, hey, let's get Michael in a rhythm. Let's get him an easy look. Let's toss him the ball. he's just not. He's kind of just running around out there, filling space. He's not making any sort of a difference right now. And if Jalen Tolbert, who I thought had a couple good moments yesterday, if Jalen Tolbert continues to progress, if Brandon Cooks hangs around here for longer than this year, you've got a big decision to make about Michael Gallup's contract this offseason. But I thought Michael Gallup was, again, just invisible yesterday.
And Brandon Cooks missing yesterday. The Cowboys still did that offensively. Gallup was involved in 2 car crashes as well with those hits out there. He was involved in 2 nasty collisions.
That first one was, I thought that first one was going to decapitate him. He was just trying to get an extra yard or something. And, I mean, he just came in, and that safety just blew him up. He was bad. He was awful. The only thing you could say about it is that he got sauced a lot. Right? He got stuck with sauce on him. And
did
that's...
he? Or are you saying
I'm saying you'd have to go back. You would have to
excuse?
go see how many plays Sauce was on him.
Yeah.
But since Sauce doesn't travel, he was. I mean, I remember him being on him a fair amount, or at least that's what I thought I saw. So I have to go back and count them.
Yeah, I mean, they move guys around a lot. I don't know what the exact numbers in terms of who he lined up against, but like for instance, that one where he got hit and his head almost came off. I don't believe that one was on Sauce. And so
no, but that was his catch.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying he's got a couple where he's been out there, but it's just he's got to be more impactful. They bought into him and said, "All right, we're gonna pay you the $14 million a year or whatever it is to be this guy. And when Brandon Cooks is out, you need to be the number 2. You were paid to be the number 2. You've defaulted to the number 3 with Brandon Cooks here. When he's gone, you need to step up. You need to be better than 1 catch."
One other concern that the Tolos are bringing up on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. The other quarterback running.
Oh, yeah. I got that written down.
Zach Wilson, 36 yards on 5 carries to start. Dalvin and Breece Hall had 20 yards on 6. So this is the quarterback running around. My question about this is this a weakness in the Cowboys defense, or is this just all the other team can resort to?
There is, yes. Is it a problem to cover the opposing team's running quarterback? Absolutely. Zach Wilson probably should have ran more than he did because that was the only really positive plays outside of the Wilson catch that he was getting. But name me the defense that is not helpless against that. They basically all are. They really are. And that's why teams are going to continue to give quarterbacks who can move the advantage over pocket passers. That's why, people love Jalen Hurts. That's why Lamar Jackson, and it works because what they're doing is working. That's just the new way to play the sport. It's so difficult to cover that even if the guy could throw a little bit, you want that over just a traditional drop back passer. What is Patrick Mahomes if he's not allowed to leave the pocket? I mean, he's still great, but it's not nearly the same.
Yeah, and I mean, these aren't designed runs necessarily.
Right.
Like when Daniel Jones had some designed runs last week, they snuffed those out. This is the scrambles. That first drive last week against New York, Daniel Jones had like 3 scrambles of 8 yards or more.
Yeah.
Yesterday, this was 3 plays in a row on one drive. Zach Wilson scrambles for 12. Zach Wilson scrambles for 16. Zach Wilson scrambles for 5. Like that was the most consistency they got on offense all day was that. And part of it is guys rushing, getting up the field, and it just creates these massive running lanes. And so that is a problem. They are going to need to be a little bit more disciplined and cover that because when they expose those running lanes, guys just have free run to go 12 to 16 yards.
Especially when the secondary is in man. I mean, now it's even more difficult because a lot of times your back's to the guy. But it is a tough thing to deal with because if let's just say the guy throws a little bit, you're playing 11 on 10 because you got one player just designated right for that quarterback. So it makes it more advantageous for the offense to have a guy that can move, and that's just more difficult. So when the Cowboys do face a Josh Allen or something like that, see how much more hard it is.
Star down to the comebacks in the NFC East.
Now he's going to heave one deep down the right sideline. The ball is up in the air, and the ball is knocked down and incomplete, batted away by Adoree Jackson, and the Giants have done it. They trailed 20-0 at the half, 28-7 early in the third quarter. The final score, the Giants 31 and Arizona 28.
Man, that messed up. That messed up a few sips of my post-game celebration.
Shinks. It's the Shinks, because you went on there and you were trying to dunk on Twitter, and they're down 28-7, and all these crying, laughing emojis. And you were the I took that personal for the Giants this weekend. And yeah, they just, I mean, that was something that Eric Chiafalo was sitting up in the press box watching that game and was feeling sick because they were doing their Survivor thing and they get their bet payoffs. And he had picked the Giants this week because he's like, the Cardinals are the worst team in the NFL. So it was 28-7, and Eric was sitting there going, I don't want to do a bet payoff. I don't want to get kicked in the nuts. I don't want to. And he was just feeling sick to his stomach. So I didn't get a chance to talk to him last night, but I'm sure he was thrilled because this was just an epic collapse by the Cardinals and shows you exactly what type of awful football team you're running into next week.
Biggest comeback win for the Giants since 1949.
Ugh.
I kept texting my Giant friends. I'm like, how did this get to this point? How did this get to 20-0? How?
Josh Dobbs.
Are you embarrassed?
Yeah.
It's Josh Dobbs, man. That's what it was. Go Vols. But bad weekend for us, so bad weekend for Josh Dobbs at the end of this game.
Dobbs falling to 0-4 as a starter, 21-31, 228, and a touchdown. You had some Cowboy fans that were happy with this, like Texas, Alabama.
Wait, there's no BCS. There's no playoff committee.
No, they're like,
like Texas.
Like, oh, if they would have lost to Arizona 28-0, that diminished the Cowboys' opening week victory.
It does. It diminishes it, but it doesn't matter in the NFL.
No, but in their mind, for their arguments.
Yeah, I mean,
for your own confidence, it would be if you saw Josh Dobbs beat them by 28 and they get skunked. Yeah, you are probably saying, "Oh, okay, I guess that wasn't as impressive."
The Giants were down 60-0 on the season.
Is that good?
They were down 60-0 through 6 quarters. It's the third most points given up before scoring since 1950. That was the Giants, and they freaking came back and won. Pissed me off.
Wow.
Never underestimate the heart of a champion, as Rudy Tomjanovich said.
Meanwhile, the Commanders did it too in Denver.
Play action. Steps up, throws towards the end zone, towards Cortland Sutton. Incomplete. Broken up by Benjamin St. Juste. No flags. Game over. Washington wins 35-33.
This was a 2-point survival. Some early contact after a Russell Wilson Hail Mary hits for the Broncos. The Commanders improve to 2-0. They go into Denver and drop Sean Payton to 0-2. That on Commanders radio.
Man, Sam Howell and the Commanders offense looks litty right now, man.
Eric Bieniemy was trending.
It was. He's done a great job so far through 2 weeks. It is a look, they are fun. That offense is fun to watch with the way Howell's playing, with the way that offense is going and clicking. But man, this is a bad start for Denver.
What does Tony Romo think about Dak Prescott, Mike McCarthy, and this new-look Cowboys offense? We'll get Romo's thoughts on the Cowboys' destruction of the Jets and this 2-0 start next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
2nd and 10. Snap to Wilson. Parsons coming up the middle. Flushed him out. Running right. Throws on the run. Intercepted. Flag is down. Kearse has it at the 45. Kearse to the 30. Kearse to the 25. Kearse to the 20. And Dwayne Brown throws him down in about the 15.
We have a concert ticket giveaway coming up next. We want you to win it in the 6 a.m. club. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby Bradsham with the call here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And our thanks, even though the game was on CBS, our thanks to Fox TV Productions for a nice little piece that they aired yesterday in the pregame featuring the morning show.
Yes, very nice. I mean, I saw a good shot of you, a good shot of me.
Back of Peyton's head.
The back of Peyton's head. I didn't.
Which you're used to. Oh, wait, you're used to seeing the front.
I'm used to seeing the front of Peyton's head.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't see a lot of Bobby, but we saw everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody got in, but not Bobby.
Yeah. Because everybody needs to raise their profile. So that was the idea. That's why Fox came in. That's why Gavin, set it up. It was like, look, I really got to raise the profile of these guys. Jerry has to know who they are.
I'm trying to think of the last time that something has gone as not viral, but taken over this show, like Bobby and everybody. I'm trying to think of the last thing.
Let's see. I don't believe that they did it with McAfee. It didn't take over like that.
No, I just mean every single listener.
Yeah.
Cowboys PR, everyone, Mike McCarthy, everyone
Hey,
referring.
good morning, Bobby. Everybody.
Yeah.
T-shirts being made
T-shirts.
from Tolos at the Firehouse store in Louisville.
I already lost that T-shirt.
You did?
Sarah took it over.
Oh, yeah. You lost it on purpose.
No. She just had it on the other day. I like the material. It's very comfy.
So that took over. But thanks to Fox, they jumped on this. They jumped on this storyline, though. I already had Barrett Sports Media reach out to me to give an interview about this. And they're like, who came up with, this is our year? And I'm like, they did. Fox did. It's week 2. You beat the sorry-ass Giants week 1. But they were like, we're going to find some Cowboy fans in the Metroplex to say, this feels different. This is actually the year. But they featured the station, especially the phone numbers of everyone who called in.
Yeah, thanks.
But I thought it was a great piece. Unlike Amazon, who sucks, and you all can go to the rest of the shows if you want to come in here and do any video.
And again, that's another reason why I didn't need TV time, because Amazon actually played my audio in the intro last year. I got played in the Fox NFL Sunday intro before Game 2 last year, so I've gotten my fill.
You weren't even on the show, though.
I was complete. I know that tells you my brand and my carry, and you guys will catch up.
Hey, what'd you think of the piece? Were you happy?
I loved it. I screenshotted everything that had my body in it, and
To the girlfriend?
I did send her. I said, hey, I was on to the Fox pregame show.
You see, he didn't stop me when I said
the
girlfriend.
Yeah,
He let that
Are
go.
you really? No, you can't.
More and best.
It's way too early.
More and best and worst of the weekend coming up during the Expressway. But you screenshotted yourself and sent it to her that you were on national TV?
I did. I screenshotted the picture of my shirt. I think the shirt said "Got the Blues," which the homies enjoyed a lot. But they were impressed. They said, "Wait a minute!" They saw the comments on Twitter. You tweeting. They said, "Wait a minute! You were on TV?" I was like, "Yeah, I told y'all the Fox crew was up here. You think they were going to leave me out? The star of the show, the payload had just happened before they got here. Of course, I was on TV."
So thanks to Fox. Fantastic piece. That was nice. Okay, so we played Zach Wilson's interception to J-Ron Kearse that Micah really caused. And once upon a time, Tony Romo, he called Zach Wilson the next Dan Marino.
Mm-hmm.
He reminded him of Dan Marino and Pat Mahomes. Romo on this call yesterday, Bobby not able to really take it in like us, Peyton either, working the game. A lot of attention and focus on Tony. What'd you think about how he did yesterday?
His performance as an announcer, he was fine. Like, he's not the same Romo that he was years ago predicting plays anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He's just an announcer now. I don't.
He had one good play call of a run to the left that actually happened.
Yeah, I don't really look at him as like somebody that, we break down anymore. Like, every game we used to like, what's Romo going to say now? I don't really view him like that anymore. He's just another announcer now at this point.
Yeah, I just honestly can't wait for Dak's career to be over, and then he takes his job again. And like, they are going to be so bitter. People are going to be so mad when he throws on that headset and is predicting plays so much better than Romo ever did.
He started off the game a little generic. I was like, lack of homework alert. Here we go. He's like, the Cowboys, they're going to have movement in the run game with McCarthy. The McCarthy difference is movement in the run game and tempo. They're going to run some Aaron Rodgers plays. And iron versus iron. What is that? Iron versus iron? And I was like, oh, God. Did he just wake up?
Doesn't even read his Bible, apparently.
Man. He's got the AI preacher from last week, the artificial intelligence that they're putting in churches now.
He's got the AI game notes.
But then they really did focus on the up-tempo, faster huddles in and out for the Cowboys offense. So they did a good job of paying that off, but a little bit generic to start. And then I thought Tony really hit his stride while talking about Dak, his steps, his rhythm, something that I've been trying to harp on a lot when it comes to the Mike McCarthy changes.
There's a rhythm to this game, and it's like everything has to be in unison. There's synergy, but for a quarterback, it starts with your footwork. And when you get back, if you had to throw, let's say, a timing route and out, you hit your back foot, plant, throw. Now it's a deeper route, in breaker, hit that back foot, hitch into it, ball out. Oh, it's a longer developing double move. Boom. Now do it again. Boom. Well, I saw both these quarterbacks improve on that. Dak really got to places I hadn't seen him get to as fast in the previous years. And a lot of that is because he's timing up the footwork with the route. And that's a key component of Mike McCarthy's offense. And I think that's going to pay dividends when you're under pressure, like he's been a little bit today, but he's making it look easy.
You know how everybody will talk about arm talent, right?
Yeah.
That is at highest third on what you want out of a quarterback. You want a quarterback who's a great decision maker and on time with their throws before you want someone who's got this cannon for an arm. Cannon for an arm can make up for bad decisions and can make up for not being on time. But like if you were just to sit there with a packet, give me a guy on time, give me a guy who makes the right decisions over a guy with just this elite cannon for an arm.
But I loved that from Romo. I absolutely loved that clip. Pepe, good job getting it. Dak, when he's in rhythm, look, all athletes when they're in rhythm are better. But Dak can play like an MVP when he's in rhythm, in my opinion. The games against Tampa Bay, the opener from a couple years ago, the playoff game last year, you can just see it. 1, 2, 3, out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, out. And Broada said it in the post game last night. Dak, when he tries to freelance and make a little bit too much, like the sack he took yesterday, I think it was before halftime, take some off his plate. And I think it's going to make him a lot better. I think that's part of the Mike McCarthy plan. Jerry Jones told us on Tuesday, offensive linemen are making as many calls around here as they ever have. Take some off his plate. Let's go to this area, then gone, throw it away, move on to the next play. And I think that was part of the Mike McCarthy adjustment to reduce the turnovers, make him more efficient, a better player, control the game. West Coast offense, this is all, in my opinion, part of the McCarthy plan. And so far, 2 for 2 flying colors.
Yeah, look, I mean, and first off, I'll say that him making fewer offensive line checks at the line of scrimmage, that is standard. Like, that's standard across the league, that's what it should be. Dak should not have been making all the calls for the left side of the offensive line last year. That's not what he should be doing.
The offense put too much on his plate.
It's not just too much on his plate. That's just not what the standard for the quarterbacks to be doing, is to make all those checks for the left side of the line. To just say the left side's not allowed to do it is ridiculous. And so that was something that had to change right there. I think the issue here is we all agree that the interceptions were most of them, the vast majority of them, were caused by either tips or like miscommunication and different things where it went, a break in a route or whatever else. Is that you have, to me, potentially overcorrected in let's pull everything back, go conservative, play everything underneath for something that was probably going to regress to the mean this year anyway. And so you've now limited the explosiveness of your offense because you overreacted to an outlier.
Jerry Jones on what he's seen from his quarterback through 2 weeks.
Well, I think obviously he's getting that ball out quick. I like what we're asking him to do and not do. All of the things that we had hoped to kind of chip away, if you will, at a total picture offensively of how to improve his, if you will, his ability just to be Dak and go out there and do what he does well, and plus lead. And I think we're seeing that. To me, I don't know about you, but he looks very comfortable out there, and it looks like we're having to labor to get to certain plays. They look set up. I think we hats off to today to the offensive side of the ball, and of course we got to give Levin and that crew their due as well.
Tolos are asking us for intended air yards. We got QBR and third down stats. The third down Dak Prescott numbers are through the roof. Big time plays yesterday. Big time. The QBRs through the roof. The air yards that are intended are not. These are all numbers, Choppy. Take a bath.
Yeah.
Take a bath in them. Go ahead.
I will take a bath. The intended air yards, that's disgusting.
It's bad. It's 5.4. That's the third lowest in the NFL. It's ahead of Justin Fields and Anthony Richardson.
All right, you know what? Let's save the air yards thing for McCarthy versus Kellen, 720 Expressway. QBR.
QBR's elite.
Tied for Brock Purdy at 1.
He's number one in QBR. If you take raw QB, he's tied with Purdy if you take QBR. If you take raw QBR, which is before they kind of
adjust for defense.
Yeah, filter down everything, then he's number one by himself.
Yeah.
He's been really efficient, and the peripherals will say that he's making good decisions. And yeah, they take into account things like what defense you're playing. So him playing the Jets yesterday and doing what he did and playing as efficiently as he did for most of the day is something that's going to really elevate him. But he's 83.7 on the QBR. The raw QBR is 86.2. He's been, the peripherals would say he's been really good.
Yes, there's no doubt. He's been tremendous from the QBR standpoint. And look, I mean, I don't know, that early in the year when they factor in defense, it's a little bit flimsy because we haven't gotten enough data on the other team's defense yet, but it's tremendous. He is playing that is 83.7. That's a Hall of Fame QBR.
The Texas Rangers have to be talked about. They get their asses kicked by getting swept by the Guardians. Around the rest of the NFL, some college football, and a brand new concert ticket giveaway for you to win next on Sean and RJ, home of the Cowboys.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Up at the Jets 39. Now he's under center. First down with Cook, the running back. A toss left to Cook. On an option, he's in trouble. Parsons goes with him and throws him for a 2-yard loss with Vander Esch. The ball came out. Parsons has it and running away.
That was Brad Sham with the call. The voice of America's team will join us at 8 o'clock to talk about the dominant defense. Tank Lawrence in the locker room saying, you just saw the best defense in the National Football League. They've given up 10 points through 3 weeks. You just witnessed the best, and all of New York now knows about it. Cowboys win 30-10 on this radio station. This is Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. What was it like in the locker room afterwards?
Pretty jovial. Everybody was in a generally good mood. Everybody was willing to talk. There was a lot of laughing. Like Micah Parsons is coming back from the shower while Trayvon Diggs is getting interviewed, and he's just screaming out. He's going, "Trayvon Diggs, you're my hero!" And they're all happy. They're all high-fiving. So pretty good mood generally.
You have to be a miserable SOB not to be in a happy mood if you're a player or a fan of this team today.
There are some.
There are people
that all the ones who wanted to chime in on our throwing contest from Friday. It's those same people.
I mean,
it's all those same people who think that they actually are Caleb Williams coming on out there.
They're just generally insufferable human beings, and that's fine. There's a place. They're
the Friday Night Tykes coaches from the show I watched in San Antonio.
Yeah, enjoy your cargo shorts that you're still wearing. Okay. That's what those people are. They're still wearing cargo, although I think they're back now. But I'm talking about the baggy ones.
Cargo's better than Birkenstocks, I think.
I agree.
Anyway, Micah Parsons had an awesome quote after the game with Bobby's NFL Network. What time are they playing that? They asked Micah, when did you realize when did you realize you could dominate this game? He goes, Monday. Yeah. What a great line. Monday when I woke up. When I woke up, I realized I could freaking dominate.
That's him. He has all-time confidence, and he knows that he can wreck shop. And, gosh, the Cardinals' offensive line is bad. And next week it's going to be just as ugly, I think. This is something where this defensive line has been completely dominant through 2 games. And Micah Parsons, everything we saw at training camp that we thought was real, he's not been one of these guys where it's, wow, he was so dominant in training camp and it just didn't carry over to the regular season. He looks like the guy we saw in Oxnard every practice. Yes. He is just completely dominant.
I got the Cardinals spread. Want to guess?
9.5.
10.5.
Too low.
13.
12.5.
Yeah, look, I mean, I will say this. Like, I don't know that in my, I'm sure it's happened. I just have to, I can't remember starting a year with 3 worst quarterbacks that we've faced. This is bad. Like, this is bad quarterback play. And it's great because you get, what happens when you play bad quarterbacks is you get up to 3-0 starts. And teams that get up to 3-0 starts generally are like a 1 or a 2 seed, which this team is, they're ready. They are in great position for that. But this is like, we're going to face Dobbs, Zach Wilson, and Daniel Jones.
And I know I'm going to sound like a Parcells here or a coach, but after the Patriots, this thing, I was looking at it last night. I'm like, how far can I go before a loss? How far can I go? You get the Cardinals, and then you get Mac Jones.
So minimum 4.
Minimum 4, and then I'm looking at the schedule. I'm like, God, this is a gauntlet. This is impossible. San Fran, Chargers, not the Rams. Eagles.
Rams played they kept it pretty close with the 49ers yesterday.
Yeah, so I'm sitting there already looking at this. I'm trying to look down the road for a first loss. Dak Prescott on trying to keep things in perspective with the way they've started with 2 blowouts.
Yeah, we can go to Arizona and get win number 3. Simple as that. That's where our focus is. That's who we are right now. That's all we're focusing on. Carpe omnia and stand in the moment right now. And that's as simple as that. We know what we can get to. We know who we are. But it's about attacking each and every day, our preparation, and we're not going to get any further than Arizona. And I think that's how we continue this rhythm.
Oh, yeah, dropping in McCarthy's line. Oh, fantastic. 877-881-1053, a concert ticket giveaway coming up here momentarily. The Expressway with New York headlines. I want to see what the papers are saying there and what the Tolos came up with.
I already looked at the papers, man. So I'm very disappointed today in the papers. We are going to have better. We are going to have better headlines in the papers.
All right, we have avoided them for the first 90 minutes. A lot of Tolos have said, good, keep avoiding them. We cannot do it. The Texas Rangers go into Cleveland and get their butts with a sweep.
1-1, and the pitch is hit in the air, short left field, fading fast. Carter coming on, and that ball dunks in for a hit. 1 run is home, 2 runs are home on a pop fly double. It's 9-1 Cleveland.
What a disgrace! They scored 6 runs. They scored 6 runs in the 3 games. They had just scored 35 in the 4 games in Toronto.
This is why you couldn't say the offense was back yet.
I know. They scored 6. Like that was disgusting.
Disgusting.
It was disgustingly. Thankfully, Seattle keeps losing.
3 in a row.
So it's still a 1-game lead, but Toronto has won 3 in a row, and they have retaken the second wild card. Now that's good though. You don't want the second one, man. You don't want to play Tampa. You want to play Minnesota in the first round. So this is fine. This is as Gallo would say, it's a lost win. It's a lost win. You lose, but you win because if you were to make the playoffs, you would play theoretically, even though they've beaten the brakes off you this year, Minnesota has. Theoretically, you would play the lesser of the 2 teams. This series with Boston will tell a little bit. Sox have lost 10 of 12. All right, they have packed it in. They are now in last place in the AL East. They're done. They're toast. If they don't take this series, they don't take the Red Sox series, maybe it's a little bit of cause for concern because Boston, like I said, has completely given up on the season. But thankfully, you get a little bit of a break.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of us felt super comfortable with where things were at heading into the weekend. I mean, I didn't expect what we saw, but I think this is...
I did. I thought they were the champs again.
Yeah, but I mean, I think in general we saw that after the Scherzer news, and you've seen the way the pitching staff is and how the offense has kind of gone through these ups and downs in the second half of the season. I think that there was still a little bit of hesitation in embracing, they're all the way back. And then this weekend you see the way they play and you go, okay, all right, that's about in line. And look, they'll get their opportunity to clean this up as best they can with so many games against the Mariners down the stretch, but it's a tough road ahead for them.
Jordan Montgomery on the mound tonight. 6:30 pregame. First pitch, 7 o'clock. They scored 35 against Toronto. They scored 6 against the Guardians. And I saw that Josh Young is supposed to be activated today. Adolis Garcia was doing some running. Bruce Bochy said we want him as more of a DH when he returns. So help on the way. And Josh Young could still be in the running for AL Rookie of the Year, even after missing all this time. Adolis, please hurry back. This is going to have to be a slugfest in order to make it and advance. And then, good Lord, this Shohei thing got so overhyped. Why did Shohei clean out his locker? There's some things in the trash. People are sifting through the trash like it was the Balco scandal as Shohei Ohtani gets shut down for the year.
Yeah, he shut down for the year. The locker cleaned out. There's some stuff in the trash. What does that mean? Who knows? Is there a falling out? Did he just say, hey, I'm leaving. I'm not going to come back. I'll be back for the last weekend of the season. Go ahead and clean my locker if you need to use it for somebody that you're bringing up to replace me, whatever. Just take care of your you know what. Or this could be a really big deal. Like, it's either nothing or a lot. There's really no in the middle here with this. The Josh Young thing, I hope they're not bringing him back because they need him. I hope they're letting him get healthy and that he is 100% before he comes back.
You mean like Evaldi him?
Like Evaldi him. Rookie of the Year, man, I think Gunnar Henderson's going to wind up winning at this point. I think it's his now to lose.
Yeah, I would guess. And look, they've said on Josh Young, in all likelihood, you're looking at he's not going to be completely better until he has surgery and addresses it during the offseason. So any point he comes back, he's not going to be 100%. I think they were planning on bringing him back anyway. He's just going to have to fight through it a little bit, but it's not going to be able to be fixed until the offseason.
I get it. They want to give him, a week to 10 days before the playoffs, of seeing live pitching and stuff, but it is going to stink if he's actually really, really hurt, and it's going to make it worse.
The college football story of the weekend continued late Saturday night.
Shedeur Sanders out of the shotgun. He's got a slot to the boundary side right. Wing to the left. Motion man through the backfield. Shedeur takes a snap, drops to throw, scans, throws over the middle. Mikey Harrison, Gray with the 5. End zone. Touchdown, Colorado.
Colorado radio, as Shedeur Sanders said, I had to go Brady mode. They were down 11 points in the fourth quarter. They had to go 98 yards in the final $130, and they hit the 2-point conversion as Colorado takes out Colorado State with all the trash talk before, during, and not necessarily so much after the game. The Buffs are 3-0.
Man, they got a little bit fortunate in this one. Little fortunate. Colorado State, I thought, blew it. They should have gone for the first down instead of punting. I know they punted it to the 2-yard line, and they had to force them to go on a 98-yard drive. But when you are the lesser team, you have to take those kinds of risks. The last thing you could do, that you want to do, is give more possessions to the better team. The more talented team wants more possessions. The more possessions that there are, the better chance it is they're going to score, and eventually the talent's going to rise to the top. And that's what happened. Colorado State had this game. By the way, the Colorado State quarterback, man, my pants were off watching him play. Good God, was he on time. He was fantastic. Hey, he's from Alito. He's an Alito kid.
The Rock, Lil Wayne, Kawhi. Offset was out there as primetime continues to dominate.
Yeah, and one of the things that was impressive about this is coming back the way they did and doing it without Travis Hunter, who ended up, having to be hospitalized after what was a really dirty hit.
That was cheap.
That was a late, cheap hit.
Out for weeks.
There was a couple of cheap hits there because Shador had a cheap eye poke too. On Kamara.
And Colorado State had an insane number of penalties.
They did. And then that guy got really upset that Shador did that to him, and he went and he Superman drove him into the ground, and he got booted from the game. Yeah, there was like 3 cheap shots in this game.
But Travis Hunter ends up being hospitalized, has to leave, and they've been a little vague about it, other than just like you said, Deion Sanders saying at the end of the game he's out for weeks.
Meanwhile, Bobby's Longhorns struggled a little bit until late. Scary days for the SEC. Georgia and Bama struggle before winning. And then, I love Mike Gundy losing. Oklahoma State lost to South Alabama by 4 scores.
They paid him $300,000 to come into Stillwater and beat him by 4 scores. 33-7 was the final in that game. Georgia was down 14-3 at half. They come back and they beat South Carolina 24-14. Bama was tied at 3 at half with South Florida on the road. I can't believe they played on the road at South Florida. The driving rain. Whatever Nick Saban was doing with the quarterback position, I do not know. I don't know why he just wouldn't leave Milroe out there.
3 different quarterbacks.
I mean, Milroe didn't take a snap in that, or didn't throw a pass. Like I don't know what the hell they were doing. They wind up winning 17-3. Like you said, Bobby's Longhorns, they pull away in the fourth. They were tied at 10 with Wyoming entering the fourth quarter. They wind up winning 31-10. My Lady Vols lose 29-16. And Oklahoma blowing out Tulsa. I don't know what to make of Oklahoma. I don't know what to make of them.
We'll find out in a couple weeks.
Yeah, they're blowing out teams. They're struggling with SMU, but they blow out everybody else. They blew out Arkansas State. They've blown out Tulsa. I don't know what to make of those of Oklahoma. We'll find out. You're right. We will find out in a couple of weeks. And Florida State really struggled with Boston College. And they got really, really lucky in that game at the end. There were some bad calls made against BC, but Florida State escapes Boston College 31-29.
You want to brag for a second?
What I want to do is I want to go through the fan text and go back when we had 80 people telling me a couple weeks ago how dumb I was for saying the offensive line at Bama wasn't any good. They couldn't block South Florida. Every single snap, somebody was in the backfield. Bama look, I watch more football than you guys. What can I say?
Do we absolutely love the Mike McCarthy offense? We got to talk about the red zone issues. Was it by design? Was it intentional yesterday? Kellen Moore versus Mike McCarthy, round 2, as Brandon Staley may be fired soon. Dak Prescott was a little bit ticked off, and we need your New York Jet headlines to start off the Expressway commercial free on a Cowboys Monday with Sean and RJ next. But how do you make today even better? Well, if you listen to me a few months
Left. Snap goes back. Looking to his left. Looking. Checks it down. Ferguson at the 1. Leans over the pylon. Touchdown.
Brad Sham with the call, the voice of America's team, will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. This is Sean and RJ, otherwise known as Bobby and everybody. Good morning, Metroplex. How does 2-0 feel? We may need to take some phone calls about the offense as well here at 877-881-1053 on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. We are debuting that, and the Expressway is commercial free. If you're jumping around the dials, you want all your Cowboys coverage, all the NFL, Rangers stinking it up, this is commercial free for the next 40 minutes until Brad Sham on a Cowboys Monday, and it is brought to you by QC Kinetics. But after wins like this, having a little fun with New York and their papers, we had to ask the Tolos for a few headlines. What are they doing in New York? Well, this is their bread and butter.
It is, but the Jets didn't even make the cover, the back page. The New York Daily News, the New York Post said it had a Giants cover, because remember, they have two football teams. So it said they rally did it, like the Giants rally. And then it just said for the Jets, it was just a little banner on the top, and all it said was same old Zach. And the New York Daily News, they're not a real paper because they put a paywall in front of it now. So they had basically the same thing, though. It was a Giants cover with just a little bit of a banner for the Jets. So not much there.
Okay. I asked the Tolos for some. Truckrex.com text line, 877-881-1053. MV Parsons. I like that. Micah eats 2 big apples. MILF Hunter eaten by the lion. Hooker steals the show on Broadway. Nice job, Nico. Jets grounded. Cowboys jet past New York. The place is so nice, we beat it twice. New York, New York. I love this from Rick. Start spreading the booze and start spreading the lose.
The lose.
I love that from the Tolos.
I appreciate the MILF Hunter one. I had MILF Hunter as well. It was a picture of Micah, just, chasing down Zach Wilson.
It's good.
I also had LT Who. Texas two-step. They beat them, both New York teams.
Let me say something real quick.
Yeah.
And this is just a little YouTube research project for me. I'm going to have to go back and watch and refresh myself on Lawrence Taylor film to make sure we don't need to switch the comparison. That's how scary this guy is, 11. I'm going to have to go back and watch. I'm going to be like, Micah matching up to him or other way around. I know he's a tear. I know he's a monster. I know maybe all-time best defensive player. I'm going to have to go back and watch.
Did he win the MVP? Did he win an MVP? I think he won an MVP, right?
Yeah. Last, was he the last or the only defensive player?
Yeah,
one of 2 defensive players to win it?
More is less, but more is spelled with 2 O's.
Oh, Kellen shot.
Let's see. I did Texas two-step. The Bad Apple.
Oh.
Super Bowl ready. Where do the Jets play? What city do they play in?
East Rutherford.
No. Like the main
Meadowlands.
No. Like
Jersey.
They call New York Manhattan. So it's manhandled.
Oh.
Instead of Manhattan. They also call New York the concrete jungle. So it's concrete fumble.
Oh.
That's another one that I put. And Loserville.
You're good at these.
Thank you.
There's some headlines.
That's pretty good. You did Texas two-step. I went a little different than that. I had Texas two-stomp because they just crushed them.
Yeah.
So we got that one. We've got a photo of just the celebrating Cowboys defense, and it says "Can't hack it" for Nathaniel Hackett.
Oh yeah.
Who York, and then the you got a picture of a play there. No haters. Because the Jets certainly ain't popping.
They ain't popping.
So no haters.
Oh, yeah.
Darkness retreat with Zach Wilson maybe hanging his head down a little bit.
I like it.
And then Sack Wilson with Micah Parsons jumping up and celebrating.
Cedric, instead of got him, he put Gotham losses for you. Like got him. And then Pepe got a couple from the Tolos.
Yeah, the 972 Parson, the interruptions, and 903 the Big Crapo.
The Big Crapo.
Like Big Apple, but I think they meant Crapo.
Or Crapple? I don't know. It's a stretch.
Crappo 903.
Hey, we'll take it. 877-881-1053. Well done. And we may have to take some phone calls here on Mike McCarthy's offense.
It's very subtle, but I do like the one you read from the Tolos that said New York, New York. I just think I think that's strong and subtle and gets the message across.
New York, New York?
Yeah. Because they beat New York and New York. They've just dominated two of them.
Yeah, that is good. All right, so you know my rule. This is my own personal rule for Sundays and Mondays. When you start off a season like this, when you have games like this, I'm going to wait as long as possible to talk about any negativity. The only negativity from this game is the Cowboys' red zone offense and what they're doing in this area.
Standing Ryan.
Good Lord. Bobby just got up out of his chair. So this is the only thing to talk about. We're going to talk about it with Brad Sham coming up at 8 o'clock. In the red zone yesterday, Choppy, they did what, according to your numbers?
They went 2 of 6 in the red zone. That is 33%.
Yes.
So that's not great.
They see your numbers.
Yeah, if you go 2 of 6 in Major League Baseball, you're going to go to the Hall of Fame. You're going to Hall of Fame.
So there were multiple drives where it appeared I'd have to have a lot of convincing in the opposite direction that the Cowboys weren't just trying to run 3 plays and kick a field goal. That I don't understand. There was one gross, I mean hideously gross, awful drive. It was right after the Micah strip, and it led to the Aubrey 55-yard field goal. Number one, I hated the play calls. Number two, I hated that you're settling for a 55-yard attempt. I hate that. Why? I don't understand. That made it 24-10 at the time. So it was 21-10. There was still a lot more of the apple to take a bite of. All right, it wasn't going to hurt you to be up 28-10. And then it happened a couple times later in the game. And props to the reporters afterwards. They asked Mike McCarthy about settling for field goals instead of touchdowns.
Play caller's horse, he's got to pick it up. So, I mean, I was really proud of the offensive line just with all the changes and so forth. And, yeah, I get it, first and goal on the 6-yard line. And, the first call, they actually lined up, I think the way with Hunter being new and so forth. So there was definitely an alignment that was, we weren't expecting. So, but, yeah, we definitely want to punch those in.
Okay. So there were a number of drives. I mean, 5 field goals for Brandon Aubrey when it just is like, what are we doing here? 2 yards, get off the field. We're content to run the clock. Let's just take the 3 cheap points. Zach Wilson and the Jets aren't going to do anything. A little bit frustrating or smart game management. I bet Michael Lombardi, and I'm going to go listen to his podcast today. He came on selling the book, former GM. He's going to rant and he is going to go off today on McCarthy over Kellen Moore.
Only Michael Lombardi would be excited about settling for field goals in the red zone. That's only Michael. Listen.
I guarantee you he's going to have some epic rants today. I'll play it tomorrow from the GM Shuffle.
No. Just tell me what segment, and I'm gonna leave. I'm not gonna listen to that fool anymore.
Do a call with 1080 downstairs.
I'll go. I'll take Bobby's spot.
Yeah.
On 1080 downstairs. You listen. You cannot dress up settling for field goals in the red zone. You can't. You can't dress it up. Now, if you want to dress it up by saying, let me try.
Right. I don't want to have a Sauce Gardner pick 6. I don't want to have Dak Prescott with a 5-step drop, look down the field, hold the football too long, get Micah Parsons strip sack. I don't want a turnover or any type of big play from the Jets defense to backfire.
Can we stop treating Dak Prescott like he's a freshman in college? Like, can we seriously? Right?
That's the plan this year.
That's the wrong plan. Then why are you paying him $40 million?
Because they have to. That's what I've been telling both of you throughout the entire offseason. And so far, you guys are 0-2. It's driving Bobby insane. I love it.
We're not 0-2.
I love it. Yep. Well, you just said it's not working, and it's flourishing.
It's not working.
It's passing,
when you settle for field goals,
flying
it's not
colors.
working.
They have dominated. They destroyed. They're arguably the best team in the National Football League, kicking everyone's ass, taking names, and it is an A+ through the first 2 weeks. And you all can't handle it because you were wrong, and you're going to be wrong about the formula because you can't hack it that they want to rein Dak in and the offense a little bit. And it's working, and McCarthy's looking like an early genius, and you all can't take it. Why? Because Bobby's Dak love, and you're just let it all fly and go for everything and throw it 100 times.
See who they're playing? Like that's why they don't need to do that. When they play
They
Buffalo, San Francisco.
They played arguably the best defense in the league, or number 2, and they put it on them. So what do you have to say about that?
They put it on. Yeah, the offense.
Did the offense put it on him?
Yeah, Dak Prescott was 13 of 13. Did you miss that part?
I did, but the offense also averaged fewer yards per play than the Jets.
Because they quit. Because they dialed it back. Because they watered it down.
But that's not a referendum on being right, or just they're dialing it back because they were already ahead by so much.
28 teams played yesterday. The Cowboys were 16th in EPA per play.
Because they dialed it down.
Okay.
Because they were kicking their ass.
Okay, but they're kicking their ass because they're playing a bad team.
They played a great defense.
We're not talking about this offense beating the Jets or the Giants. We're talking about this offense needing to beat San Francisco, Kansas City, Philadelphia, Buffalo.
This offense needs to beat great defenses. And the New York Jets are in the San Francisco 49ers class. So don't try to water it down. A couple of Tolos did that too. Separate the Giants from the Jets defense. At least do that for me. Let's compromise there.
Yeah,
what grade are you giving Dak Prescott for the game?
B.
Yeah, B plus, something like that. He was good. He was good yesterday.
He was good.
Yeah, there was
he was much better than the Giants game,
but
right?
All I'm saying is, and I don't disagree with the general premise of play it safe if you have to, but when you're in the red zone, that is not the time to play it safe.
Yeah.
Have some faith in your GD quarterback here that he's not going to make mistakes, okay? This quarterback, stop treating him like he's a freshman at Alabama who, Nick Saban just has talent everywhere, and he's just going to sit there and just going to hand it off and run it and play it safe. You've got to treat this guy's what year is he in? 5th year? 6th year? Jerry, what year? You've got to treat him like a freaking NFL star, like a quarterback, like a real one.
No, that's not the plan. And you have admitted in the offseason that shouldn't be, well, maybe not shouldn't be the plan, but he's not that guy.
He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not Josh Allen. He's not Joe Burrow. He's not those guys. He's in that, if we put Mahomes on his own tier, he's tier 3. If we put Mahomes on the tier with Allen and Burrow and such, he's tier 2.
Yeah.
He's somewhere between 7 and 11 or 8 and 12 or 6 and whatever you want to put it there. Like that.
Here's what I want to know. Is it really a Dak indictment, or is this was all that by design to kick field goals? If you're telling me it was by design to kick field goals, we can pick at the philosophy, no doubt about it, and we should pick at the philosophy. Although a lot of Tolos are like, why show anything else? Why take unnecessary risk in a game in which Brad Sham said they physically cannot come back? They physically cannot make a comeback on you. If we're going to
come back with a ball,
it was on comeback with the ball. If we're going to see these types of plays in a much more important situation, then I am worried about that. And we are going to have 2 or 3 times this year where we come in here and say Mike McCarthy was not aggressive enough, because it's going to be a closer game. It's going to be a seesaw, and I'm a little worried that McCarthy does the same thing in those situations.
I really doubt their plan was to settle for field goals in the red zone. I'd be highly disappointed.
You didn't watch those drives and say they're trying to they're like 90% trying to kick a field goal. They're like throwing 2-yard passes. Look at the intended air yards on these 2 or 3 drives that we're talking about. I guarantee nothing went over 5 yards. Maybe one. A couple. I'm throwing that out there.
I think what you're going to find is that is the scheme.
The offense.
That is the scheme. That's not just in the red zone and then that. What you're going to see, for his career, Dak's average time to throw is he gets the ball out in 2.8 seconds generally. Week 1, he got the ball out in 2.37. The ball, it's all about just step back, throw, 5 yards, and that's fine. I'm not saying that it's not. It's the whole idea of always take a profit. You always take positive plays. You want the success rate. You want 40% on first down of the yards to go. You want 60% of the yards to go on second, 100% on third. That's considered success in the NFL. And so I understand that aspect of it. What I'm saying is that offense playing the way it does is not. I'll say this. What is one of the biggest reasons that the changes were made were because of what happened in San Francisco last year at the end of the year in the playoff game when Tony Pollard got hurt. I don't think that the way they played yesterday or the scheme they had yesterday on the offense makes a difference in that San
And
Francisco
Dak's
game.
turnovers are also why the changes were made. His interception total.
But did we not agree that like that was an outlier?
I believe that.
Right.
I'm sure they do too.
I don't know. I'm sure they do.
I would assume that they don't look at their tip balls as interceptions.
Look, guys.
Right? Like
for
the
the
ones
15th time, I will say it again, like I did all off season, and my Bobby rant. Try to grasp it. This organization and front office believes that the quarterback needs to be limited to a degree. They need to take some off his plate. He's not a superhero that can do all the things that Pat Mahomes and these guys can do, and that's fine. They're adjusting for it. They don't want him sitting back there with 5-7 seconds to think and go all the way around the field. Where you're going to lose in that is down the field, long ball plays. They're going to have to break tackles. They're going to rely on Turpin and Deuce Vaughn in space. And you're going to get 2 and 3 second throws. That's the change. That's what they believe. That's the doubt that they have in their quarterback and the confidence they have in their defense. This is all the whole complimentary thing that we've been talking about and debating throughout the entire offseason.
And you can have that confidence in your defense, especially when you're playing Zach Wilson or Daniel Jones or next week Josh Dobbs or Mac Jones. Can you have that same confidence when you're playing, San Francisco or Buffalo,
Philly.
Or Philadelphia? You're going to have to change your philosophy. If you want to go with this philosophy against the Jets, and just
I agree with you.
I agree with you. That's fine.
I agree with you. Like they're going to have to be way more aggressive in those situations. I just want to know how purposeful that was yesterday. I will be bothered. I'll be bothered if it was. I don't know what I'll be bothered by. I don't know if I'm bothered if it was on purpose or if it wasn't on purpose and they were actually trying to score.
I know it's a struggle because you don't need to.
I do believe Mike was like, keep the clock running, 0 turnover. We're fine with 3. That's what I believe was said in the headset.
Listen, I do think that maybe they ran a real play on first down.
Yeah.
And they judged on what they did, positive, negative, whatever, and then said, okay, we know the Jets aren't going to score enough points to wind up coming back and beating us. We've already got a 2-score lead. Let's just make it a 3-score, whatever that number is.
Yeah.
That's certainly, I think, within the realm of possibility. I would be disappointed if they went into the drive in itself and saying, hey, we're here at the red zone. Let's just get 3.
Yeah.
That's the minimum that you want is 3. You want to walk away with points.
Of course.
But that's not. I don't think that's the ultimate goal. I'd be stunned if Mike said that was the ultimate goal in that situation.
I want to take some calls on how y'all feel about. Is McCarthy dialing it back? Is the offense too conservative? This could be our only nitpick of 30-10 because it is the only thing to talk about, and we're trying to look at a bigger picture. And it blew up on Twitter and social media and took up some hours of my day yesterday. But I think it's a fascinating topic. 877-881-1053. Call now. Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline, 877-881-1053.
Yeah, I mean, look, ultimately this is the whole circumcising a mosquito thing Jerry would talk about, because this is a team that is plus 60 in the point differential through 2 games. This is a team that has has a legitimate argument right now to say they're the best team in football through 2 weeks. They absolutely have that, and you don't get that with just being good on one side of the ball. They've got playmakers on both sides of the ball. They've got, yesterday what they did it without their starting left guard. And they did it without their number 2 wide receiver.
And look, if I tell you in the first 2 weeks against the New York Giants defensive line and against the New York Jets, and I'm not going to let anyone dismiss the Jets defense, even though we're trying to compare them to the Giants. I'm not going to let anyone forget
They're really good.
I'm not going to let anyone forget that or downplay it. You came out with a mind-blowing, perfect first drive against this Jets defense. And the only reason you didn't score 50, I believe they intentionally dialed it back to keep running the clock and not turn it over. But you did that against the Jets. And if I told you that the game plan was get the ball out quick, 3-step drops, don't let your compromised offensive line and your receivers without Brandon Cooks get exposed, we'd all be calling that a brilliant game plan. But now we want to sit in here and nitpick at it and doubt it. When against the Giants D-line, that was the only way they were going to beat you. The Jets defense and them running the ball was the only way you were going to get beat. You're going to get the ball out quick. and not turn the football over. They are one of 10 teams in the NFL without a turnover through the first 2 weeks. And sorry to ruin your off-season, your whole content, ESPN and FS1, but we were right about, so far, last year was an outlier in interceptions. He has 0 picks. He had the Sauce Gardner, should have been picked 6. I can't think of another one that should have been picked in his first 2 games, and that is by Mike McCarthy design, I believe.
But you just agreed it was an outlier last year. And
Yeah.
so what I'm saying is that with that being an outlier,
his normal
is it not an overcorrection?
Even with it being an outlier, he's not good enough to win the Super Bowl on the talent of his right arm. He's not that special of a consistent playmaker. So they're 2 separate things. You're dialing it back because he's not that guy. And yes, last year was an outlier. Both things can be true.
Right. And so that means there is a happy middle, not an overcorrection is all I'm saying. And look, we can say it's because of the defense, whatever. The biggest question that we have to answer over the next few weeks is, were these tailored game plans or is this the scheme?
Right.
If this is the scheme,
and was this a
every week,
reaction to the scoreboard?
Yeah,
These are 2 tough games, I think, for us to come out of with a hardcore conclusion. The Giants game, you could throw out, but you were up 14-0 just like that. You dominated
16.
And then this was, you were facing a team basically without a quarterback. They could not score. They could not move the ball. Once you were up 30-10, it was a wrap.
Yeah,
it was like kneel down.
It was a wrap before 30-10. Like you didn't need to do a whole lot. So look, when they face San Francisco, I'd be interested to see what they do and how they play it.
And Mike may play that to a 16-13 score. He might. And that will be another fascinating discussion. He's going to say, we're not going to let Fred Warner, we're not going to let Bosa strip sack, we're not going to let them score, or create turnovers, and we're going to win this with our defense. That is going to be an epic discussion and argument.
But look, the Jets are a great defense. There's nothing you can genuinely be unhappy about. I don't want anybody to misconstrue that. This is in the last 22 games, that is the most points the Jets have given up, was 30. And so they've been really good defensively. And their biggest problem is they can't move the ball, and they ran into a really good defensive team in the Cowboys. The question is just, that's great, and you want to take that, and you'll take that as a victory. It's just how sustainable is the question moving into the future. So nobody's getting upset about where the Cowboys are right now. Like I said, everybody, when we do power rankings this week, I would be stunned if we don't all have them in like the top 3, because that's the way they've played so far. And they're really good. And this is a team that consistently the Cowboys talked about last week was in the realm of, like you said, a team like San Francisco in terms of the defense, and that's the one that's given them the most problems. I just don't know, again, that if you play that game plan yesterday, and was it tailored or was it the scheme? I don't know if you play that game plan yesterday in the playoffs last year against San Francisco, if there's anything different about the result against San Francisco.
Chris Arnold, Dak is playing disciplined football. He's excellent at staying within his limits. He's not armed talent. Troy Aikman played disciplined football, even though he had an insane arm and people knocked him too. Nothing wrong with being disciplined. His greatest strength is being disciplined, not armed talent. They're playing to that strength. So there's the text from CA. I want a couple calls from the Tolos about this topic. Texas tweet. Start us off in Fort Worth. You're live on the Fan.
Hey, man. Hey, baby. It's a good weekend. I got 3 things. The old Dallas Cowboys, we ran the ball pretty good. Troy Aikman didn't have to throw the ball as much, and we didn't force it. Another thing is Tony Pollard is not an every-down back right now. I don't see that. And defense playing hell of a well, man. What y'all think about that, boys?
Let's talk about the Tony Pollard thing. Thanks for the call. 25 for 72, 2.9 yard average. He had a long run of 23.
Boy, he is replacing Zeke.
Yeah, he is replacing
Just
Zeke.
kidding,
Man.
just
The last 2 running backs they gave, $10+ million a year to are you can't run.
Pollard could run.
He could run. He can't run though right now.
I had one Tolo say, has he lost a step? For the 900th time, you're playing the New York Jets defense. You're not going to, no one was going to take Tony Pollard running for 100 yards on the Jets defense. If you were losing money, in my opinion.
No, yeah. And look, like the second half was a lot of running the football, and the Jets were loaded up against it. And you have to adjust that for average. The first series, the first drive of the game, the Cowboys didn't show any problems running the football when they wanted to. And so
By the way, is Deuce Vaughn the 2?
No, I don't think so.
Why did he get number 2 work yesterday?
Early. I think it was matchup. I think it was just matchup related.
He's the one.
He said no, he's not the one either. I think that it was just matchup related.
I need more Deuce.
He had that little bobble that cost him a third down conversion. Then he had a nice 12-yard gain, somersault, flip after that. So I was like, oh, is Deuce the 2 here? Eric and Garland, you're up next. You are live on a Cowboys Monday. Eric, go.
Hey, so Gavin Dawson doesn't like it when I call Dak this, and your YouTube users are idiots.
Wait. He doesn't like when what? I'm sorry?
Oh, I've called the G-Bag Nation and called Dak Dookie Dak because that's what he is, Dookie Dak.
Oh. I thought Dawson would have loved that. And Zach.
No. He doesn't like it. And your YouTube users are getting on me, giving me crap, asking if I'm in the NFL. Maybe I should be because I've been saying this for years. Dak is just not quite good enough. You mentioned it, Sean. He doesn't have the – if you're going to make a strong playoff push or even make it to the Super Bowl, you're going to have to rely on your quarterback to make special plays here and there. And Dak just doesn't have it. So unless your defense is playing as good as they are, creating turnovers, creating extra possessions, and maybe even scoring points for you, it's just not going to happen. And that's what I wanted to say. Dookie Dak is not it.
Thanks for the call. Man. I disagree with you though. He can make when he can make enough special plays. When he's right and he's in rhythm and he's on top of his game, he can make some lights out throws. He made that first one to CeeDee yesterday. That was a fantastic throw. I think he can make more special throws than a Garoppolo. He's much more of a playmaker, in my opinion. And if he's in that phase, and the Cowboys defense is this, they can win it all.
Look, we saw the Tampa game last year. He can absolutely do that.
Yep.
It is a very tricky and difficult proposition in today's NFL to ride a defense to a Super Bowl without the quarterback making any plays. You just can't do it. You have now maybe in the NFC this year because there's no great quarterbacks, you can get away with it. But you want to try that in the AFC? Go ahead. Go ahead. Knock yourself out. It's just a very difficult. You might be able to win one that way, but you can't win multiple that way. That in today's NFL, those days are gone. You cannot win multiple Super Bowls with that type of philosophy.
Lewis in Dallas, you're up next on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Go ahead, Lou.
Yeah, I think McCarthy dialed it back. I mean, we don't have a power back with with the little guys, with Deuce Vaughn, them. When Ronald Jones get back, I think it'd be a lot different. And this is also the same Cowboys team that beat the Jets, that beat the Buffalo Bills, who everybody thought we was gonna lose to because of we can't stop the run, we can't do this, we can't do that. So it's the exact same team. So people want to credit Josh Allen, but they don't want to give Dak the exact same credit.
Thanks for the call, Lou. Apparently Dak was a little bit irritated. Clarence Hill called it saucy. And Bobby, you were there for the post-game question. Dak was asked, this is for all the national media shows today, what do you think about going back-to-back games without an interception after that didn't happen all of last season?
What about the year before that, or the year before that, or the year before that? Last year is last year. And it's something, I've left. And, the interceptions, all that, it's I guess when you lead the league, it'll never go away. But as I stated last year, every one of them has their story, but that's not where my mind is. It's not something I think about. Just being candid, I really don't care about the questions about them at this point. I know how efficient this offense is. I know the work that I've put into this game, the work that we've put in as a unit, and that's not even a thought process. Yeah, I'm going out there just trying to complete the ball, get the ball to these guys, the playmakers that we had. Get it to them in space, let them go do their thing, and then I'm still going to take some shots. I'm still going to, not shy away from the confidence that I have and the work that we've put in on some one-on-ones and give these guys opportunities, but I don't even think about that at this point.
Oh, Ryan, getting the video on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sick of the questions. Good for Dak Prescott. Meanwhile, Kellen Moore, 14 points through 3 quarters with the Chargers. They lose to the Titans in overtime. The fraudulent Chargers show up again at 0-2. If you want to go McCarthy versus Kellen, part 2. And Brandon Staley is trending. Get him up out of here, according to social media.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in this game. I didn't see this game. I don't have the Sunday ticket or whatever.
Hey, you put Kenny.
I'm in the same boat as Bass. There's no point in me buying it. I'm gone so many Sundays. But Brandon Staley is he's in trouble. Like you cannot put up an average of 29 points a game and be 0-2. And that's what's happening. They're scoring 29 a game in the 2 weeks, and they're 0-2. That's a bad look.
Fraudulent charges.
And he's a defensive guy.
He's a defensive guy. That's
we
the
forget
problem.
that. Staley's a defensive coach.
With some big-time names over there. Bosa.
Yeah.
James. They acquired Khalil Mack. They went and got a corner. Was it J.C. Jackson?
Yeah.
They have acquired.
Yeah.
They have shopped.
Yeah, the first game, look, Tua was in a zone. I get it, right? And Tua's showing, he's proven to be a really good quarterback. This game was a bad loss for Staley. A bad one, man.
All right, there it is. Final word, Bobby.
No, I'm just saying that it's been bad for them, but they have played really efficiently on offense through 2 weeks. They've been good there. And so I don't think that it's anything that's got to do with their offense. I think there's questions about that head coach.
Expressway, commercial free every day at this time on your home of America's team. Let's bring in the voice of the Cowboys, Brad Sham on 2-0 and 30-10. Shamalama joins us next.
Let's get you some hair.
Sean, RJ, and Roberto. And he's joining us on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Jets fan with the epic rant of the week. Brandon Tierney last week. He's going to be in studio at 8:20. He brought a bus of Jets fans, so we're going to have him be in studio. Oh, he's walking by right there. Look at, is that Versace? Look at that
Gianni.
I see the Gianni, little garment bag in there, rolling in deep. So BT will join us at 8:20 here on the Fan.
I can't tell you the last time I ever carried something that said that was a garment bag. I don't have any nice clothes.
Right.
Quite frankly.
Yeah.
I have nothing that's even remotely nice.
Brad Sham, good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm well. How are you?
We're doing very well. Compare this performance to the win over the Giants. What was different? What was similar?
It was better. The team they played was better.
Yeah.
The defense is exceptional. And I said this during the broadcast, and you can laugh at me now. RJ will anyway. But I think the Jets will contend in their division. Their defense is exceptional. I think Wilson will settle in and get better. I like the weapons around him. I think Garrett Wilson is exceptional. And Miami obviously is good.
Yeah.
But they already beat Buffalo. I mean, Buffalo's better than them, but they already beat them once. And if they win Sunday against New England, if you had told them last week, you can beat New England, be 2-0 in the division, but we're going to have the Dallas game. You're going to have to lose that. They would have said, okay, fine. You don't like being apparently pushed around the field as they appeared to be. But for me, the Jets are a better team than the Giants, and so I thought that yesterday was a little bit more impressive. The Cowboys had some adversity to overcome. They were lucky in a couple of places. Now they're a drop pick 6 by Sauce Gardner and a pair of defensive 15-yard penalties away from trailing at halftime. Wow. And then the whole game's got a different feel. Yeah. Now, good teams, Sean, when you give them a gift, they'll take it. Mm-hmm. And if you make a mistake, they'll punish you for it. And that's what happened to the Jets by the Cowboys last night. But I think this win is more impressive than the last Sundays, because I think the Jets are better than the Giants.
How many people have asked you to compare this defense to all the ones you've seen here over the years, and what would your answer be to that?
Yeah, well, fortunately, it's been a quick turnaround from the Giants game with a religious observance thrown in, so I haven't been around enough people to ask me that. But I did hear a little bit of that in the off season. Let's let it play out would be my answer. They certainly have the components. And the comparing would be hard because the eras are different, the rules are different, so the offenses they're facing are different. But certainly, if you look at the 90s team that won the Super Bowls, this team is deeper and more explosive across the front. And I think I know the safeties are the best they've had at least since the 70s when Waters and Harris and Randy Hughes were playing together. That's the only other time I can think of that they've had 3 safeties when Donovan Wilson is healthy that they can put on the field. And then you'd have to go back to the 70s, and that was a formidable defense. This one's faster, but all players are faster overall than they were 50 years ago. And if they just keep going, as Bill Parcells would say, let's not take out the anointing oil just yet. But it's clear they're pretty good. And now they have to sustain it, and they have to show the maturity to overcome the more adversity that's coming. And then if they sustain it, then they'll certainly be in the conversation for the best defense the team's ever had.
All right, Brad Sham joined us here at 105 through the Fan. In that same sort of topic around Micah, are we trending towards not really being able to have a conversation about the best defensive individual players in this franchise without his name being at least in the discussion? Are we already there, or is it too soon?
No, we're there, and again, that's with a. Does it hurt you to say those words?
No, it hurt because he's not a linebacker anymore.
Okay. Okay. Revisionist history.
No, I mean, you drive an edge, it's a different story. I'm in.
Yeah, that's what he is. He's an edge. That's why when he lines up at linebacker or when he lines up at tackle, he's still an edge. He's just moving into a different
pass
position.
rusher. Yeah, he's a pass rusher.
Whatever. Yeah. I think we're there, but we have to be careful about making the mistake of overvaluing what's right in front of us. I mean, Randy White and Bob Lilly were, well, they're Hall of Famers. Now, certainly Micah would be on that path, but he has to sustain it over time. And players like at different positions, you know, Mel Renfro and Cornell Green and Cliff Harris and Charlie Waters and, I mean, Leroy Jordan, those were exceptional players. Different style, different kind of player. But he's, when you talk about the competitiveness and the relentlessness, Randy White and Bob Lilly come to mind. You can't put him there yet because he's only done it for 2 years, but he's on that path.
Brad Sham here on The Fan. How surprised were you? I was by 64 rushing yards allowed, 36 to the quarterback.
Yeah, well, I was surprised, but I thought they would. I thought they would stay with it a little more. I didn't think they would go into a shell.
Yeah.
And do nothing but run because then you make yourself one-dimensional and bad things will happen to you that way. I did think that they would try to do a few more manageable things in the passing game that are hard to defend. But, you know, I scratched my head when McCarthy decided to take the ball with the flip, because I really thought they'd want to put the defense on the field first and have the ball in the third quarter. But to his credit, by marching out there and scoring against that defense right away, it set a tenor for the game, and it put the Jets in a position where they had to play probably different offensively than they wanted to play. What the Giants did on the first possession, I'm glad the Giants did that on the first possession of the year, because that'll live on tape forever, and those guys will always have to look at that, and Dan Quinn can throw that up and say, see what happens if you don't stay in your gaps and do the right things, and there'll be other teams that'll have some good rushing days like that too, but players like Leighton Vander Esch, for instance, that just a really, really good player, that is going to get their attention. And so, I was a little surprised, but I think the game had something to do with it.
Brad, you know, when we look back at when Dak first took over as the quarterback, there was, you know, discussion about why can't he get in sync with Des Bryant the way Tony Romo did, and they were so in line with each other. It really looks like he's found that with CeeDee Lamb, though, like at this stage of his career. Like, they're just so in sync with each other and so connected. How strong is that connection, quarterback to receiver, just relative to, you know, some of the others that we see across the league? Because it looks like CeeDee Lamb has really just kind of come into his own lately.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Bobby, about Lamb. I think that the way he has grown into being the number one guy just from a year ago, because, you know, Cooper was gone, and the questions we were asking him all the offseason and going into the season was, how does it feel to be the lead dog? How does it feel to have the target on your back? And very few players in my memory have kind of taken that and put it on and said, look how this fits me. This was made for me. And he's done it quietly and unobtrusively, but his play speaks for him. And he was absolutely ready for that job, and he just gets better every day. And now that he's not going to have those kind of numbers every day, because sometimes people are going to say, okay, he's not beating us by himself. Go throw it to that guy, but you're not throwing it to this guy just willy-nilly. And, you know, he can take a punch, and he does all the things that you want the number one guy to do. So I think that's really an important part of their offensive maturation.
Through 2 games, the Mike McCarthy offensive difference has been what?
Patience and letting the game come to him. Very different games. Obviously, the rain, the score in the Giants game, and even yesterday, the feeling I'm getting watching him is he is not trying to be like a lot of offensive coordinators who have to show you what geniuses they are by the plays they call and the things they come back to all the time, and they just won't coach the game that's in front of them. And I thought he did that. For instance, when it was when they had a 14-point lead and 17 late third quarter, 17 would kind of put it out of reach. One more field goal.
Yeah.
You didn't need another touchdown. Just don't try to show me what a play drawing up genius you are and do all kind of exotic stuff. You call a sound play. If it breaks, it breaks. If it doesn't take you 3 points, they can't score 3 times. And that, I think, is coaching the game that's in front of you, not necessarily the game you want to draw up.
Yeah.
And through 2 games, now we'll see if that holds up, but through 2 games, I would say he has a plan, and he's coaching the game that is in front of him. We didn't see very much last Sunday night because we didn't have to. Just pull the reins back and just, run ball plays, as they would say, and do what you have to do. What you're here to do is win the game. You're not here to, win the Nobel Prize in play calling. You're here to win the game.
Is that your overall answer to the red zone question that I know you guys discussed in the post last night? And
I think they have to be better in the red zone. There's no doubt about that. Because there are going to come days when they're just not dominating and they don't have that much of a score to a scoring pad. So they have to be better in the red zone. You can't go 2 out of 6. You'd like to go 4 out of 6.
Yeah.
And I really loved that. Broadus disagreed with me. I really loved the tight end reverse to Hendershot. I wish that had worked. But that was their design.
If that was their design wasn't, was to play it safe, then the red zone issues aren't really a problem, right?
Correct. Although, I would love to have someone ask McCarthy today. Won't be me because I don't think it's what he's doing. Were you playing it safe? I think they want to be aggressive, but smart. But you still have to execute better than 2 out of 6. And they will. I think they will. I believe they will. They've only played 2 games now together in this offense. They've got to get into a little bit more rhythm, and there will be different challenges ahead, and they'll get more tape that teams will look at and develop schemes for their red zone packages and that kind of thing. But they have to be better in that area. But I wouldn't be overly critical of it because, again, and this, Sean, I think is the question you asked. I think he's calling the game that's in front of him. Just do what you have to do to win.
you guys got a player show?
Yeah, Terrence Steele. It'll be at Cane Rosso in the Star District.
Thank you as always, brother. We appreciate it.
All right, talk to you later.
The great Brad Sham, the voice of America's team. Oh, he's in studio. He's in the building. Brandon Tierney, WFAN, with the epic rant from last week. Let's see what he has to say after 30-10 next.
Get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
We thought that the rant of the week was from Sean. Is it Mraz or Morash? Which one is it?
Morash.
Morash.
It's changed.
It has.
Yes, with fame.
Did he change it?
Yeah, I've known Sean for 10 years. We all call him Morash, and now it's Morash. So, he's on the afternoon drive. He's got to accentuate that second syllable, I guess.
All right, we thought that the rant of the week was coming from him, but no, Brandon Tierney, who you hear on the Sports Minutes on this station, topped him.
And 4 plays in, he's done. He's done. Do not tell me today that the season is over. Get up! Stop walking around work like a loser! Get your act together! We're playing until January! There is no way that I'm tapping out now! No chance! If you didn't kill us last night, we are unkillable! I have Zach's back. I'm not saying Super Bowl, but I am saying playoffs with Zach.
And I think the season, in fact, might be over, BT. I hate to break it to you.
Listen, that's fine.
That's fine. And BT is in studio. Okay, was that a bit for a pep talk of your Salah, or was that diehard Jets fan?
That was, first of all, it was unscripted. It's just one of those things where, so you guys can't relate to this. I know it's been a long time since the Super Bowl.
There we go.
No, it's true. You can't relate to the tough, like almost the irrelevance and the heartbreak and the unfairness to our football existence. Like, it's one thing, to not have a good team for a couple of years, but and I'm not going to bore your audience with Jet minutia, trust me. My wife's from Dallas. I get the whole deal. You don't care about the Jets, nor should you. I get it. But for our purview, it's torturous. And that was the apex of the torture. How do you get Aaron Rodgers? And not only do you get him, but he wants you. And there was a lot more before I started screaming. Like, I laid out all of it. And it was so unbelievable to me. I felt like I had a responsibility to lift up the Jet fan. Because I'm tired of people walking around. That's why I said, stop walking around work like a loser. Get your act together. It's very easy to feed into, we'll never win, little tiny pathetic us. This is our fate. I don't accept that fate. Like, I like to think inherently I'm a winner, at least in other aspects of my life outside of the Jets. So it was just an organic rally cry that just started. I opened the mic. I didn't even know where I was going. The only thing I did know is I told my engineer, get ready to drop just in case something goes wrong. So that was the origin of it.
So how do you feel about that after yesterday?
The rant of the game. Well, you mean the rant or my perspective on the Jets?
Yeah,
more perspective. Yeah, I mean, listen, they're 9-point dogs, man. I mean, and they were 9-point dogs for a reason. You guys, your defense is sick. Yeah, listen, eventually Cowboys got to prove that they can win when it really matters, but you guys know all about that. On paper, you guys are terrific. And quick turnaround, not a lot of time to prepare. Parsons is an absolute game wrecker. Our O-line's a little suspect. Like, I didn't think it was going to be easy. I didn't even think that the Jets would necessarily win. It wasn't so much a mantra for the game yesterday, more about like an all-encompassing macro shot for the season where I still think they have a chance to be a playoff team. And will be.
Did you? Okay, so you still
I still think they'll get a wild card. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they played the Bills. They beat them. This is an out-of-conference loss, and you better beat the Patriots coming up this weekend. I mean, they're far from infallible, but they're actually a really good roster.
Is Zach like better than last year?
Yeah, but you're not going to know it if you just parachute in and you're like, a couple of picks, here we go, only scored one time. Like, I was looking at the numbers before I came in with you guys. The 2 offensive tackles for the Jets, one rated 56 out of 56, one rated 47 out of 56. Pass block win rate. The center was 27 out of 27. Like, it was awful. Yeah. I thought this is what bothered me the most. I was saying all week, if I'm the Jets, and I would say this about any other team that's coming into a situation that is deemed, a tough climb. Instead of coming out, 2 yards the left side, 2 yards screen pass, 3rd and 9, punt, take a shot downfield. Where the hell is the creativity?
Yeah.
And, and maybe they didn't do that because they knew they couldn't win enough on the line to even give Zach 2 seconds to fling it 60 yards just to loosen you guys up. I thought it was a very, very soft game plan. But, I think that Zach has, again, the tape, the reaction will not be kind to him. The tape and people who actually know football realize that's not why they did not lose because of Zach.
To me, the Zach Wilson craze was workout, arm talent. Oh my God, that throw. Yesterday we saw the one throw that eventually came back. So I'm like, yo, man, if you're gonna go down, just unleash him and let's see some of this arm talent. You got a stud, Garrett Wilson, who was torching Diggs throughout the day, but I don't know why that isn't the case game plan, or whether that is, and I'm just not watching Jets games
and trying to protect him a little bit. Yeah, it's probably a little bit of both, but I think you're right, Sean. To me, it makes no sense. And he was largely drafted because of the combine. You're right. He had a rollout. He threw it 60 yards on a clothesline, going to just a throw that now it was in shorts, granted, with nobody near him.
Yeah.
But I think even in shorts, I don't think there's many that can't make that throw. Running 60 yards on a dot, you'd have to see the play. It was an incredibly athletic, explosive throw. But and that's really what got him drafted. And he's got wiggle. But if you don't use the assets that enticed you to draft him in the first place, what the hell are we doing?
Brandon Tierney, WFAN. You brought buses. You brought
buses
plural. Of Jets fans.
Yeah, I did.
How many people rolled with you?
We had about 100 for the game. This thing that I'm doing from a travel perspective, like a Jet organization, fandom kind of deal. We had about 100 for the trip, and then we had another maybe 60 or 70 who just joined us for the tailgate. It was pretty wild, man. I mean, a Jet fan, we deserve something, man. I mean, you're from New York. You know what we go through, dude. Over there, you.
Yeah, it's
you.
It's
sister's ass.
I don't know how the hell y'all do it. I really don't.
What's the option? Do you stop watching football? Well, I know what you mean. I couldn't do that.
Are you a Mets fan too?
Oh, thank God, no. Jesus, I'd hang myself.
Okay,
There's no way I could be. And that would be the terminal end at that point. See, that's what makes me. And a lot of New Yorkers say this, the Jet-Met dynamic is probably 90%. I'm kind of in the outlier Yankee-Jet thing, thankfully. But I think, I'm not saying I'm better, but I think that I'm wired a little bit differently because the Yankees have taught me to always believe and expect and walk like a champion, whereas the Jets are the complete antithesis. But if you're the Met-Jet thing, that's all you kind of know.
Yeah.
And I think it's given me unfounded optimism. I'll grant you that. Yeah. But there's unwavering quest to elevate a team so we can have a couple of fun years. It's sickening.
How old are you?
I just turned 50.
Turned 50.
Yeah.
Okay. Happy birthday.
Thank you, brother.
The Lawrence Taylor Micah stuff.
Uh-huh.
You're old enough.
Yep.
Legit? And what are the differences or similarities?
I know that Parsons is insane, man. You guys are so lucky to have him. He is such a great player. The thing about LT,
and where do you put him with the Miles? Separate question. Miles, Bosa, and who's the other? TJ Watt.
I think he's at the top. I mean, he's right there. Put it this way. It's subjective, although elements of the film is not clearly. But in terms of personal preference, I think if you say Parsons 1, nobody can look at you and say you're out of your mind. Nobody can say that.
No.
Yeah.
They can say maybe 2. Bosa, you can try to reorganize it a bit and to subjectively fit it. I think that, and this I can't answer because I'm not here. On Sundays, it looks like he loves football. Does he love football? Does he love hurting people? Does he love destroying game plans like Lawrence Taylor did? I don't know the answer. I surmise that he does.
Yeah.
But that, Lawrence's physical prowess, the explosion, the brute strength, but then this unwavering, almost sickness to punish people.
End of career.
Yeah. Now, you can't do that today anyway with the rules. Right. Does Parsons have that full dog? I think he does.
Yeah.
I think he does. Yeah. Does he?
Yes.
I think he does.
Yes.
He's nasty.
Then it's close. It's pretty close.
I don't know that he wants to end careers on every day, on every base.
He loves trying to copy that Kobe mentality.
Yeah.
He's obsessed with Kobe.
Good mentality to copy.
Yeah. Where did you have the Jets defense and the Cowboys defense heading in to yesterday?
Yep.
And then afterwards?
I was saying, listen, 1 or 2, flip them, 1, 2, 3. Niners defense obviously is up there as well. I said on there, I think the 3 best defenses will be the Jets, the Cowboys, and the Niners. Again, in no order. I just watched the Cowboys against the Giants. I think that, from a Jets, first of all, everybody knows the story with Wilson. You go into a place with basically 100,000 people, and you let, your first defensive possession, you let the Cowboys drive down your throat and score. I won't hear it.
Yeah.
Don't waste my time with you're one of the top 2-3 deep, and because you're not when that happens. And then, by the way, in the third quarter, the Jets got the ball to start. What happened? The ensuing possession, first one for Dallas, second half, they scored. So the first possession of the first half, the second possession of the second half, Dallas shoved it down the Jets' throats. Now the Jets need to really, watch that film and own it. And I know that they're good. That I know.
Yeah.
And a lot of 3-and-outs doesn't help. I understand that as well. Maybe a little bit tired, but they had a chance to set the tone. They did not. So that is a fail, and because of that, they drop a few spots, in my opinion.
What was the reaction, and how many New Yorkers agreed when Tiki Barber said, "I'll take Daniel Jones 10 out of 10 over Dak"? And did you notice any Dak differences in McCarthy's offense yesterday?
The Jones stuff. I mean, I know why.
Do you agree with that, by the way?
It's not as crazy as it sounds.
Okay.
Tiki said something crazy during the summer. He's like, Jones going to have a better season than Rodgers. Now, he's actually proven to be prophetic because Rodgers didn't complete the pass. But Daniel Jones is incredibly gifted. He just doesn't have much around him. That O-line, talk about the Jet O-line numbers before. That Giants O-line's an issue. They were losing, 28-7 yesterday to the Cardinals. They were getting absolutely waxed,
20
man.
20-zip at one point.
20-zip at one point. Then they went bonkers. He had a great second half. Daniel Jones is, I think he's a little bigger than Dak. Foot speed, I know he's faster. I know Dak's a good athlete. Jones is an elite athlete.
Yeah.
In terms of pure zip on the ball, I think Jones has a little bit more. In terms of like cerebral nature, things you can't necessarily quantify, I like both. I might even give Jones and I'm a big Dak fan. I am. I think Jones might be. Well, it might be. Do you think I'm wrong?
Yeah, I think you're wrong. I think you're
Based
wrong on the
on what?
cerebral stuff in terms of like the pre-snap and post-snap evaluation. I think that's where Dak outclasses most of the
Okay,
NFL.
I respect that, but how can you quantify that? That's you watching Dak every Sunday and probably not watching Jones. And by the way, I'm also not watching Dak as much as I'm watching Jones, to be fair.
Sure, no, but the Giants, we do get plenty of the Giants come through. We get the 2 games here against the Cowboys. We get every single Giants and Eagles game pretty much as broadcast here as the early game around here. We see a lot of Daniel Jones and them here. And so, look, I think Daniel Jones. I think Daniel Jones gets too much hate in general, but I don't think they're. I don't think they're close.
I just thought it was disrespectful.
You mean in close in terms of talent or just that cerebral? So you think Dak is infinitely better? You're nuts if you think that.
I think Dak is on a different tier from Daniel.
You're
Jones.
absolutely nuts.
What?
Yeah, you're absolutely nuts. You're nuts.
Look,
1 year of Daniel Jones.
We got Homer 1-on-1 in the house.
We got a little. I mean, he is a homer.
That's okay.
I'm not a homer. Look.
Here we go.
No, it's just. I mean, when you look at over the course of every raw and peripheral measure we have to measure quarterback play.
Yep.
Daniel Jones would not equal Dak. And in general, I think at that point, you're talking about the stuff. Yeah, they're talking about the stuff we can quantify. Anything we can quantify says Daniel Jones isn't near Dak.
Well, who led the league in picks last year? That was Dak Prescott.
Right.
And he played and he missed 5 games. Listen, you're
so is picks the way we like? Because I mean, if that's the case,
no,
Garoppolo or somebody we could say is the best quarterback.
No, clearly not. But if you're telling me one of his greatest attributes is his mind, then you can't throw that many picks because that means you're not seeing things you should see.
Right, except when 5 of them are bouncing off a guy's hands, and then there were about another 5 and then that's 10 of the 15. There were another 5 where it was receivers.
I'm hearing excuses. I can't hear this.
There's different. There's different
between
excuses and explanations.
So there is context. I'll give you that.
Yes.
I got you. But the guy who leads the league in picks and didn't play 5 games, you just told me that based on the numbers, 80% of the picks were not his fault. Is that what I just heard?
2/3.
So 66%.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Let me ask you this before you start your show, because we
Yes.
had a big Rodgers bet before the year.
Okay.
I was betting that Rodgers was not done. He was betting that Rodgers was done.
Who's this? RJ was betting? Okay,
No,
gotcha.
I was.
Boy, you're a New York hater, man.
No, I think God loves the Jets fans. He was protecting them from the heartbreak of seeing how washed Aaron Rodgers was.
That's interesting. I would have liked to have seen the chance to figure it out for myself, but I got you.
What were you feeling? Do you feel like he wasn't going to be watched like we saw last year in Green Bay?
I thought he was going to be terrific. Now, I don't mean like 43 touchdowns, 4,800. I'm not saying that, but quarterback play that the Jet fan has never seen. I mean, I didn't see Namath, and he was
Chad Pennington, man.
Yeah, no, Chad was good, but he didn't have the rocket. He was the cerebral. He had to anticipate all that. I think that, or what I thought, was that Rodgers was almost reborn. Got a little stale at the end of Green. You could tell the interactions, not just on Hard Knocks. He was so immersed in trying to elevate the Jets. That's what hurt so much. And again, that's the genesis. A lot of the pain, the anger, the rage, the inconsolable nature by many. It's like, man, we really. It's not unfair because it's football, but we all thought he was going to come out and ball.
Who was your NFC pick for the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I didn't even make one.
Really?
I guess we don't really do that. Make the picks. We do picks on Fridays for sure, but I think the Niners are the best team, top to bottom. I think you guys are. I would slot you top 3, definitely top 3. Could be 2. You could beat the Niners. I just think the Niners are a little bit better. I do. And maybe a little bit better coach, too.
Hey, thank you for coming in, as always.
Thanks for having me.
Have a good show.
My sparring partner over here. Nice job, buddy. Give me some.
Bobby versus Tierney.
Thanks, guys.
If you see Tierney, Bobby don't want any of that. On the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, as his Jets fall to the Cowboys 30-10. Cowboys play the Jets, so why couldn't they stop talking about the 49ers? Next, and below the belt on the Fan.
Let's get your carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they all could be sold out at Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
All right, Prescott is under center on 1st and 12 at his own 3. Back to throw it out of the end zone. Slant to Lamb. First down, 20. Broke a tackle, 25. Broke another 30. 34, ball came out, and Biotish down the field again to recover the fumble.
Why the Cowboys left their heart in San Francisco, even though they were playing the Jets. More on that in just a sec. Real quick, I was looking this up during one of the breaks after we had talked to Brad Sham. We were talking about the Dak CD connection. And I was like, I'm just curious what it looks like when he's played with Dak versus been without Dak. Like, what do CD's numbers look like? And he's played 51 games now, and it's the perfect ability to project it because it's 34 with Dak, 17 without him. So it's an exact 17-game measurement increment that we can look at and find out exactly what his averages are. So when he has played without Dak, he is 82 receptions, 994 yards, 4 touchdowns. It's 12 yards a catch. So 82, 994, and 4 over a 17-game season.
1,000-yard season.
Be okay. It's 17 games, though. It's okay. Like, it's not mind-blowing, but it's okay. So with
Dak, that's
Dak,
expected, right? They probably don't. I don't have to go back and look. They probably don't throw as much without him.
They do. It's a lot of stuff, more stuff underneath. Yeah. With Dak, in 34 games, CeeDee Lamb, 96 receptions, 1,300 yards, 8 touchdowns, 13.7 yards per catch. So their connection has become really strong. I think you can start talking about them as one of the better, like, not necessarily as individuals, but if you talk about tandems and duos and the way they've played with each other over the last several years, I think you can talk about Dak and CeeDee as near the top of the league as one of the best tandems.
Look, man, CeeDee Lamb took the step. We saw it in the second half of last season, and he is a freaking dog. Fell in love with him personality-wise at training camp. Maybe our best interview, and he's a problem. He is a beast, and he is a problem, and they made the right call in replacing Amari Cooper with him.
His ability to go up and get a ball, like he made some really nice catches on balls that you would probably put. I don't want to say you would put him on the uncatchable, rank, but like that he had to go help out.
A little bit high.
Yeah, he had to go help out, and he made some big time plays.
And he came down to physicality, like crashing to the ground. The one thing I always felt was really overrated with CeeDee that I never saw, even coming out of college, was like this breaking tackle ability. Like he was going to run through guys or no one could just bring him down. And I haven't seen a ton of that. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He is a 1. And any Terry McLaurin comps and all that stuff right now look really, really silly.
Yeah, and it's funny. When I was looking over his statistics for his career, I looked at the playoff game. And you remember we all talked about how inept the offense was in the playoffs? Do you guys remember the stat line he put up against San Francisco in that game? He had 10 catches for 120 yards. I don't remember that at all. He was
totally forgot.
I just remember it being tough to get anything moving, and he was out there moving things pretty consistently, even as the only weapon they had after Tony Pollard went down.
The huge play from their own 2, the West Coast slant for 33 yards. He had a 3rd and 2 for 20 yards when he took the nasty spill. He had 3 plays for 20 plus early on. He had a 3rd and 14 opening the third quarter. Not just big play, like important clutch plays in very crucial third downs.
Yeah, so he showed up and
the tight ends. The tight ends showed up.
They made catches. They made carries, in fact. They didn't score on the carries.
I felt like when McCarthy gave Hendershot that carry, I was like, is Mike trying to do them a solid after all the heat they took in week 1? He's like, I'm going to get them all involved. I'm going to get Schoon. He got his first touchdown. Ferguson got his, friend of the show. And then I'm going to get... I felt like Mike was doing that on purpose a little bit to be like, I'm getting them all some revenge for week 1.
It's like, look, Hendershot, you can't drop it if I put it right in your stomach. So let's just work on catching balls an inch from you, and then we'll work from there. By the way, I will say the one play that stood out outside of the Gardner drop pick, where I was like, Dak, that could have been better. The way overthrow to Ferguson in the back of the end zone on 3rd down.
Yes.
That was not clean.
My Dak down plays were the Sauce pick 6 that should have been. He did not throw the ball away on 2nd and goal from the 14. That drove me nuts. I hated that. Because then you lucked out with a couple of Jets penalties when you had 3rd and goal from the 12. That was the first sack of the year, by the way. That was the first sack, and that was on the quarterback. Overthrew Ferguson and missed CD opening the 3rd quarter. That led to a field goal. That one play when they kicked the field goal, he missed Lamb to the left and then overthrew Ferguson in the back of the end zone. Yeah. And CD was open on the left. But other than that, Dak Prescott, B+, even A-, in my opinion.
He's making the right decisions so far.
Yeah, it's basically this. Say Hut.
Yeah.
That's more air yards than they're
I throw my pen to RJ sitting right next to me in a half a second.
Okay, so there's I mean, look, in the individual game, there's good and bad to that, right? Because you can manage every game differently and play to each individual game. Is that helping him get better? If you know what I mean? Like, if they're done, like, I hope they're not dumbing it down and say, okay, we're just giving you a one-read offense. Like, that's not what they're doing, obviously.
It's not one read, but it's very timing and get it out quick.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's limiting in a sense.
Yes.
But it's very precise, too. So even in its limitations, they would say it's complex because of the precision. And so that's the big aspect of it. So the Cowboys have seen their season end now to the 49ers each of the last two seasons, and each time it has been a push for the Cowboys to change things. So 2021, they got bullied in that playoff game, and what did they do? That entire offseason, everything was getting physical players and bullies, and okay, let's get Tyler Smith, let's get Sam Williams, let's get mean football players in here. They responded, got that in place. Last year, they can't do anything on offense against the 49ers, especially once Pollard went down. They didn't have any other weapons, so they go out. All right, let's get Cooks. Let's add speed to the offense. Let's change things up with the play calling. Let's change the scheme a little bit. They have tweaked things, at least in part, because of what San Francisco has done to them at times. And last year, Jaron Kearse, right after they beat Tampa Bay, the first thing Jaron Kearse could talk about in the locker afterwards was, this is a chance to right our wrongs. We get to go to San Francisco next week. We get to correct this. And so they had thought about San Francisco a lot, and they thought about San Francisco a lot last week against the Jets. Not a difficult leap to make. Really talented defense. Robert Saleh, the former 49ers defensive coordinator, is their head coach. Terrence Steele last week talked about they look a lot like San Francisco, especially defensive-wise. They come from similar families of coaching, a lot of similarities. Tony Pollard says their D-line looks like the 49ers and the type of line games that they like to play. Zach Martin said, when you put on the tape, San Francisco pops out to you. And then even after the game last night, when the game was over, and this wasn't the lead-up anymore, Dak talked about the similarities between the Jets and the 49ers.
Obviously, I understand that's where the head coach came from. You kind of can put defenses and schemes into categories and into families, I guess, like a family tree. And, there's a lot of similarities. A defense that's very good, believes in their personnel, is a personnel over scheme defense. No difference than San Fran is. They believe in their players. They believe they can get home with 4. Believe in the back end guys being able to cover. And so, there'll be a lot of things that we can look back at this game and hopefully use for the game plan, and just gives us confidence moving forward just in general versus those guys or versus anybody. It's a hell of a defensive team we just played.
So Dallas is clearly identified, like San Francisco is their measuring stick. That's going to be their boogeyman right now that they feel they have to beat.
Yeah, so, I mean, but you see this a lot, okay? What?
See what?
A team chasing another team. Where, like, the only thing in their mind is we have to get by this team. And a lot of times you will change your personnel, you'll change a lot of things just to get by that team. And, like, that's both good and bad. It can be dangerous because another team can come and bite you that you match up poorly with now that you used to not match up poorly with. But as far as they're concerned, and I don't necessarily disagree, they're as good or better than everybody else in the conference, where all they have to do is worry about that.
San Francisco 2-0. They were tied with the Rams at 17 at halftime yesterday. They were up 3 after 3, and they won by 7. So that either makes you feel a little bit better that San Fran is gettable or that the Rams are just better. And who is Puka Nacua? I don't know how to say his name. 15 for 147 yesterday. 15 for 147. The fantasy football pickup of the year through the first 2 weeks. San Fran is 2-0. Brock Purdy did not throw a touchdown. And Puka had 10 for 119 in week 1.
Yeah, I don't know who he is.
Super
but
Cup, what?
He's on Will's team, and that bothers me. Will Chambers picked him up.
You got burned by that. But the interesting thing here about the Jets is normally an interconference game is the least meaningful to you. The Cowboys, I think, put a big emphasis on this game because they felt like it's as close to a dress rehearsal for the changes they've made for San Francisco to match up better against that team. I think they felt like this was as close to a dress rehearsal as they could get because they are trying to top the physicality of that 49ers defense, the way they run their front, and the Jets do a lot of those similar things. And so as a measuring stick for a game that's 3 weeks away, do you feel better about how they match up against the 49ers if the Jets are similar?
Yes.
And that's...
If they're similar, now San Fran is much better offensively.
Yes, that's one of the big
that's
things.
where they're not similar because a lot of this is, a defense, especially the second half. The defense is on the field just so much, especially when you had 20 more plays in the first half than the other one. It does change the dynamic of the game a lot. And the Cowboys called the game differently anyway. Like they would not call the game the same way against San Francisco, I would assume.
Look, let's just keep the injuries out of it.
Yep.
G-bag. Let's get everyone playing well, and let's get this thing for Sunday Night Football, an early heavyweight fight. Cowboys at San Fran.
My only
that might be game of the year.
Oh my.
Oh yeah, my only regret is that it's so early in the season. But then again, that's really good.
Yeah.
Do you really want them that late?
No.
And then it's almost like they just saw you. You're a different team week 5 than the second weekend of the playoffs.
At Arizona,
everybody's different.
At Arizona, you're a 12-point favorite. New England at home at San Francisco, Sunday Night Football. Let's go around the rest of the NFL and the 2 comebacks in the NFC East. Final hour, Cowboys Monday edition of Sean and RJ, right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Q.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now he's going to heave one deep down the right sideline. The ball is up in the air, and the ball is knocked down and incomplete, batted away by Adoree Jackson, and the Giants have done it. They trailed 20-0 at the half, 28-7 early in the third quarter. The final score, the Giants 31 and Arizona 28.
Final hour, fist pump time. Get it, pay. We got Bobby Bell, Cowboys Insider. We got Ryan in the back. I'm Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and our Bobby and everybody. They got left out of the Fox promo yesterday morning. Thank goodness. Give some shine to the rest of us.
Yeah.
As this is the final hour of a Cowboys Monday where we are feeling fantastic again.
You know who else got left out of the piece? Jerry Jones, the president, the Pope, all these other very famous people. It's more about elevating, everybody else. That's kind of the thing.
Let's talk about everybody else. And that would be the rest of the NFC East and the NFL before Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joins us at 9:20 on a Cowboys Monday. The Giants came back from 20-0. They were down 20-0. And I was talking so much smack. I was on social media. I was talking to my Giants friends. And the freaking Arizona Cardinals screw up the entire lead. Now, they did lose Saquon Barkley. It sounds like they got lucky. That was a nasty... I thought that was a broken leg. I thought that was a broken leg for Saquon getting twisted up in the pile. Yeah. They say the MRI was negative. Sounds like they dodged a bullet.
The X-ray, right, was negative. They're doing the MRIs today.
Yep. Yeah, sorry, I was getting confused with Bobby's MRI.
So today we may find he's got a ligament issue.
I don't know.
Who knows? It could be anything.
Let's not root for anything, G-Bag.
No, we're not rooting. I'm just saying we don't know what it's going to be.
Let's not root for anything, but I was really disappointed and down that the Giants came back and won.
I was too. I was all happy. I needed a Tennessee victory over the weekend, and Josh Dobbs almost going to give it to me, but he didn't. He didn't give it to me. That would have been nice. It would have been very, very nice. I will say, that would have taken a little bit of shine away, maybe, perhaps, from the Week 1 win over the Giants, but it didn't. It's a bad win. It's a bad win for the Giants.
This is it's a bad win for the Giants, but honestly, they just need to be thanking their lucky stars that they were able to come back and not dig into this 0-2 hole, because this would have been, you were talking about full panic. At least now people are just kind of going, well, and they're complaining. They go, we won, but this was bad. Like, it's more just grumbling at this point. But this would have been full-on meltdown mode if they would have lost this game. Arizona is awful. Arizona wants these top picks. Arizona doesn't want to beat you. They purged their roster at the end of training camp. They don't care. And they almost just bludgeoned the Giants. I mean, you mentioned it was 20-0. It got up all the way to 28-7. They were up 3 full touchdowns on the Giants.
I know. It would have been so sweet. And then the other game in the NFC East had an epic comeback as well.
Play action. Steps up, throws towards the end zone, towards Cortland Sutton. Incomplete. Broken up by Benjamin St. Juste. No flags. Game over. Washington wins 35-33.
Little PI there, but the game never should have gotten to that point. A crazy Hail Mary from the Broncos, and the Washington Commanders are 2-0. First time in forever. They got the new juju from the ownership group.
Yep. You change owners, you change coordinators, and you give the reins over to Sam Howell. Well, who'd have thought? But they look good. Their offense looks good. They look like they're doing something. I was stunned. I think
they're 2-0 for the first time in 12 years. I think that's the stat. New England 0-2 for the first time since 2001. I think they won the title. And Washington is 2-0 for the first time in 12 seasons. And Eric Bieniemy is trending all over social media for the broken Chiefs offense and the Commanders putting up points.
He did. He is trending, but
good for him.
Good for him, absolutely. But unfortunately for him, he's stuck with Ron Rivera. Quick question. How many winning seasons does Ron Rivera have in 13 years?
3.
5.
It's 3. 3.
So that's improvement.
And one of them he had the MVP. Like, that's tough, man. I couldn't believe when I saw that one.
Would you say, on the reverse side of that, looking at the Broncos, would you say that this is maybe, quote, one of the worst coaching jobs in the history of the NFL by Sean Payton?
This?
Yeah, just in general, these first 2 weeks.
Why would you say that after 2 weeks?
Because, I mean,
they barely lost.
He was trying to sling some mud pretty hard at the previous coaching staff.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
One of the worst in the NFL. It was embarrassing the way this organization was run, and then you come out here and you blow 21-3 leads and you lose to a dumpster fire like the Raiders. And
Game of the day was supposed to be Chiefs Jacksonville. Hideous. I was oh man.
Very bad.
Right after the Giants, this game disappointed me the most because I was going to come in here talking so much smack to you all for laughing at me and Pepe, putting the Chiefs lower in our power rankings. They got Kelsey back. They got Chris Jones back, and they still only put up 17 points. Meanwhile, the overrated Trevor Lawrence, Mike Bassick, the golden child, putting up 9 points in this big prove-it game at home, as both teams are now 1-1. This was supposed to be the game of the day, and they ended up scoring 26 total points.
I'll say this about the Chiefs' defense. In the 2 games, they faced some pretty good offenses, and they've allowed 30 points. It's not bad. That's not bad for playing the offense they did.
Yeah, well, 3 times the Cowboys amount, but good for the others. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but those are pretty good offenses.
Yeah. You know, as bad as the Jets were yesterday, and as dominant as the Cowboys were, the team with the worst success rate in the NFL yesterday was the Chiefs on offense.
Really?
They were the worst. And when you talk about just on a play-by-play basis, succeeding on each down, they were the worst team in the NFL yesterday.
Meanwhile, an 0-2, it happened last year. Will this year be different as Baltimore gave Joe Burrow and the Bengals another loss?
Victory formation, the final snap as Lamar Jackson takes a knee, and the Ravens will take off for a trip back to Baltimore with a 2-0 start to the season as they push the Bengals to 0-2.
This Bengals offense was dead again before they finally woke up with a couple of Burrow touchdowns. They lose 27-24. Ravens radio with the call. The Ravens are 2-0, and the Bengals are 0-2. Where's all the Josh Allen noise for Burrow? Let's see if the golden child.
Well, he's made a Super Bowl.
Let's see.
It will give no, seriously, that will give him a little bit of a break, right?
I mean, sure, if you'd like to do that. Now, here's the interesting thing, and I had seen the stat. I want to see what the exact number is just so that I can make sure. Okay, through 6 quarters, what was the longest completion that Joe Burrow had? Through the first 6 quarters of the season?
11 yards.
Pretty damn close.
Longest
12.
completion, 12.
12 yards was his furthest completion through the first game and a half of the season before coming out in the third. He finally hit a 32-yard pass.
What was his? Okay, so
he said, "Look, we're not going to be sharp and crisp. I missed all of training camp." He said that after the game.
He did. I mean, and because he had that calf injury and he didn't even practice.
And he got banged up yesterday.
Yeah.
And listen to this year versus last year, both 0-2. Last year they scored 18 through the first 2 games. This year 13. Passing yards 232 to 141. 3-and-out percentage 29 last year. This year 59%. 3-and-out off the field. And last year they made the AFC title game.
And they did, yeah. So that's there's room for them. This seems to be their MO. They come out slow. Now their next 4, home to the Rams, at the Titans, at the Cardinals, home to Seattle, and they go to San Fran. So they could, and then they have San Fran and the Bills back to back. They're looking. They I think they would be thrilled with 4-4.
Yeah. You get out of that with 2 losses, that'd probably be ideal.
You're 4-4, and then Texans, Ravens, Steelers, Jags, Colts, Vikings. You can rattle off 5 of 6 there.
Look, fun game of the day. And let's see which NFC team is for real. This was Geno Smith balling in overtime.
Geno is looking. Now he throws far side. It's Lockett. Does he reach the ball across? He does. Yeah. It's over, baby. Touchdown, Seahawks. Tyler Lockett on a little pass out into the right side flat. Reaches the ball across the pylon. He scores. Game over. Seahawks win 37-31.
Detroit, that stadium was deafening. They're ticked off over an Aiden Hutchinson holding penalty that was not called. Geno made big-time throws, including the walk-off to Lockett on Seahawks radio. Seattle 1-1. Detroit falls to 1-1.
Yeah, they. I don't like. I still don't like the overtime rule. You should be able to have both teams touch the ball. These 2 teams need to play every week. Last year it was 48-45. Seahawks won. This year it's 37-31. I mean, that is fun. That is fun. And those Geno's. I don't know what to make of Geno yet because he didn't have a great week 1, but he had a really nice week this past week. These 2 offenses, at least when they play each other, are tremendous.
Goff for the pick 6. He was 20 passes away from setting the NFL record, most consecutive passes without an interception. 20 passes away. Aaron Rodgers has the mark. Around the NFL, here on Sean and RJ, before we get back to the Cowboys, my Buffalo Bills, I was a little scared. They were down 7-0. Devontae Adams scores the opening touchdown, but they romped the Raiders 38-10 over fake Jimmy Garoppolo. And the Atlanta Falcons come back. How about Atlanta 2-0? They were down 24-12, and they beat my Green Bay Packers. Jordan Love with 3 touchdowns. Atlanta, sexy pick for a lot, 2-0. Did you pick them to win the South?
No, I had the Saints win the South, but I had to land in the playoffs as a wild card team.
Nice.
I feel decent about that right now. And look, I don't know, long term their viability of being able to win, but so far so good, man. Like, people love Arthur Smith.
Arthur Smith putting it right in Bobby's face with all the offseason hype. He was the Jordan Love of the offseason with the coaching hype.
I forget Arthur Smith. That's Bijan, baby. That's Bijan taking control and doing what Bijan does. This is what we try to tell you about at the University of Texas, Sean.
19 for 124 for Bijan.
Very, very good. What's impressive here, though, is I have been impressed these first 2 weeks with Jordan Love. He does look really good. And especially, just pushing the ball downfield, he looks impressive, and I think that one is starting to look like it could work out for them.
Buccaneers are 2-0. Good for Baker Mayfield. Mike Evans, fantasy receiver of the day after the Rams kid. Puka, Nuka, whatever his name.
Puka Nacua.
6 for 171 for Mike Evans. And tomorrow we don't have enough time for my flowers that y'all are going to give me this week for Justin Fields. What an abomination. 0-2. The Bears helpless on off. DJ Moore, he's in prison over there.
Yeah, he's still at 104 yards.
Did you see the Justin Fields pick 6?
Oh my God, that was terrible.
That was a Carson Wentz-like pick 6.
Yep.
Anthony Richardson leaves the game with a Tua-like concussion. This is what Tua. People made fun of Tua for the jiu-jitsu stuff, practicing how to land. That's what got Anthony Richardson yesterday as the Colts beat the Texans 31-20. A lot of people were still impressed with C.J. Stroud, 384-2. Anthony Richardson ran into before leaving the game hurt.
Yeah, it stinks that he had to leave the game because now you wonder, how long before he is 100% again. And if you're the Colts, don't you just take every possible precaution with him?
Possibility of gross Monday Night Football. 6:15. It's a doubleheader. 6:15 Saints at Panthers. 7:15 Browns at Steelers.
That one could get ugly. That could get ugly.
Over under. Which game do you think has a lesser over under?
The Browns Steelers.
Browns Steelers.
Yeah.
They do by 1.5. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
How come Browns Steelers is 38, Saints Panthers is 39.5? There it is around the NFL. Inside the NFCs, is Zach Martin okay? And what was it like inside the 2-0 locker room of the Dallas Cowboys? Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joins the Cowboys Monday party with Sean and RJ next.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Ball near the left hash. Prescott in the gun. Back is on his left. Snap goes back. Looking to his left. Looking. Checks it down. Ferguson at the 1. Leans over the pylon. Touchdown.
Tight ends bouncing back from last week. Cowboys dominant over a New York team again, 30-10. This is Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Crosstalk with KMC coming up at 9:40. By the way, the Rangers get swept by Cleveland, but we're still heading out Friday night, the entire station watching the field in Section 133. Section 133 night with The Fan, Rangers.com/133. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort after the 30-10 win yesterday. Joining us every Monday from DallasCowboys.com. Nick, the blueprint for winning football is the headline of your column. Take us inside of it and what you saw yesterday.
Well, good to be on with you guys this morning. I honestly, I kind of been hearing you guys talk a little bit about it. So, you guys, this has obviously been a big topic on just how the game looked. But for me, I kind of thought that this is kind of what Mike McCarthy drew up all along this offseason, and when he wanted to take over as the play caller, is this, be in control of the game, and this is how you manage the game a little bit better, knowing what you have going on defense, what is happening on in the trenches and things like that. And I just thought they handled the game perfectly. You'd like to see a little bit more in scoring in the red zone when you're especially on first and goal from the 1. But for the most part, I thought the defense played just lights out, and the offense was complementary football. And this is kind of what you want.
Do you think that McCarthy intentionally dialed it back a little bit once they had the lead?
I do. I mean, I don't think Tony Pollard running into that line is something that you would want to do all the time. My only change would be maybe change up the running backs, later in the game if that's what you're going to do. If you're going to do that and you're not really looking to be that aggressive, then maybe somebody else with a little bit more muscle can run through that line and take those hits, because they were some pretty big hits. But yeah, I think he changed the game plan and kind of said, all right, this is the cards that are dealt, and this is how I'm going to play them.
Do you include the red zone in there, like just getting down there and settling, not even settling for field goals, just like that was the plan? Like we're not really even going to try for TDs at this point?
I don't know. Like I don't think that they didn't try for touchdowns. I think the one where they got first and goal at the 1 and they ran Hendershot on a reverse, which I did not like. I didn't like that play, and then kind of set them back. I mean, I definitely think they were trying to score there, but I think in the fourth quarter when they got down in the red zone, that looked to me like they were just saying, hey, we're up. At one point they're up 14. It's like, let's make this a 3-score game. You make it a 3-score game the way our defense is playing, there's no way we're going to lose.
Nick, do you think at some point?
And by the way, last thing, you're signing off on agreeing with that approach, correct?
I agree with saying every game is different, and let's take this and go, all right, this Jets offense cannot score on us.
Yeah.
The only way we're going to get beat is if we beat ourselves. So I'm signing off on that approach from the game to game. If you get down 17-0 in the first quarter, then you better get your foot on the gas and start to play. And I would hope that he could do that.
Nick, what will this offense look like when inevitably a team just says, we're taking away CeeDee Lamb? Like, that's what we're going to do. We're just going to double him up. Yeah. We're not going to let you work the ball here. Figure it out elsewhere. Does this offense, you think, schematically and with the way Dak's playing, do you think they have the firepower essentially to, win that type of a game?
I think they do. They probably didn't as much yesterday without Brandon Cooks. I do think Brandon Cooks can be a type of player that if you're going to play that way, you have to compromise something. And I think Cooks is the guy. I think Gallup's going to come on. I mean, he's going to be fine. I mean, this is kind of the nature of
this offense when you have a lot of you're trying to spread the ball around. I think that they can. I do, and I think it starts with Cooks and Gallup, and then of course tight ends are just going to be complementary receivers like Schultz was. Really, I think that they can be that type of guy. Get to the sticks, turn around, catch the ball, move. First down. I think you can be that way. I was not impressed with the way the Jets handled that on defense yesterday. I really wasn't, and I never dreamed that they would play that way with Sauce Gardner. It makes me wonder if he's really as good as they say he is, or are they so stubborn to play it that way, or are the other corners just so bad?
You mean not following Lamb?
Yeah, I mean, what are we doing? I mean, congratulations, you locked up Tolbert and Gallup on the side, and you let CD go for 150.
Yeah,
I mean that to me, I don't understand that. And if you can't travel, then and certainly he can. And so to me, it's a scheme thing that I just don't understand. And the Cowboys said, all right, go ahead.
I mean, Quinn did that with Sherman, right?
I believe he did. I mean, I believe Sherman at times, but they did things a little bit differently too, because they had their safety. Their safeties were so good. I can't tell you that I know everything that they did with Seattle, but I know that they were kind of built differently because of their safeties in the back end. And you don't travel all the time, because one of the reasons I remember Mike Zimmer saying this one time, one of the reasons that you don't just travel corners is because your other corner can't travel either.
Right.
Like he can't handle it.
Yeah.
So, but I think that they have good players. I just would have mixed it up a little bit.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, was in Arlington for the beatdown here every Monday with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. More impressed with what the Cowboys offense did to the Jets D, or the Cowboys run D against, by the way, Breece Hall coming out and saying, why'd we lose? I got 4 touches. Mm-hmm. Cowboys run D or Cowboys passing game?
That's a good question. I mean, they're both big question marks going into the game. Probably more impressed with the run D, stopping them like that. And I thought DeMarcus Lawrence on the first play of the game for defense, just busted through, getting 4-yard loss. I mean, I believe in setting the tone. I think McCarthy did a great job on the front end, by taking the ball. I mean, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't take the ball to start the game. But he's looking at it like, hey, I'm going to go out there, and I know if we can get a lead, then we can change the way the other team wants to play. And that's been happening here the last 2 games. So I give him credit for that. It's probably not what I would do, but I mean, I don't coach football and he does. And, I think that was just a feel thing and he did it. But I thought the defense stepped up too when they had that lead and said, all right, we're going to stop the run and we're going to make you pass.
Nick, this offseason we heard pretty consistently from Brian Schottenheimer, Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott. They kept giving us the number 30%, that the offense was going to look 30% different roughly. Through these 2 games, is it more or less, or do you think 30% is about what it is?
That seems about right to me. I'm trying to think. My math has never been good for me in the morning. So I mean, I think that sounds about right. There's some changes. I think the biggest difference overall is just the running back. It's just the type of running back. And I think you can say, I mean, the way Zeke ran the ball, I think that was missed a little bit yesterday in the red zone when you're just trying to run through a brick wall like that. He's shown the ability to do that, so that they really don't have that guy. We've been talking about what they're going to do when they get down there. That's the biggest change for me. Some of the other, the passing and they get the ball out quicker. And it's less shots down the field, obviously, if you're getting the ball out quicker.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com here on 105.3 The Fan. Who'd you talk to in the locker room?
Kind of the normal guys, I was in there for Jordan Lewis. It was kind of cool to see him back there with CD. Micah, listening to Micah, always entertaining. Tight ends, just kind of the guys. I can't think of Zach Martin. I talked to him. I did have a funny exchange with him because he was talking about when he got he was on the ground for a second, and Tyron Smith, who knows the trainers well, He turned around and he was like, come on, come get Zach. Like waving them over. And Zach was like, just give me a second, dang, like I'm getting up, like calm down. He was laughing because he's like, he waved him back over, like I'm fine, get away from me. It was just kind of funny exchange. He was telling the guys like, just can I get a second to get up? Thanks. So he wasn't ready to come out of the game. Now he did eventually in the fourth quarter. They put Awesome Richards in there at guard, but no. And I think Zach's beat up pretty good right now. I mean, he had the groin injury coming in, and then of course I think he got rolled up on. So we'll see how bad it is. Hopefully not, because they also have Tyler Smith that they're trying to get back as well.
Brandon Aubrey has answered the kicking questions.
Yes, I mean he's answered it, and I think what happens is you're getting a longer leash. That's all. That's what all kickers do. The guy in Baltimore's got probably the longest leash ever. He could miss a few kicks and he'd be fine. But I just think that's what you're doing. You're building confidence. Again, like I thought everyone thinks McCarthy played it conservative. I think I would have been more conservative than him. Like, I am not kicking a 55-yard field goal with a 21-10 lead like that. The way the defense is playing, I'm not doing that.
That was the worst drive. That was the worst drive of the game. I don't know what they were trying to do.
And then the one where they ended up with the field goal.
Yeah, that led to the 55-yard. I didn't understand that. It was like they were intentionally trying. Brad Sham said it today. He's not going to be the one, he said, to do it, but asking about being conservative to kick field goals versus obviously, all plays are designed to score. But that's what I felt like they were doing. I totally agree with you with the offensive approach. I think that's what Mike was trying to do him, but Brad is like, who's going to ask that today?
But, don't you think, though, if they wanted to learn about Aubrey, and maybe that's why they settled for that field goal, do it in a game like this where you don't think that they can come back on you anyway?
Yeah, but I can learn about him at 27-10, 30-10. Yeah. That was 21-10.
But didn't 21-10 yesterday feel like 30-10?
No. I mean, maybe, but it's still 21-10. Really. I mean, Garrett Wilson.
With the way the Jets scored. The Jets scored their touchdown, on a play with Garrett Wilson. We're like, okay, they are like one play away. And then their defense obviously could make a play too if Gardner gets that interception. So, But I think you call games for your field goal team in the preseason. I'm not doing that in the regular season. I'm just saying I wouldn't have kicked a field goal. I'm not kicking it. You miss it. You give them the ball at the 45-yard line. They can't. I mean, if you punt it to the 9-yard line, I don't think they're going to get it up to the 45. So no, I just that's how conservative I would be with this defense.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, bringing it strong after another dominating performance. Anything else you think we need to know?
No, I'll say this. I think the court, as everyone's kind of talking about, well, it's not always going to face Garrett Wilson and Daniel Jones, but I think that these quarterbacks that they face are the best two quarterbacks they're going to face this month. I mean, I think that they're better overall than Dobbs and Mac Jones.
Well, you don't think Zach Wilson's better than Mac Jones?
I think Daniel Jones is. I mean, I don't think listen, I don't think either of those two guys are that great at all. I mean, so Mac Jones and Josh Dobbs, no, I mean, they're not going to scare the Lion.
Right.
So, I mean,
the Lion.
And I don't know. I mean, at this point, I would have liked to have seen Aaron Rodgers' game. I mean, that would have been fun. I would have seen, it would have been a different game. I don't know how much different it would have been. I think, he would have had a hard time with that pressure too, and now he handles it differently. He would have been better, but I mean, I still think the Cowboys, the way that they're playing and dialing it up on defense right now, I mean, the best quarterback in the league is going to have some problems with them.
Great stuff. Thank you, brother. We'll talk Wednesday.
Thank you.
There he is, Nick Eatman, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Crosstalk with KMC to continue the Cowboys party after this. But let's go ahead and
you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
1st and 10 for the Jets at the Dallas 47. Wilson back, sets up, throws it out. Intercepted by Diggs at the 50-yard line and down at the 47. Here's your first of the year.
Brad Sham with the call. This is Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, Corey Majors. Normally, it's more of a tell that you definitely want to say something first, but I think you do want to say something first.
I'm just proud of you guys for being so famous. I saw you in the Fox promo stuff. It was pretty sweet.
You guys are going to be really happy when the Barrett Sports Media article comes out, and I told them that it should have been you guys or the afternoon show who got the TV time. We only got it because of scheduling.
Oh,
that's right. I gave them the ratings and everything. I gave them the ratings and everything.
Sure is really stoked to hear that.
Who?
Just
our ratings have been good. You
know.
all have been dominant. So I was like, yeah, the other two shows, it worked out. It worked out probably because of scheduling, but I thought Fox did do a great job. Unlike morons at Amazon who are banned from this show, just like Jim Nantz is. So Jim Nantz, Amazon out, Fox in. Love Fox. Love Fox. They're great. That's what the best people ever.
Oh man, I didn't even think about that.
I was gonna say you need to update that.
Oh yeah, he's canceled Fox.
I have moved on to news.
Tucker.
We're doing some online stuff. O'Reilly, big fan.
But thank you. I thought they did a great
I know
job.
it was really good. All
cool.
seriousness, it was really good.
Although you know, Barrett Sports Media was like, "Did you guys come up with that theme?" And I'm like, "No." Like, the networks are so desperate to say that we believe a title's imminent after week 1 against the sorry-ass Giants. I was like, no, we did not come up with the Cowboys are back and 90s are here again.
Sorry-ass Giants. That's the only loss the NFC East has.
Is it? That's right. That really was disappointing yesterday, that comeback. Corey, what's coming up?
Right out of the gate, Kevin wants to let the complainers complain. Because there's one fatal flaw for this team.
What about the positive
Don't
part?
worry, hold on.
With that.
Hold on. There's a positive part in that.
But there's a but, Kevin.
Okay.
But also, did they solve a huge problem? We'll do that at 10. And then also at 10:20, this is a 50-year trend in the NFL that the Cowboys they disproved it. And Stephen Jones at noon today.
Yeah, we at least waited 2 hours for the only negative aspect today. 2 hours in.
It starts with a positive.
And then
that was the first segment I heard.
Oh,
and
man.
I did hear you say, "Hey, look, I waited all this time, but you know what? We have to."
Yeah.
But that was the first segment I heard this morning, and I was in the shower just showering. Oh!
And I defended McCarthy for it. I defended the approach. So even though it got negative with the fighting between us, I still defended the McCarthy approach.
When you shower, would you bring the phone in with you, or do you leave it outside the shower and can hear it through?
Alexa.
Don't go sending it off all around the Metroplex.
You got a speaker in there.
I got one in the bathroom, where we have a shower bathroom, and then Adrian has a side, and I have a side on either side of that.
What a flex!
And then we have the Google home by the kitchen, so I just turn those on while I'm cooking eggs.
We're a two different party family too. We got Google and Alexa.
And we got a free Alexa. Like, I don't even know how it got delivered to us. It just showed up one day, and every once in a while she'll be like, "Hey, how did you know my name is this?" And it's weird.
They're all getting set off. Yeah, they are. DFW right now. All of them. What's up, Mikey?
How's it going?
It's going well. I'm trying to see how it's going with you.
Perfect.
That's sarcastic. I'm trying to judge Mike right now. Is he overjoyed, positive, Ranger depressed? What category would you put him in?
All of the above.
I mean, the Rangers are the most impossible team in the history of sport to try to figure out.
Yeah, right. let's tease baseball nuggets. We are doing baseball nuggets today, which I think is a great idea at 10:40.
Baseball nuggets. I have no clue what's going to happen.
But we'll be there Friday night in section 133 having an awesome time.
I was talking to Jess's favorite man in the middle, Greg Ostertag, during the weekend. And
that's true.
He was asking me about.
You were talking to Greg Ostertag?
Yeah.
Oh.
And
how did that get a well?
He was asking about
because I was trying to get the
Rangers
reference.
And I said before Saturday, he's like, "Come on, honest opinion, like chance they make the playoffs." And I'm like, I'm probably like at 55%. I keep changing my percent, but then after Sunday, I'm like, I have no clue. just throw a coin in the water and pray.
Yeah.
You know, this is impossible to figure out if they are going to be good at baseball or bad at baseball. They're really not even in between. They're either really bad or really good.
Yes.
They are not in between. They are not like at no point can you say, gosh, they're playing okay, or they're playing pretty good. You're like, gosh, they're playing great. Or are they the worst team in baseball?
So to go from a mega series in Toronto and put up 35 runs in 4 games to go to Cleveland and score 6 runs.
And Cleveland's done.
Cleveland's done.
They
Now-
had the longest winning streak in baseball, and then they get swept by a team that's got nothing to play for.
Jose Ramirez didn't even show up for his birthday party cake yesterday. Like he just left. Like Francona's like, yeah, he's out of here.
Yeah,
He's gone.
and I have they play what, Boston? I have Boston's left 10 to 12. I have no idea what to expect.
Boston might sweep us.
I have no idea.
We might score 40 runs in 3 games against Boston. I have no clue what's going to happen with this team. Like I'd love to tell you, man, this is about to happen.
How did you end up rooting in the Bassick Bowl yesterday?
Gosh, I was disappointed. First of all, it wasn't I guess it was a competitive game. I will say that throughout the game, it was within pretty much one score. I guess 8 points is obviously one score. Sometimes I worry about that. Like, you got to get the touchdown and the 2. But
Like Denver.
what a miserable game. Like, for that to – everybody was hyped up about that game. Whether you like Trevor Lawrence or don't like him, whether you like Patrick Mahomes or don't like him, you're thinking, boy, going into this game, these are 2 guys that are considered – according to CBS Sports, top 5 quarterbacks in the game today. And at the end of it, you're like, well, Patrick Mahomes played pretty good, but nothing special. And Trevor Lawrence was below average at best. Like, being nice, he was below average yesterday.
Kevin, where did you stand on the Kellen Moore topic when he left? And how do you feel about it today as people think Brandon Staley is about to get run?
Kellen Moore's head coach?
Who is that? The discussion?
No, I mean, you'd think.
I mean, who else? I don't know who their DC is.
They lose in the weirdest ways, man.
They do.
They find every way to possibly lose. And
I don't think
Staley's
you
been
can
at the forefront.
elevate the DC unless it's someone who has
oh my God.
Yeah,
no.
unless it's like Wade Phillips,
Yeah.
where he's already got years and years of history, or I guess I know Fangio's with Miami, but I'm saying somebody like him.
I mean, I think I was okay when Kellen Moore left, but I thought he was good. His just maybe what he tried to run here didn't totally fit, or we needed just something different. Is the prevailing wisdom, though, that Brandon Staley's going to get fired, or is that just because of the rough start?
Well, he was the favorite in Vegas before the season, and now 0-2.
Yeah.
Titans loss, overtime. Not
Eckler to get it going.
Not looking. The Chargers are just one of those fraudulent, always disappointing teams.
Can I ask you, how does that equate with your thoughts about the quarterback?
Great question. Because we're like, does Herbert get a pass? Just like Burrow's going to get a pass compared to Josh Allen after this start. But
At least Burrow's been to the Super Bowl, though.
Yeah.
And last year was in the AFC Championship.
And he was in the AFC Championship game. Like, he wakes up and he makes at least the conference
But the
championship
Bills
game.
are always in the playoffs.
Yeah, but they've been knocked out before then. Never made the Super Bowl. Only made a 1 conference championship game. And Burrow's been a 2 in half the time.
Okay.
So like that is a little bit different. And he's been hurt all spring or all spring training camp.
Does Herbert is Herbert going to get a pass here again?
Yes, because people are in love with his talent. And that's the thing. And that's why, this whole like your narrative you have over these people when they come into the league sticks with them forever.
Yeah.
Like,
I do agree.
Tua's
I do agree with
overrated.
that.
He doesn't throw the ball and then all of a sudden all this guy does is put up 30 every game. He's fun. Like that's the Cowboy game that I'm most looking forward to the rest of the way. I want to see this defense versus that offense. I can't wait to see that.
Mike, do you feel, this is our big question tomorrow, does this actually feel different? This Dallas team, does it actually feel different?
Yes.
Legit.
Yes, because this looks like the best defense in the NFL, led by the next greatest player in the history of the NFL. So when you have Micah Parsons, I just can remember as a kid, I got into football right around 84, 85. 85 Bears was the first team I fell in love with, and my Uncle Joe made sure that I fell out of love with that situation in a heartbeat, and we were Cowboy fans no matter what. So I had to root for Steve Pallure. So that being said, Lawrence Taylor won 2 championships, not by himself. He had a great coach. He had a good quarterback. They had good players around him. It's not just one person. But the way Lawrence Taylor played football and led a team from the linebacker / pass rushing position to championships, I think we have that. Now, can Dak control the game correctly the way Phil Simms kind of did? Like, Phil Simms, never a Hall of Fame quarterback, solid quarterback, never a top 5 quarterback of his time, but good enough to lead a team to 2 championships. I know Jeff Hostetler stepped into his place when he got hurt late in the year and took over. But they still won with Jeff Hostetler. So I look at this team and go, I think it's different because you might only have to score 21 points to beat all the best teams in the NFL. So if you go into a game now and say, look, best case scenario for all the teams we play, they score 20. That is us playing bad defense. The other team scoring 20. We ask you, Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy and offense, you score 21 and we might go undefeated this year. So I think that this is legitimate. I get it. I get the reservations on it, but I do think that this team legitimately has a chance to win it all because of the defense.
Oh, we got Bassick on board.
I love it.
Yeah.
He predicted Super Bowl.
He did.
And then I backed off.
And then
right
he backed off.
Right at the beginning.
Why
of the
would you
season.
predict Super Bowl?
Well, defense and Micah Parsons. I even
you
said
felt like they would
said
take the
months
step.
ago that I felt like Micah Parsons is now the next Lawrence Taylor, and Lawrence Taylor led 2 teams to a championship,
Give
2
me the main
championships.
event
So
of
I
WrestleMania.
You doing that project then, Sean? Is that what you're doing? Going to watch YouTube on Lawrence Taylor?
Yes.
I heard that this morning.
Yes.
WrestleMania 11.
Thank you for
You want to
listening.
watch that?
Thank you for
Him
listening with
versus
your
Bam
wife
Bam
in
Bigelow.
the shower.
Together.
And give him your Micah Luka take. I just want to see what he thinks. What they think.
I thought he had a Micah impression. I was like,
Micah he's left Luka in the dust at being the best at what they do in DFW.
yeah,
You agree?
Agreed?
yeah.
What about
I think
Seeger?
Micah looks like he is going to enter the category. Now he has to stay healthy.
What about DeGrom?
But I think he's going to enter the category of
Trey
Lawrence
Lance.
Taylor, Reggie White,
Yeah.
Aaron Donald. If you want to throw like Bob Lilly, I wasn't around for Bob Lilly, but Bob Lilly was a franchise-changing championship player. Like, just take whoever you think the top 5 kind of pass rushers, defensive players of all time, leaving out cornerbacks, different kind of situation. I do think Micah Parsons is going to enter the conversation 5-6 years from now. Is he the greatest defensive football player of all time?
Go down to Reggie White YouTube rabbit hole. Watch him tackle a quarterback by throwing the wide receiver at him.
We're back tomorrow with Jerry Jones at 8:30 and another concert ticket giveaway. The KMC Masterpiece on a Cowboys Monday is next.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Prescott is under center on 1st and 12 at his own 3. Back to throw it out of the end zone. Slant to Lamb. First down, 20. Broke a tackle, 25. Broke another 30. 34, ball came out, and Biotish down the field again to recover the fumble.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Cowboys are victorious 30-10. And obviously, early shout out to Tyler Biotish for running all the way downfield and making sure he picked that up, even though CeeDee Lamb's like, that's not a fumble. Tyler Biotish is like, in case it is, bam, I got it.
It's the second time he's done that, dude. I'm so proud of Tyler Biotish for being a guy that's like, you know what? I'm going to be the trailer. I am the center. I trail here. That's what I do. I finish up with a cleanup dunk.
Programming alert. It won't be today, I don't believe, but apparently there is quite the divisive Phil Collins discussion happening between us and RJ Choppy that we will have to dive into maybe tomorrow, you think?
We can get into that tomorrow during the C block. I think I'll even give Choppy an opportunity to like vet himself here if he wants to, but we'll be playing some interesting stuff tomorrow.
So my question right out of the gate, though we can go any different avenue that y'all want, is I thought yesterday's game was great. You thumped an inferior opponent, and I felt like they answered one big question in terms of the run defense off of one game. But this was everybody going into this game, it felt like, is what's your concern? How's a run defense going to look? How's a run defense going to look? And now Breece Hall is so furious about how the game went. He was like, well, I only had 4 touches.
I think he considered retiring after this one. Right?
And, I mean, after that one hit, I think he should have considered it. But I felt like they solved one question and maybe developed a new question about the team. But the question that I thought they did a really good job of attacking in this game was, how's your run defense going to look? Now, we can talk about those 2 Zach Wilson scrambles in particular that you're like, what the crap? But other than that, when the Jets were still trying to run the ball, I thought they were like, not today.
Yeah, no, that was well, and Kevin, I guess that also goes to a concerted effort to make that happen.
Fair.
And they also went into this game. We discussed it going in on Friday. They went into this game knowing that Zach Wilson is not the dude. So we, as long as we don't let the run game beat us, we think we can cover for the most part in the secondary, which they did, aside from one play. Stephon Gilmore didn't have his greatest game yesterday.
He struggled yesterday, I thought.
But and he was part of the part that gave up that touchdown. I know Malik Hooker took the bad angle, missed the tackle, but that was it. Like, that was the only moment where you're like, okay. But they said Zach Wilson will not beat us. We will not let the run game beat us either. One thing I didn't like pay attention to specifically, just because I was so cued in on trying to watch and see what Micah was doing throughout the game, was how Mozzie did in this game. I know Hankins made some good stops too. I will go back and watch Mozzie and see how he did. But, man, for the most part, man, I thought they did exactly what they were supposed to do defensively against this team. I thought it was a boring game. I know there were some positive moments. There were good things that happened. When I say boring, I'm referring to exactly what I thought. The Cowboys didn't want to give them any more opportunities than they had to, and they gave them very few opportunities, and they wanted to be efficient while working the ball down the field to take as much time as they could, and that's what they did. They stuck to their game plan pretty well. I wish they would punch it in a little more. I wish you would finish those a little bit more, but at the same time, I mean, you're 70-10 right now in the last 2 games, so you're doing things right.
That is pretty incredible. It was the very first play of the game that I thought you couldn't set much better of a tone. Now, I realize that whole first series was looking solid for the Cowboys defense, but they hand the ball to Breece Hall, who is the player that I feel like came up a lot. Now, obviously, we talk about Quinnen Williams, Sauce, and we'll get to Sauce in a minute, but we talked about Breece Hall a lot. DeMarcus Lawrence just effing wrecks him. Like, I know that's his nickname, but he literally did look like a tank in my mind on that play and just smoked Breece Hall to drop him for -4 yards. And I thought right there, that set the tone, and it was a terrifying hit to me.
And Mike, that is something that I noted on Friday too, that for him. So whenever that happened immediately, I was like, oh crap, here we go. I said, because the pass rush was so good and because I don't think they fear Zach Wilson, I think that DeMarcus Lawrence is going to have more of an impact in the rush in stopping the run, and that should be helpful to it. And it was, man. That was an awesome play. That did set the tone. And it's your dude. It's the guy that I know Micah is like the personality of this team and everything, but he has a ton of respect for DeMarcus Lawrence and what he does.
This is one of the best defenses in the NFL, and I do think by the time we get to the San Francisco game, they're going to start hyping this up nationally, and maybe they're right. I don't know. We'll have to see when they start playing better offenses. As is this one of the best defenses in the history of the NFL? Wow. Because the Jets, hey, I give them credit. They hit a crossing pass. Hooker took a horrible angle, and it was a touchdown. That's the touchdown they've given up by Hooker doing a really bad job of taking an angle. That can happen.
Good job, Garrett Wilson. He's a heck of a receiver.
And it's going to happen again. There's going to be I'm not saying it'll be Hooker. I'm just saying that there'll be a bad angle. There'll be something that happens. A ball gets tipped up in the air, or, and another guy catches it for them. But Cardinals aren't going to score. Patriots aren't going to score. And so you're going to go into the 49ers game with probably only giving up 20 points in 4 games. They're going to have to start going, wait a second, who's given up this least amount of points since like World War II or whatever in the NFL, since they created the forward pass.
I will say this, Mike, when the Cowboys received the ball to open the game, all I could hear in my brain was you berating Jason Garrett for like 10 years. It felt like every time I turned on G-Bag Nation middays, you were like, why is Jason Garrett taking the ball? No other coaches in the NFL do this. And when McCarthy did it, I was like, that's in my notes. Why did they take the ball first? And then after seeing them march down the field, they run 4 times to start the game, 4 straight runs, and then 2 great passes to CeeDee Lamb. And they just walked down the field and said, bam, that's our offense, guys. Everybody that showed up for this today, that's what our offense is. Hopefully we can tuck it away and get back to it later, but that's what it's supposed to look like. That's what we wanted. We didn't get an opportunity to get into a groove last week, but they opened the game with that opportunity, and then they put the pressure on Zach Wilson to play from behind. Like immediately, now they're like, okay, now you got to go score points against us because you could be down 14-0 real quick.
The one thing that Zach Wilson I thought was really effective at was, and we've talked about this numerous times, the Cowboys defense is so good at getting pressure off the edges. Sometimes when the offensive line collapses, there is that seam right up the middle, right?
Yeah.
And that's a product of how effective
it is their defense.
Your edge pass rushers are. Is we talked about over pursuit, and there was 2 plays. I can't remember if they were back to back or if they happened like 2 out of 3 plays. Zach Wilson had 2 scrambles for a total of 28 yards. And you're like, hey, dial it down just a little bit because they're going to run that stupid scramble right up the middle. And it was exceedingly effective. And I know this is not the way it works. You can't just take those 2 plays out. But the other 14 carries for the Jets got a total of 36 yards.
Hell yeah.
That's 2.6 yards per carry. So you feel good about that. But the other thing, and
that's what Zeke did yesterday, too.
I think that's what Pollard did, too, though.
That is fair. There was some struggles there. But I think maybe this is to Mike's point, is eventually you're going to see a more competitive game.
Yes.
But I do like it that against 2 teams that you feel like you should be discernibly better than, at least now that appears to be the case, you have put it into position where they can't really run the ball. Like, I know Breece Hall, and he came out and he said, I only got 4 touches. That's why we struggled. That is exceedingly debatable. On his 4 touches, he got 9 yards, including a carry of 9 yards, which means on his other 3 carries, he had a total of 0 yards.
I do wonder if he's. I agree with you. The work you didn't show that you deserved any more, is what you're saying. But I also see the mindset of we should have stuck to that plan instead of giving that dude the opportunity to throw.
And for the record, I will agree with Breece Hall in terms of like, you should never have a game where he only gets 4 touches. I think he is an excellent player. I just don't think that would have changed the outcome of this game. And I like the fact that the Cowboys defense has put other teams in a position where they're like, well, it's too late for you to run the ball now because look at the score.
Yeah, there was one other note, Kevin, that I thought was really interesting. I thought when Romo was talking about how fast the team gets out of the huddle, I thought that was like that's a note that I'm betting, because he talked about it the way he did. I'm betting he noticed that Green Bay was kind of like that while he was playing against them, and he would notice, man, look at how fast they get the play in. They're out of the huddle. They're at the line. Now they can look at it. Everybody can see it, visualize it, and go. But that's part of the tempo that we discussed, that it's consistent, and you're never panicking going, hey, what's the play? Let's get this going. And now I got to redirect everybody. You give your quarterback opportunities to say, okay, I know what I'm doing, and I'm going to have to get it out this quickly because, Kevin, I'm betting you asked it last week, and I thought it was a really good opportunity to discuss some good qualities of Dak Prescott, although some people didn't. But immediately Dak Prescott knows, all right, I have this long to get the ball out and to get it to this guy and to make a move happen here. So I really enjoyed hearing Romo discuss that, because that is the organization that Mike McCarthy has said, I can make our offense more organized like this.
You know how I knew the offense was moving fast is the one audible that I instantly recall from that game where they ran the play clock down to 1 or 2 seconds. I was like, oh my God, snap the ball. Yeah. But think about years past. I'm dead serious about this. How many times in a game would you be like, oh my God, stop running it down to 1, because then the rushers can just time the snap. And they're like, hey, it's either a delay of game or I'm all over your snap count. And you used to see that all the time. And now it's like, go huddle snap, go huddle snap. Yeah. And it moves so fast that the one time that they ran it down, I was like, oh, wow. We're really taking this play clock down.
Yeah, I can't remember who the tight end that was running into the huddle, but Romo was like, oh, watch this. He gets to the huddle, break. And they're like, he was still running into the huddle, and they got the play called and ready to go. From the 682, Kevin, I watched the game at Twin Peaks. People were going to the restroom and talking while the offense was on the field, but locked in while the defense was on the field. I've never seen that happen before.
That is wild. And that feels like almost the exact opposite of what you would experience in most football games, right?
Yes.
You're like, oh, hey, CeeDee and
Can't
Dak
wait to see what Patrick Mahomes is about to do.
Yeah, exactly. And now you're like, hey, shut up. I need to see what Tank and Micah and Diggs and whoever else you want to put on there.
The other note is, and Mike, you said you did this last week. You did the Daniel Jones impression every time he got the ball. And I can only imagine what was going, like Zach Wilson gets the ball, he drops back, a pocket opens up in front of him. The whole offensive line gets pulled away, and he's like, I have room to run if I need to. Before he even thinks about getting the ball out of his hand, though, Micah's in his face. Can you just imagine what was going through his mind as Micah is coming that fast? Like, that dude he just looked like a monster.
Even when he had a touchdown pass, we got his hand. Even when they wide open, that was going to be a touchdown, as long as he threw it accurately. And we tipped his hand to then make it a horrible pass. And he's probably like, dang it, everything timed up right. I still didn't even get the time to throw it. And that wasn't Micah Parsons. Was that Odigizua?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. He had another really good game too, man.
Yes, he did. Yeah, indeed he did. And we're going to have to push our offensive question down the line, because I just want to say, for the record, I do see some people texting in and they're concerned about this specific aspect of the offense, and I think that is totally legitimate. We're just, our love fest here with the defense. Actually, you know what? I'll leave it up to you, Corey and Mike. This is y'all's decision. Do you want to talk more about the defense next, or do you want to talk about that concern about the offense?
It's up to you. I have no concerns.
I have no concerns either.
You have no concerns about the offense?
I have zero. You know what? Let's talk about your concern, Kevin.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what?
I don't even know what your concern is.
Fair.
Because I have something to counter that concern.
Just tease how you're going to be negative Kevin right now.
On Cowboys Victory Monday.
10.
I just have a question.
They didn't score 4. They didn't put it up another 40 burger.
I just have a question. If you have any concern about this aspect of the offense,
I'm so happy they didn't put up 40. I don't want to hear burger.
Or I'm going to get shouted down by everyone. We'll find out next, I guess, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our club.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Franklin & Franklin. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Franklin & Franklin are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin & Franklin for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Ball near the left hash. Prescott in the gun. Back is on his left. Snap goes back. Looking to his left. Looking. Checks it down. Ferguson at the 1. Leans over the pylon. Touchdown.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I am really concerned that this segment is not going to go how I thought it might. Is Mike's already ready? So
I'm interested. I'm engaged in what you're going to say about what's wrong with this team.
But hey, do you want me to preface this with something like really that I think is very interesting?
Yes, I do.
I think we're on our way to seeing the best version of CeeDee Lamb we've ever seen and might ever see. Like this is right now full Arsenal.
Saying he's not going to be good next year?
No, I think like this is
Hold
it.
on, that's what
this is it from here on. This is full arsenal of CeeDee Lamb available for Dak Prescott. So many different ways. It's not just the same old, hey, go turn around. There are lots of different ways to get him the ball. Romo pointed out one of the real creative little things they did almost behind the line of scrimmage. And just, hey, look, we're going to get you the ball, and you picked up 8 yards right there. He has these, and I know you said we'll talk about Sauce at some point.
Yep.
But he wasn't ever really guarded by anybody. He was running into zones. He was running into areas where he was going to be open, and Mike McCarthy sat there. It looked very Devontae Adams. It looked very much like we've seen things happen with the Jordy Nelsons in the past, where you're seeing, hey, we just got to find you an area to be, and we'll get you the football, and then you get to do. That's what he was the best at Oklahoma. When he was at OU, his bubble screens were amazing, and I think we're finally seeing that. Also, seeing Dak Prescott hitting him in stride at times was a benefit. It didn't happen all the time, but it was so much more important to Dak's success in this offense this season is that element of getting the guys in stride. Mike, we talked about it a ton, so that they can continue getting yards after catch. And that's what CeeDee Lamb, this is the version that we've been waiting for. And this is the season where we're going to sit back and go, we got that dude.
That was great, Kevin. Crush it now.
Okay, no, I was going to say I agree with that. Here's the specific run. I'm very afraid of how Mike's going to react to this. Here's the specific run in the game that I think gives me cause for concern is the Cowboys had 4 straight field goals. And look, I understand the Jets have an excellent defense. Like, I'm not here to dispute that whatsoever. But 4 straight series with field goals, the 2 that are concerning to me, off the fumble, off the interception. You take the ball at the Jets 37 and the Jets 17. You can't score touchdowns off of either one of those. And in fact, if you look at those 4 specific series that were back-to-back, Cowboys field position, they get it at their own 42, the Jets 37, their own 21, and the Jets 17. So only one of those is not a very advantageous spot to start, and you couldn't score a touchdown on any of them. My concern is you only got 6 points off of that fumble and that interception. And when you get into more competitive games, which is inevitable after the first 2 games, that's the kind of thing that it feels like it's going to cost you. It's going to be one of those games where field goals are losing you the game.
What do 2 field goals count as?
6 touchdown without an extra
point. 1 touchdown.
Yeah.
So those 4 field goals were 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
We just didn't.
And you said in preseason you wanted to see how our kicker did.
Yeah. Man, that's a great point.
Obviously what happened in this game that they knew they were going to win a lot by, they're like, I'll tell you what, this Kevin Hagelin guy really wanted us to kick more field goals in the preseason. We're going to do it in week 2 just to show how good our kicker is.
You know what that is? I will tell you, in the last preseason game, I was concerned that they didn't kick a field goal at one point. I love the idea that they're like, hey, let's just get him all the field goal experience in the world.
Time of possession when you have it 2 times to score 1 touchdown, 2 field goals, we call that.
Mm-hmm.
Great job by the Cowboys there.
Is that what we say?
30 points. You can't win with 30 points.
You definitely can win with 30 points. 6 of those points, you had the ball for 4 minutes, and in 10 plays, you went 6 yards.
Mm-hmm.
off of those turnovers. That's not good enough.
Are you
Surely
saying
we can agree on that.
Our drives stopping a little bit could be like the Rangers bullpen, where it didn't matter when you were winning 10-2 for 40 of your first 60 games. But then if you get into tougher situations where you need a touchdown late to win, you're scared that we're going to have to settle for a field goal or have to go for it on 4th and 5 and maybe not get it because we didn't complete the 3rd and 5 situation. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
That is exactly what I'm trying to tell you. I'm glad that there's
Luckily,
one person.
the bullpen has never hurt the Rangers this year.
That is the issue, is they definitely have. From the 214, there's one person that agrees with me. There's a whole lot of people who do not agree with me. And look, I'm with you, Mike. I tell you right now, I'm dead serious about this. The Cowboys will score 30 points or more in every game.
17-0.
You think they're going to go 17?
20-0, and they would win the Super Bowl.
I do want to ask you a question real quick, Kevin, since you're being so negative.
Wait, you asked me, Corey, do you think that I understand there can be turnover special teams touchdowns. Do you think the Cowboys will ever give up 30 points in a game this year?
This year, no.
I am being serious. Like, it's hard for me to believe I will ever think a team, whether it's the Dolphins, who they do play on December 24th, or the Chargers with Kellen Moore, I have no clue how a team legitimately scores 30 unless there's major turnovers and special teams points.
Okay, the Dolphins, actually, I might reconsider and have a conversation there. But they scored 20. They got, 17 scored against them last night? So, or they scored 24 points last night against a defense that I think is still worse than the Cowboys, but has a really good coordinator. I do think, like the Niners game, I think that's going to be like a 19-13 game. It's going to be what it's been with this team. It's weird that they're on their mind, the Cowboys' mind so much still. Like the Cowboys are only thinking about the Niners when you still have to have the Eagles twice. But they keep talking about the Niners because that's the team they keep losing to in the playoffs. But Kevin, I did the math, and you might be able to help me here. All right, maybe my math is wrong. The Cowboys get a field goal, and it took them a minute and 22 seconds to get that field goal. Then they get another one, and they get 6 minutes and 21 seconds.
That was the drive that started at their own 21. So that one I support.
And then they get another one that was 3 minutes and 18 seconds, 6 plays. And that was pretty. What yard line was that on? Do you remember?
That was on.
It was pretty close.
17 of the Jets.
And again, 6 plays from the 17,
yards.
and you took 3.5 minutes off the clock. They took 11 minutes and a second off of the clock in the fourth quarter with those 3 possessions. For me, that's all you're trying to do. I know everybody wants, look, McCarthy talked about it. Everybody wants to light up the scoreboard. Everybody wants that opportunity. But you don't want your defense to have to be back out on the field any longer than they have to. We discussed this all week Friday, or all week long. The Cowboys did not want to give them any more possessions than they had to, even if it was 7 points. All they wanted to do was ensure that their defense had opportunities to rest for longer than a minute, because you get that ball, Kevin, and you score, our defense is back out. If you score immediately, your defense is back out there with 20 seconds of rest. And you're like, all right, now go back out there and do that thing again. You want that, with the way that they played the entire game, long drives, they were very efficient underneath. Dak Prescott's not throwing every pass 20 yards down the field. He's hitting stuff underneath, and they're working. It was very, very visible what Mike McCarthy was saying when he said, I want to run the damn ball. It was, I want to give my defense rest.
And I still think, let's isolate that specific drive that you were talking about. I still think they could have accomplished that. And by the way, they were trying to score a touchdown. It just got negated because of a penalty.
Yeah, that's it.
But they went to Pollard on back-to-back plays, got a first down. Now they're 1st and goal. So you've already potentially taken up, a minute and a half. And then on the second down play, after they ran the ball again, is when they got the penalty. So now you're above 2 minutes. And so you were effective at drawing the clock down, but then that penalty right there with Tyron Smith, that really hurt. And look.
Do you think that the Cowboys can't punch it in when they want to?
So that is my...
Is that what you're asking? You're asking here?
A little bit is my concern. I believe they can score points. Like, we've seen it. In 2 games, they've scored 70 points. Like, that's incredible. I know part of that is
points
because
have come from everywhere.
of the defense and the special teams. My concern is when you mentioned that San Francisco game, 19-13, that's a game with a lot of field goals. And if you can translate one of those field goals into a touchdown, I feel like you can pick up another win in a key situation.
I know this is a little bit different than what you're talking about, but you're talking about punching it in. And what's interesting to me watching football yesterday, and I didn't watch obviously every play in the NFL, but Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles know how to get 1 yard every time. They take the power bottom and they have two guys behind them and they push the power bottom as hard as they can. And then you get whether it's half a yard, a full yard, they always make it easy. It's not even close. How come nobody else tries this? I know Dak has a little bit of a bad ankle, obviously, because of the surgery. It's not perfect. He's probably not as strong as Jalen Hurts. I get that. But if you get two guys behind him pushing his butt, wouldn't you also get I don't know how you don't ever always get it. It's now you can't line up a 350-pound guy over the center. That's illegal. You have to line up on his shoulders. So I don't know how when you put two guys behind and you push as hard as you can, how you don't do this. Like early in the game when the Jets are like, oh, they fake punted for a first down. I'm like, why not do the power bottom play? It's an automatic first down. I don't know how it's stoppable. Every time I watch it, nobody can get underneath the center. Nobody can attack the quarterback. And even if they somewhat could, you have two guys right behind him pushing him.
Yeah. There has to be a way to maybe not replicate that exact thing, but try something different.
So I feel like when the Cowboys were on the 1 yard line.
Yep.
I can't remember each play.
Well,
but why not power bottom it in?
Because the particularly agitating, like if you're talking about wanting to take up a lot of time, the best drive they had in that run also was the most agitating drive, right? It was because it was when they got the ball with less than optimum or not on the Jets side of the field. They ran 12 plays for 55 yards, which is great. But the annoying part is that you had first and goal at the 1. And your plays went to Hendershot, Dowdle, and then Ferguson. Now, Ferguson I have less of an issue with just because he's emerged as tight end 1, at least for now. But nothing for Pollard, no look to try to drop it in there for CeeDee Lamb, and there were some other opportunities there.
I know they're not going to do this. Have you seen the highlights of Micah Parsons as a running back in high school?
Yeah.
Why not? If I'm dead serious,
he would love it.
If you're too small. If they feel like Tony Pollard is not the best to have 11 guys versus 11 guys, and really you only have 10 or 9 because he has the ball and your quarterback has to hand it off. Why not put Micah Parsons back there on goal line situations and say you ram the ball into the end zone?
There are a couple things here. One, on tape, you've done what you've done, and people on goal line are going to think they're planning for this. Maybe McCarthy has a Lipke play design that goes opposite of all the things maybe some of the things he did set up for things as people are watching tape. Mike, you talk about you get the scouting report on a hitter early in the season and it's not the same later in the season. It's all different. So that tape shows this is what the Cowboys do on goal line situations, and they failed at it. Here's how we're going to stop them. Let's also give credit to the Jets, but I understand this too. The Jets defense is good, but I will add this. If you want to be a championship team, you break their spirits. I agree. I'm fine with what happened. I'm fine that they took the clock. I'm fine that our kicker got opportunities. They won the game. But you do want that moment where you're like, look, man, we will crush your spirit at any point in this game, not with just our defense, with our offense too. When you can't get on, when you're constantly getting pushed off the field on third down and that defense is so good, your offense starts going, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
When your offense starts saying we can score points at will, then their defense starts going, man, there's no hope in this game.
I mean, there was one thing, sorry, I know we got to go. There's one thing that Romo said early in the game, and I was like, oh my God, I disagree with that so much. And he was like, look at Robert Saleh. That's how much confidence he has in his guys going with the fake punt. I was like, I don't think so.
No.
I think he's like, well, hell, I didn't know what to do. Let's just go for it, because what else is going to happen?
He was terrified.
Yeah.
Because he knew my offense has been on the field for 6 plays, and we have to get off. We have to put my defense back out there. We're going to get pummeled if we keep having to do this.
Coming up next, I'm terrified of what's going to happen these next 6 games.
I don't know.
Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner.
Today.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold direct to the public, below market value. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
1-1. And the pitch is hit in the air, short left field. Fading fast, Carter coming on, and that ball dunks in for a hit. 1 run is home, 2 runs are home. On a pop fly double, it's 9-1 Cleveland.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bazzak.
It's hard to believe when we were at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington Friday midday that the Rangers would have got swept in Cleveland. I can understand them losing the series. It can happen, 2-1. Some hard-fought games. There's only one hard-fought game. And in that one, the thing happened that you're most worried about as a Ranger fan. You're up by 1 run. The score was 1-0, but you're just up by 1 run, and you have to get 9 outs to win the game. I will ask you guys this question. The Rangers are up by 1 run with 9 outs to go. I don't care if the score is 10-9 or 1-0. What's the percentage you give the Rangers of getting 9 outs and not giving up a run? And the Rangers cannot score anymore because the Rangers did a great job in Toronto where the game seemed close after 6 or right around the 6, and the Rangers kept adding runs late in the game. Rangers do not add any more runs in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning. They're up by 1. What's the percentage chance you give the Rangers of winning that baseball game?
22%. What?
So 4 out of 5 times you believe they'll lose that game.
Yes. Unfortunately. I hate saying that.
And that's the tough part.
Well, Mike, we talked about it at the break. We felt like the offense had to carry the team through everything. So we need runs every inning, it feels like almost.
And I think that's the scary part. And I wonder this. I think every fan feels your percentage. I think whether it's 33%, whether you're very optimistic and you say 50-50, I think an optimistic fan would say, if we can put up 3 zeros up by 1 run, I'll give it a 50% chance. The players are human, okay? I hate presenting it that way, but they have feelings too about a game. And when you struggle to close out games where you just, for some reason, the other team's relievers are doing a good job of making pitches late in the game and you're not able to score in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning. Your guys have to match those zeros to win the game. That's called playoff baseball. That's how championships are won in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning on who can hold the lead or who can try to score a run or two against the best relievers in baseball. Because usually when you get down to championship baseball time, playoff time, bullpens are very good. And it's really tough when you're losing with 9 outs to go to score runs because they're bringing in their 3 best relievers into the game to make sure you don't score anymore to win that game. And I think for the Rangers, this was only one of the games that was competitive. It wasn't, the balls weren't crushed. And some of them were, but like it was, when you look at, there was a ball that fell in front of Evan Carter that was a little blooper, you know, like it wasn't like the balls were flying out of the park, but still, like, it doesn't matter. Results are results, because I do think they even out. And I wonder this when it comes to football, like Sauce Gardner had a pick 6. He dropped it.
Oh my God, yes.
Sometimes the ball will hit Noah Brown in the chest against the Jacksonville Jaguars and it will pop up into a Jaguars arms and they run it in for a touchdown and you lose that game. I'm talking about last year Cowboys. And then I wonder, like, how much do interceptions even out that you go, that wasn't on the quarterback. That was the receiver dropped the ball right into the other person's hands. But then I wonder how many throws that you have that are right to a cornerback for an interception and they drop it and it evens out. Because in baseball, we say this, whether it's true or not, I don't think anybody's ever done the study on it, but do your hard hit balls and your soft hit balls even out? So you hit a ball 105 miles an hour, but it goes right to the center fielder. Then you hit a ball 74 miles an hour, but it bloops over the third baseman's head. Well, one was hit well for an out and one was hit really crappy for a hit. And a lot of times we say those even out. As pitcher, sometimes you get unlucky in situations, but you're like, it'll even out because there's going to be a game where I'm just not getting soft contact, but somehow they're hitting the ball where my defense is. And I just look at this Ranger team going into this critical, crucial homestand. Boston is stinking it up. I believe they're 2-9 in their last 11 games.
Yikes.
So Boston is a bad team wanting the season to be over, and there's nothing worse than, to be honest, when you're on a team that has nothing to play for and you get to this point in September, you don't want to go on road trips. You're just like, I'm trying to kind of get everything settled. Let's just say you're renting in Boston.
They're actually 2-10.
2-10. Okay, thank you. Is you're just kind of like, hey, I want to make sure I'm calling up the furniture company that they're going to pick up the furniture by October 1st. Like, you're trying to deal with a lot of things. Just think about moving. Now, if you're Rafael Devers, you probably have an established place in Boston.
Right.
But for half the team that's kind of there, not knowing if they're going to be a Boston Red Sox next year that we're just renting during the season, they have to start closing out situations. And when you are in the situation and you go on the road, you're just trying to make phone calls and stuff, get everything situated in Boston to get it done with. And then you're making sure that whoever you're talking to, mom, dad, friends, and everything, they're getting ready for you to come home. You haven't been home in 7.5 months. So there's people that are kind of maybe planning on things, and maybe you're getting ready. You're talking to your off-season strength and conditioning guy and just saying, hey, when do you want to start? So there's other things on your mind when you're in this situation. So Texas hopefully can take advantage of a team going on the road, playing bad, that doesn't want to play baseball anymore. But that being said, I don't know what to expect. I have no clue how the Rangers are going to pitch. How are they going to handle a one-run game? Who's going to pitch in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning for the Rangers? I know Chapman will pitch the 9th if he's healthy, and he hasn't pitched in now 5 or 6 days. So he is ready to go tonight if there's a save situation. But I don't know who you turn to in the 7th and 8th inning and feel ultra confident that they're putting up a zero. Stratton, I guess, but he hasn't pitched great lately. Obviously, Leclerc, he's up and down, right? Leclerc does some things. He did some great things in Toronto, and you're excited about it. And he wasn't horrible in that Cleveland game where he lost. But he also wasn't good in that Cleveland game either. So you're not sure when Bochy's handing the ball to whoever's coming in to hold a lead. There has to be I honestly don't know how this is going to turn out because there's such inconsistencies. And that's the thing that managers and head coaches hate is to not really know what you're going to get. And that's I don't want to get too negative here because the Rangers still are in the playoffs.
A game and a half.
You could just say they're the most unpredictable team in baseball. Look, I think about it like this, Mike, and I don't know if you'll agree. They were dead and buried and then went on a 6-game winning streak, the longest in Major League Baseball. And you're like, holy crap, hottest team in baseball, play a team with nothing to play for, get swept. So going into today, if somebody's like, I know what's going to happen, please let us know because I have no clue.
I was working with Steve Buechele last night, and I'm working with him the next 3 days, and I thought, I don't know how anybody bets on baseball. Like, I know tons of people, millions of people bet millions of dollars a day on baseball games. I just don't know. Like, right now, I'm going to the Ranger game tonight. The Rangers are minus 165, so somewhat of a heavy favorite. It's Montgomery, who was great his last appearance, best game as a Ranger last time. I don't know how you would feel confident betting against the Rangers or for the Rangers. Like, you can get good money if you bet on the Red Sox. You will be betting on the underdog, and in baseball, all they have to do is the Red Sox win. It doesn't matter by how many runs. It's not like that. And you would win pretty much betting $100. I know it's not exactly this line, but you'd win 165 if you bet on the Red Sox. But the Red Sox have been playing horrible. But if you bet on the Rangers, you have to be the most nervous about it's 3-2 going into the 7th inning. And you're just like, we need to score 1 or 2 more runs. And that's a lot. It happens. It just is what it is, but that's pressure on the offense. Last thing I will give you here is Josh Young is a 50-50 right now to be in the lineup tonight. I guess we'll get more information probably in G-Bag Nation. So somewhere between, let's say, 2 and 4 o'clock, I think we'll get the information if Josh Young is starting at third base tonight.
And then don't forget Friday, Rangers.com/133 if you want to be in the section with the fan, rocking it out. And the good news is you have no idea what's going to happen. Like, the Rangers could win by 12 runs. They could lose by
12 runs on 20 hits and win 12-2.
Yeah.
By the way, real quick, I forgot. Wyatt Langford and Jack Leiter got promoted to AAA because AA season is over, so they want them to keep getting innings.
We don't know how much Leiter's pitching, though, right?
Like, he's not active right now, but they sent him to AAA to maybe get another start before the season ends. Short sample size real quick, but 3.38 ERA and 13 1/3 innings pitched in the month of September in AA.
We'll take it, right?
Yeah.
It's not a 5.
That is fair. Exactly. So we'll take it. We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, back to Cowboys, and let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105 through the Fan.
You are dialed in to the North Texas Baseball Show.
Oh, brought to you by Ford. Bill, maybe in 1 second, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. We will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. But also, Mike, you're not going to talk about yell practice in Mike Likes It, are you?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Tomorrow's College Football Tuesday.
That is true.
So I'll probably talk a little bit about that on Tuesday.
Okay, now let's talk with Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How's it going?
Well, the Cowboys dominated again. They've outscored their opponents 70-10. So pretty good.
Gave up too many points.
I will tell you, Mickey, people got mad at me a little bit earlier in the show because I said I was concerned about the 2 drives that started in Jets territory off of the turnovers and getting field goals off of both of them. Fair concern, or we still won the game by 20 points?
Well, I was a little I don't know if it was concerned. I was discouraged how they attacked once they got inside the 10-yard line.
Yeah.
It was like run, throw it out on a swing pass, right? And the more I thought about it, and I was going like, score a touchdown, just knockout punch. I think he was sandbagging.
That's what some people suggested, actually, on the fan text. Yes,
so I'm not out there by myself.
Nope.
Because I'm thinking they know the game's in order. They know the Jets basically got lucky on their 1 touchdown. Malik Hooker slipping and taking a bad angle, when he should have helped out Gilmore on the crossing pattern to Garrett Wilson. They're not going to score. And so let's not show our hand on what we would do inside the 10. And, they should have had another one, by the way. Dak missed an open, was it Ferguson?
Yep.
He kind of overthrew him.
Yes, in the right corner.
Yeah, he's open, man. You got to hit that. So, you do that. You got a touchdown there. But the constant pounding right into the Jets' strength, it didn't make sense. And so they would do that differently. And if you think about how they attacked in the first game, they attacked the edges inside the 5-yard line, right? Once it was a pitch out to Pollard. Another time it was the handoff to Turpin, and it went to the outside. They didn't try any of that stuff. So I'm thinking, common sense tells you, why do you keep running right at Quinnen Williams? And the other thing that happened in there, by the way, on one of the runs, Rico Dowdle, you don't jump cut at the 3-yard line.
Yeah.
You hit the hole right behind the fullback. And there was a crease there, by the way.
Yes.
So I don't want no jump cutting. And I was sitting there going, okay, see what I said about Zeke, having him to hit in there. But they did differently the first game than they did that game, how they attacked it. So I'm going to give them right now the benefit of the doubt on that one, saying, let's keep things close to the vest here. There's no sense telling, Arizona, New England, San Francisco what we like to do inside.
You can tell
the
Arizona
5.
whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, right.
But it does, I guess, Kevin, what we're kind of saying there is we're greedy as fans, right? We're
That's
greedy,
true.
But Mike McCarthy didn't want to overeat.
I don't know if it was not wanting to overeat. Maybe he wanted the field goal kicker to have practice. I don't know.
That is exactly. I just want to tell you, Mick,
great.
You're on point with some thoughts this morning, because that's what Mike said. He goes, "Hey, didn't you complain about them not kicking a field goal in that preseason game?" I said, "That's fair. I did." And so he got 5 field goals right here. Let's talk about.
And made every one of them, right?
He did. He
hasn't missed since his first extra point.
Yeah, and no anxiety either. When I was writing my column, I said, when he's lining up from 55, I'm not sitting there sucking air through my teeth. I don't know about this, right? I think, I think we might be past that, the way he's kicking the ball. And it's not like a weird kick here or there. I mean, they are right down the middle, straight. No, none of this, fade or hook or anything like that. Balls rotating. And you got to give him credit. He went out there and just kicked and kicked and kicked, and it's pretty impressive.
I will be quick to agree with you. I was concerned after they moved on from Vizcaino that I didn't think they had like a real competition after that in training camp. But no, he's been top notch, and obviously Brandon Aubrey was outstanding.
Well,
yesterday.
the idea for moving on was, hey, this kid's more talented. Let's let him get all the kicks in training camp, all the kicks in preseason. He needs all the practice, he can get. The Giants game, he kicked in the rain. I think he told me that, in the USFL, he never had to do that, right?
Oh.
He never had to attempt a 59-yarder in the USFL or probably a 55-yarder. So everything he made his last season, I think the longest was in the 40s. And so a lot of this is first-time experience for him to have to do what he's been doing, and I think it's a learning process, and he's had 2 games, and they've scored enough points that, I think he's learning as he goes.
I know we talked about the nature of that Garrett Wilson touchdown, but I just got to say, how good does it look like he's going to be? I know we're moving on with our life, and Garrett Wilson has to deal with Zach Wilson as the quarterback, but it also looked like he had Diggs beat on what ended up being an interception near the goal line. How good did you think Garrett Wilson looked?
Yeah, he's the real deal. But again, if he's that good, why didn't he follow CeeDee Lamb? He stayed on his side. I mean, they exposed them.
Not Sauce. I'm sorry, Garrett Wilson, the wide receiver.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking Sauce Gardner.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew he was good, and he didn't win what was the offensive rookie of the year for nothing. And he beat Gilmore on that pass, but you would have liked for the safety come up and make the play he's supposed to make. But yeah, no, he's good. He's the real deal, and he's just going to have to deal with Zach Wilson as his quarterback for a while.
The other part, oh man,
fair.
Tough
That's
for him.
Fair.
Well, the other thing too is, and I just saw a text come in on this, but I felt like there were moments where the Cowboys were missing Brandon Cooks, and I mean, I enjoyed watching Jalen Tolbert get his opportunities. What was your thought on Tolbert's game and missing Cooks there?
You realize those are the first passes he's caught in a game since November 20th.
Great.
Of last year.
Wow.
Catch more.
And he, stepped up as the third receiver. So, yeah, I thought that was a kind of a breakout game for his career. I didn't see him drop anything. He ran the slants hard. They went to him. It was him they went to that one time deep, and he was never open, but they tried it anyway. I mean, as your
there was one time in the end zone right before halftime that he got that pass interference that I thought was pretty critical to them scoring right then too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. No, I thought that was that was impressive. And there was another play when they were close to the goal line. Dak, where did he throw the ball? He threw it to the right. He never looked left, and CeeDee Lamb was all by himself.
That's part of, I think, the way that the offense is just get it out, get it to, he never did get that pop back over to the left side to CeeDee.
Yeah, well, let's not rush ourselves.
Yeah.
Because despite what was going on the offensive line, I thought those guys did a pretty good job. I mean, you're down to your third guard on the left side after Udoka went out at halftime. Bass came in. I don't know, what kind of grade he's going to get, but he didn't seem to disrupt things there the way he was playing. And Zach Martin plays through whatever groin thing he had in practice. And how good was he, by the way?
He's always good.
I mean, do you see how many times they went right and there was a path? Like he could have, walked through the forest in?
Ask Kevin what his favorite play of Zach Martin's was, Mickey.
What do you got there, Kevin?
I can't believe that I have not noticed this way more times, but it was the play where Zach Martin just took a step back, watched the guy who was going to lock up with him fall to the ground, move ahead, and then block the next guy. I thought that play was incredible.
He's awfully good, and they were running to the right quite a bit, weren't they?
They were. He's obviously.
Yeah. So,
he's awesome.
and that's encouraging. So think no Tyler Smith, no Udoga for the second half, no Brandon Cooks, no Donovan Wilson, and they still did what they did. That's pretty darn good.
And Deuce Vaughn averaged 5.3 yards per carry. Kevin.
Deuce,
So
huh?
what do you
Well, seeing they had a package for him,
Mhm.
and there's like, okay, let's use this. They tried not to overdo it with Tony Pollard, although he still ended up with 32 touches in the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of getting to the outer limits of his effectiveness, I think. But he handled it, so that was a good sign. And they've gotten to these games, especially defensively, where they've used so many guys, and they haven't had to just overplay these guys with snaps. I was looking at the snaps, and Vander Esch, Curse, they only had to play 100% of the snaps. What do you think the 100% of the snaps were? Total.
55.
47.
Even less.
Wow.
47. So Vander Esch, Curse, Gilmore, Diggs, and Hooker, and Diggs, all played 100%. Parsons, 87%. And then when you got to the offensive line, nobody played more than Osa, and Lawrence were 51%. So they played like half the game. Armstrong, 47%.
His rest.
So you're keeping those guys, with that rotation somewhat fresh, and not having to wear them out and still play at that level. I mean, they're one play away from 30-3, right?
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't like they drove down the field and scored. It was a 68-yard play. And right now, I looked, and they're going into tonight's – there's 2 games tonight,
yep.
right? They're number 2 in total defense, number 3 in passing defense, number 2 in points per game, 5, and number 1 in takeaway differential at +7.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good performance for the first 2 games. And I know it was Zach Wilson at quarterback, but maybe the unspoken biggest thing I thought they accomplished in that game is that the Jets wanted to run the ball, and they couldn't. Right? If you take away the scrambles out of desperation by Wilson, he ended up with 36 yards running. The running backs had 9, 8, and 7.
Consistent.
So that was my fear coming in, that, the Jets were just going to say, okay, we're running the ball right at you. And I think DeMarcus Lawrence, the first play of the game, said, oh, no, you're not.
That might have been, outside of the Zach Martin thing, that might have been my favorite play of the game. Now, that's all fine and well about the Cowboys, but what I really need to know is, what was your celebration like when Missouri kicked a 61-yard field goal to win the game over the weekend?
So to pull back the curtain, I was doing a deal with the Cowboys sports tours. They have a reception for the people that come into town on their deal, and I finished, and they were still kind of midway through the fourth quarter. So I said, well, I'm going to watch it on my phone now. Well, my phone ran out of juice. So I'm listening on the radio, and I'm going, okay, this game's going in overtime. So I pulled off at some place I thought I can go watch overtime, right? So I'm sitting in the parking lot, and when he hits the field goal, it was all I can do from resisting honking my horn. I had my hand right there, and I said, no, I'm not going to be that guy, right?
You weren't in the Cowboys press box. You could do
Yeah,
that.
do it.
Right?
You could do it, Mickey. It's okay.
The funny thing about the thicker kicker is he seems to be much better from distance than he is on the chip shot field goals. Because he had missed one earlier in the game, 40 yards. He got to make that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other game, the first game, maybe it was the first or second game, he missed an extra point, and it was the ugliest extra point you've ever seen. And I'm going, dude, you're one of the best kickers in the country. How do you miss that? And then he missed a field goal. And last year when they had it set up to beat Auburn with the last second field goal, he misses that. And I'm going, what are you doing? And then he hits all these things 50 yards and plus. And now he's 1 for 1 from 60 plus.
Appreciate it as always, good sir. Next time, honk that horn. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this past weekend? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, if you are struggling to peel off visceral fat or you're looking to put on
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
2-2 pitch swung on, and there's a long drive to left. That one is on its way, and that one is way out of here. Well over that 19-foot high wall in left. He has tied the game at 1.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And then it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. And unfortunately...
You said Eric Nadel?
Not Eric Nadel.
Oh.
No, that's a reflection of the Rangers over this weekend as opposed to Eric Nadel. I mean, what kind of enthusiasm do you want when it's going to be like, hey, this thing's about to spiral out? What do you want me to do? Do the Rangers have to go in Wanker of the Weekend for getting bulldozed? I was going to say
Bull-durhamed?
Bulldozed this weekend.
They can. It just, I didn't expect that. I thought after the Toronto series, I get, once again, asked the question about momentum. Reggie, I will say sometimes you are right and sometimes you are wrong. There is no momentum with the Texas Rangers. I can't figure out. You go to Toronto, you kick butt. All right, will that carry to Cleveland? Absolutely not. They're going to go back to the Houston Astros series a few weeks ago. I don't know. I don't know what's going to carry over. Why will the Rangers play bad today? There's no reason why they'll play bad today based off of yesterday. But if they do play bad today, we'll base it off of they're having bad mojo carry over. I don't know. I don't know what to think about this team, except they're still in the playoffs as we sit today.
That's right. And still only a game and a half back of the Astros. Now I realize they lose the tiebreak there, but
they're wankers. The Astros, they had Oakland and Kansas City, and they can't take advantage of this. They should be 4 games up on the Rangers.
Yes, they should.
They should be 5 games up on Seattle and looking like as long as we don't just play horrible baseball, this thing's wrapped up. But they're wankering it in Houston, not beating Kansas City and
Oakland,
who both have 100 losses already.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. I think the Columbus Blue Jackets, now ex-head coach, deserves to be considered for Wanker of the Weekend. He has, quote unquote, resigned because he said his presence now appears to be too much of a distraction for the team. Do you know why he is now considered a distraction and why I don't really believe that he was resigned as much as they were like, hey, you can either resign or we're going to fire you. It's your choice.
I do not know the answer to your question.
So what he decided to do is great for team building and everything is he would take players' phones and say, we're going to go through your personal photos and put them up on the screen when they were doing team meetings and stuff.
What?
And he would put them up in his office via the AirPlay.
Just like just start randomly doing
He would
this.
ask to see photos from players' phones and then display the content.
That's not right.
Nope.
Also, what's not right? How come re-signed and resigned are the same word? They mean
you put a dash in there,
and there's a hyphen.
Yeah.
Really?
Re-signed has a hyphen.
Signed?
Nope, it's re-signed, not rees.
I know, sorry. I added an extra S.
But yes.
It was a key S, though.
Yeah, it's hyphenated, so that's the difference.
So they're actually totally, well, that makes it totally different.
Right? Am I right?
It's just amazing that resigned,
yes, no, you're right.
Resigned and re-signed are it's spelt the same. I guess there's hyphen in there, and I didn't hyphen it.
Did you just tell Bally's that you wanted to re-sign, and instead you told them you wanted to
re-sign?
resign?
They think you quit.
Mike Bassick out of Bally's after a shocking turn of events.
Hey, by the way, Hockey Mike, now that you hear this story about the Blue Jackets coach, how does that make you feel about the Stars?
I feel better that they're not doing that, and I don't think Columbus was very good last year, right?
I thought for sure you were about to tell me that he sailed the ocean blue in 1942.
I seriously, that would be, why? That seems stay away from people's phones anyway, dude. That's their
gonna
privacy.
motivate them.
I don't even want to look at my wife's phone. I don't.
Do you not?
Dude, I don't. Why do I need to? If I trust her,
it's true.
If I really 100% completely trust her, I never have to
What
do
if
that.
you're dating somebody you don't trust?
Dating is a different deal. I've been with this woman for what, 50 years?
Yeah.
It feels like
something like that.
We've been in this for a minute, so
You guys are gonna work
It took
together
a while,
on Thursday.
and it takes a while in relationships. I don't know about you, Mike, but yeah, man, it takes a while to get over that trust hump. At some point, it happens.
What's the possibility of her hearing what you just said about y'all's relationship?
About how
being together for it feels like 50 years.
She would probably say the same, like we're in this together and it feels like forever. But there's a trust hump, Mike. Early in relationships, you don't trust the other person because you don't know them well enough. You go through some crap with somebody in life and you see they're still there with you and they're battling with you.
So like when you get back together, you trust
Yeah,
them?
yeah. Then what are you doing? No.
Oh. That's good. All right.
I can take this way off the rails, but
I appreciate that you don't. 805. Obviously, the wanker of the weekend is Kevin for hating on the Cowboys offense for only scoring 30 points. I don't feel like I hated on them as much as I asked, hey, is this a concern at all?
You want me to have her on the show on Thursday and talk about the trust hump?
As long as it's the trust hump where you have to build trust and not the
C-Block,
other thing.
Thursday. We'll be at My Possibilities. And
What if she says no?
She'll want to be on my show. She'll want to be on my show.
Okay.
Well, I guess I'm just an extra.
Yeah, me too.
You guys will be special guests.
All right.
Okay, fair. That's very fair.
Man, you taking shots at the Cowboys. Second
It's
segment.
not. I don't view it that way, but fair enough.
I mean, when they beat the Cardinals 42-0 or 42-3, it's going to be interesting. Where you're like, should have been 56-0.
It's greed. That's what it is. Like, we're a little greedy. And you know what? Bochy told us that earlier in the season, didn't he? He was like, I like that they're a little greedy. I'm a little greedy.
Did you guys get concerned at all? This isn't wanking, but did you guys get concerned at all about the noon games, how some teams had played well in week 1? And you thought they had a favorable matchup, and then they weren't playing well. And I thought to myself, gosh, I really think the Cowboys are going to destroy the Jets. But sometimes maybe a team gets overconfident. Maybe a team after now a tough loss on the other side. The Jets didn't have a tough loss. They won the game.
Yeah, they did.
But I was just like, and then the Cowboys, to me, just for the most part, took care of business. I get it was 18-10 at halftime, but I wasn't concerned at all.
Now, I don't know who gets the credit for this. Schwarber was unaware, or is it John Kruk? So if we go to cut number 19, John Kruk was just talking about how if Kyle Schwarber hits a home run, he'll go to the St. Louis Arch. Because otherwise he doesn't want to go because, there's rivalries. They live forever. But this is what happened.
I know you're just messing with me.
Well, if he hits a home run in this at bat, well, I can't go tomorrow. What time's that thing open?
For you?
Just call over there and they'll open it for me.
Blasted to the right field corner, and it is gone. Kyle Schwarber with a laser home run into the right field corner, and it'll send John Kruk to the St. Louis Arch.
That's pretty awesome.
That was the very next pitch.
I think Kyle Schwarber, by the way, has more home runs than he has singles this year, so that's a thing. But yeah, man, that's an awesome moment in broadcasting history right there for old John Kruk. That's good.
So there's like an elevator in there? I didn't even know you could go. Can you go into the arch?
Does it go
Yeah, you can go into
does
the
it go
arch.
all
I'm
the way?
pretty sure. Well, I don't, man, would you be like sideways in the elevator at the top?
Or maybe it's like you just tilt. Yeah, you're
it's like the cliffhanger. Remember that?
And you just
At
drop.
Six Flags?
dropping. It's not there anymore, I've been told.
No, I know. It hasn't been there in like 2 decades.
Dude, that thing was awesome. You could put like a quarter on your knee and it would float up in the air
So
while you're
you
falling.
were told this happened like so long ago. I don't.
Avery just went like this year and he was like, it's
Okay.
not there anymore. I was like, oh.
From the
Somebody says it zigzags up. I don't know what that means.
Back and forth.
Yeah.
But like, how does an elevator zigzag up?
They made it that way.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would an elevator zigzag? It just needs to be on one rope that goes all the way, or a cable or whatever, right?
So you're saying you don't understand the concept that an elevator could do anything except go
straight up and down,
straight up and perfectly straight down.
Yes, unless it's like in a tube, like in that James Bond movie. Or like when you go to the bank. I know a lot of us don't do that anymore, but when you go to the bank and you put your thing in that thing, and then it goes and it takes it all the way into the bank, you're like, how did it do that?
Windbag Four says there's windows at the top that you can look out of.
What?
Of the arch,
I'm already dude, would you want to be standing in the middle of nothing that's suspended by
Nope.
No, it's just like when they have the window boxes that you can step into out on a high rise. I'm like, hell no. No. Because I realize it's been there for a while and everyone has lived. But I just don't want to be in the news and it was like, hey, fell through the window. And you're like, you shouldn't have done that.
So this is a mix of elevator and stairs.
God, I
so
hope
that's
it's mostly elevator.
That's the
That thing
zigzag.
is really tall. You have to go all the way up the stairs. You'll just be dead, like at the top.
I'm sure most people have made it.
If it was stairs all the way up, no way.
Washington Memorial has a lot of stairs, right? Didn't you didn't y'all walk up that once? Like you had to have a picnic up there or something?
You have the Lincoln one. You walk up steps to go see Giant Ghost Lincoln. Washington, I've never gone inside of it because there's a line. And I don't want to stand in line. I just look at it and go, it's cool. Like, good to look at.
Very foul.
From the 903 Wanker of the Weekend, where all those annoying Jets fans chanting for hours while we were tailgating, and then I saw one of them literally crying in the fourth quarter. Wankers. Wanker.
Yeah, there were a lot of. Did you see the fight video that has emerged out there?
Oh, no. Also feels weird to cry in the second game of the regular season.
Well, I mean, they know what they were supposed to be this year. They were going to finally be able to tell everybody, look, it's not just a curse of this team. It is, we just finally got a good team. And then they found out they're just really cursed. That's
You're
just
already
the way
giving
it
up
is.
on Zach Wilson after yesterday?
Absolutely.
I'd given up on him.
They gave up on him last
yesterday.
year. The whole team did.
No faith.
Yeah.
From the 469, man, I kind of want to talk to this person more. I'm scared of elevators. I deliver food. I think it was supposed to be Uber Eats. And I make people come down if they want their food. Yeah. I mean, also, that's the least you could do. Well, I guess the least you could do is nothing.
Just leave it at the door.
Yeah, they brought your food. Like, just hop in the elevator, go down the stairs.
Go to the big green thumb building down there and just be like, it's at the door on the bottom floor.
Yeah, that's a little dicey. Like, it's going to take me forever to get down there.
Who knows?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, did a penalty screw over Corey's other favorite team? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Howdy, folks.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold direct to the public below market value. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Gino is looking. Now he throws far side. It's Lockett. Does he reach the ball across? He does! Yeah. It's over, baby! Touchdown, Seahawks! Tyler Lockett on a little pass out into the right side flat. Reaches the ball across the pylon. He scores. Game over. Seahawks win.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. And it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with that specific play and that specific game. Corey, do you need to vent? Did your other favorite team get jobbed due to a lack of a holding call on that play where Aiden Hutchinson is clearly being held?
Nah, they screwed themselves over multiple times with some turnovers. They had some really bad turnovers. And Jared Goff, who Kevin, I think it was interesting because I was watching the Fox pregame show and they sat down. I think it was Carissa Thompson may have sat down with him, and it was like 383. That's the number. Passes without an interception, and then he throws a pick six. So
he is now third all time, and it's crazy because we talked about last week the other two. Aaron Rodgers is number one. Tom Brady is two, and then Jared Goff is third.
Yeah.
Most consecutive passes without an interception.
Brock Van, was that a different stat, Kevin?
Was it Norm Van Brocklin?
Norm Van Brocklin.
Norm Van Brocklin is in the mix for a lot of these things.
So, but yeah, no, I mean, Seattle played a good game, and the Lions messed themselves over on this one.
Indeed, they
were favored by 4.5. You know why I know that? Because Derek Holland bet on the Lions.
Oh, whoops! Sorry about that.
I mean, yeah, my apologies.
Let's talk about a couple of injury things. Odell Beckham Jr. was out in the second half yesterday due to an ankle injury.
What? Are you serious?
He got hurt?
How?
And it was a lower body injury? I thought he was perfectly fixed and was never going to get hurt again.
He'd be available for the meat of the schedule.
I bet this is the only time that he has issues with the lower part of his body.
In his career.
I bet not on that if I had to.
He's got plenty of time left.
Yeah?
No, Kevin. No sarcasm. My apologies.
All right. We need to talk about Anthony Richardson.
God, that was exciting early.
If you're the Colts, is this concerning at all? I think it was the ankle in game 1, and then he went out in game 2 after self-reporting a concussion.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, this doesn't have to mean anything, but you played 2 games, you had to leave both games due to injury, different injuries. That feels like it would be concerning to the player and the franchise.
A little, Corey, because he's a guy that's going to expose himself tremendously during games by trying to make plays with his feet. So if he was a guy, I guess I'd be concerned too, but he's not. He has to play this way, at least early on in his career. Maybe he figures out as his career goes on how to be more a pocket presence. But right now it's a lot of we're moving around, we're running, we're scrambling. And so far he's 2 for 2 and getting hurt doing it.
Just like I said, I wish Dak would have slid when he took off and ran. You watch Jalen Hurts now that he's signed his contract. And I know that isn't having as much of a bearing right now for the Eagles as it will later. But Kevin, watch Jalen Hurts play and watch him run out of bounds. Whereas some younger quarterbacks just put their shoulder. Why would you do that? Don't put yourself in harm's way. You get the yards, you move on to the next play, you pick up the yards, but I understand what he wants. He's a flashy athlete that can really make those big plays happen. But I would be very concerned about it but Mike's right. After a year or two of that, he's going to be like, why would I do that?
How much time it takes you to realize you're playing men instead of kids.
That's right.
And
RG3
18 to 22-year-olds, hey, I get it, man. They're athletic, they're big, they're strong. They don't compare to how fast the game is moving. I mean, think about how many good college players there are. Since I was at A&M the other day, and Dak Wynn had a really good NFL career. But think about how slow they said he was. Like, God, in the NFL, he's going to have to be really smart because he is slow. He never looked slow at A&M.
Yeah.
He was fast. But that's just the NFL. Like, a dude like Dak Wynn is a slow NFL player while he's a very fast college player.
Now, I just want to read you the sentence because I don't know how long it's been since I've heard this word. NFL Vice President of Communications Brian McCarthy said the evaluators were looking at Richardson's symptoms to determine concussion for the concussion protocol. Quote, the role of spotters is to look for injurious behavior. Ooh. How long has it been, if ever, that you've heard the word injurious?
Well, today was the first time. It means cause or likely to cause damage or harm. So a behavior that would be harmful to himself, I guess is what they're trying to watch then.
Yeah.
So anything that looks like a concussion.
And I don't know if we're going to go back and maybe this is insult to injury, is the Lions will also be without David Montgomery, their running back, well, one of their running backs, for a week or two after suffering a thigh bruise. Sorry.
He's been pretty good for them too, man. That's tough, but that's the way football is, man. Injuries happen.
Do you need an upbeat story?
I would like one. Yeah, man.
Okay.
You're kind of killing my soul right now.
All right, let's take you to John Mechie III. It wasn't a catch that ended up impacting the game, obviously, whatsoever. But John Mechie, who was taken in the 2022 NFL draft, and then you'll remember he had leukemia.
Yeah.
He was back. He was active, and he caught a pass. I feel like it was like in the last 15 or 20 seconds of the game, and that's amazing to me. Last year, you had leukemia. Now you're playing in and making a reception in an NFL game. That's just wild to me. No matter how many times it happens, it's so freaking impressive to me every single time. That human spirit and determination. It's incredible.
Yeah, man. Put in the work and then goes out and does something that a lot of us only dream of. You know, the opportunity to get in the end zone. Some people get that opportunity and they fall 2 yards short of getting into that end zone that one time.
Are you taking a shot at Jesse Holly?
You know I love Jesse.
Maybe he scored a preseason touchdown and they said his first NFL touchdown. And then you're like, hey, guess what? It wasn't.
Hey, yeah, speaking of, old Scooney got his, Kevin.
He did.
Real touchdown. It happened in a real game.
First catch ever is a touchdown.
That is pretty awesome. Now,
I'd retire. I'd be like, I did it.
Mike, I'm going to take a guess today at your least favorite player in the NFL.
Why? Chris Jones? Hey, stop getting pressure on my quarterback.
I think it's Juwan Taylor, the offensive lineman for the Kansas City Chiefs. If you recall, last week, they put out a memo because of how he was lining up. And they're like, hey, teams, don't do this anymore. So this week, he did better, except for the fact that he was called for an illegal formation, 2 false starts, and 2 holding calls. That is 5 penalties, and at one point, they benched him for a few minutes.
Yeah.
That's a pretty bad start.
That's a bad day right there.
In the first week, they put out a memo. It was like, you can't line up like this, and he follows it up with getting 5 penalties.
Well, then, yeah, I probably wouldn't have him back.
There's a lot of room to improve next week. That's the way you look at it as the offensive line coach. You're like, guess what? You get 4 penalties next week, I guess you did better.
That cannot be a thing that they say, right?
It seems like on film today, tomorrow, that should be a very easy fix. Right? Now, holding is a different thing.
Yeah.
But just lining up correctly, that should be pretty easy to correct that.
Now, there's 2 Monday Night Football games tonight, but there is a change on the Monday Night Football front. Monday Night Football is going to be back on ABC weekly this season as well because of the strike in Hollywood. And they don't have a lot of programming options for the fall and everything like that. Obviously, Monday Night Football was a staple of ABC for 35 years. It's been on ESPN, and they had been already planned to do some simultaneous coverage, but now it's going to be available every week.
Wow.
On ABC.
Wow. I mean, that's how do you think that you knew that Tool Time was around? Because you saw promos on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, that's true.
Tim Allen?
Home Improvement. Yeah, man. Yeah. And then, when every Friday night you knew you were going to be watching Urkel, because ABC, Monday Night Football told you to.
Here's maybe a stupid question. Do people care about this strike happening? When will we care?
I mean, you're going to care starting probably right about now if you're like a broadcast TV person, because this is about the time that the new shows would be rolling out. And either you're A, not going to see that, or B, you're going to see a truncated season because of that. And then you're going to start seeing a lot more reality stuff on streaming as well, because it doesn't necessarily have to involve writers.
And you say broadcast news. Like they do rely heavily on, hey, this show led into us tonight.
Yeah.
At 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock or whatever.
That's a good point.
And that show doesn't exist. And now your broadcast news takes a ratings hit. And they're like, what's happening with your ratings? And you're like, what's happening with our lead in?
I think it's going to be a big deal for a lot of people when you find out, like we've been talking about.
When you start reading more books, you're going to be like, wow, I'm reading books instead of watching TV.
But they'll do like the old man is now trying to find old love with old women.
The Golden Bachelor.
That can still happen.
That's right. Don't need script writers for that, I guess.
I feel like that feels a little scripted.
Yeah, you're probably right, but
we may never have a show like This Is Us again,
That is true.
That old man doesn't hand out roses. He hands out the things like if you've fallen and can't get up.
A cane.
God.
He just here's a cane.
That guy looks pretty good for like 70 or whatever, though, right?
I don't know, Kevin.
Yeah.
I mean, that should be exciting. There's just going to be these great makeout sessions with 70-year-olds.
I've seen 3. Yeah, they got to take their teeth out and start. I've seen 3 episodes of
get in the
The
hot
Bachelor,
tub, ladies.
and I don't think I've seen the full episode a single time. One episode that I've seen, I was forced to watch by Sean and RJ. Other than that,
that's true.
I've
They
never
told us not
watched
to-
The Bachelor.
Can you imagine? You're going to go out on this great date starting at 4 p.m. and ending at 6:30. This is an awesome date.
They didn't have to bring any of their night shooting equipment. Not cool, guys.
Would you like to share something?
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
That garlic's really going to hit me later.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. My goodness. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. It's a hard turn. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You are officially a
Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
Holy moly. Have you seen if anyone has changed the owner of New York to the Dallas Cowboys after the last 2 weeks on Wikipedia or anything like that?
Well, we've had certainly playing good football right now, and right now it's a fun team to watch, and they're playing at a high level. Obviously, the defense is really proven out to be what we thought it could be. Certainly, Micah's everything and more than anyone thought he might be. Based on training camp, and he was doing the same things to our offense as he's been doing to these other offenses, just disrupting practice every day. And, certainly, he's got a great group of men around him, too, that were playing at high levels, too. I think some of that's getting overlooked. But, certainly doing everything Dan aims to do, which is, turn the ball over, get pressure on the quarterback. And, of course, our priority in the offseason was upgrade our run defense. And, that was a group yesterday that, has effectively run the ball in the past and last year as well as last week. And I thought we did a good job there as well. And then certainly offense, I think Dak says it best, and Coach McCarthy, they're playing complementary football, taking care of the ball, being very efficient. Obviously, there's some things we can improve on in terms of, getting touchdowns rather than field goals in the red zone. And it's always good to have, things that we can work on. And special teams playing really well. I know everybody had questions about our kicker coming in, and, he's done a great job. Went 5 for 5 yesterday on his field goals, and just becoming a guy that everybody has a lot of confidence in.
And that is proof that you know how to find a kicker, isn't it, Stephen?
Well, I don't know about that. When we don't have one, they'll say the damn Cowboys can't find a kicker. But
I feel like that's directed at me a little bit because I might have been one of those people. So you're right. I apologize for that.
Well, I know who the loudest one was, and that was the owner himself, Jerry. That was breathing fire down everybody's neck about what in the hell is going on with kickers. So. But hats off to Aubrey, and, Bones has had a lot of confidence in him ever since we got him in camp, and he's doing a great job for us.
Yeah, it was absolutely fun. One of the other things y'all did in the offseason was y'all made sure that Trayvon Diggs was taken care of financially, and since then, 8 targets, 26 yards given up. He's forced 3 turnovers, and he has against him a 1 passer rating. The passer rating against him is 1.0. That feels like that's money well spent right there.
Well, he's just doing a great job. He's been a make play on the ball machine since he's come in the league. Certainly that's, why we really feel like his future's bright. That's how you win games in this league, is win the turnover battle. And that's been going on since the beginning of football, I think. If you end up winning that turnover battle, there's a good chance you're going to get a W beside you as well. So, he's that type of guy. And like I said, I know Micah's playing well, but, that back group back there, the corners and the safeties are doing a heck of a job of covering people up, making the quarterback hold the ball, and certainly letting our guys get after it.
I know usually at this point when we get to talk to you on Monday, you don't necessarily have a whole lot of info on injuries. I'm just curious, since all of these surround the same position group, is obviously Tyler Smith was out. Zach Martin, it looked like he tweaked his ankle, and then Chuma Edoga had to leave the game. What's the concern level there? That's a lot of potential issues on the offensive line.
Well, it's always a concern when you get injuries at a certain position, and not only are those guys in the offensive line, but they're all inside guys, and so. We're certainly looking at that. We feel very optimistic that Tyler's got a great chance to have a shot against Arizona. We all know Zach, how resilient he is. His availability seems to always be there. Would never bet against him being ready to play. He is working through some things. And then, Chuma as well, tweaked his elbow, and, good results on the the MRI and X-ray, but he certainly hyperextended it, and it's something that he'll have to work through as well. So, as you said, it's early. All this usually works its way out throughout the week, and at this point, I wouldn't rule any of them out or any of them in one way or the other.
The version of CeeDee Lamb we got to see yesterday is I feel like we're about to see the best version of CeeDee Lamb we've seen so far. What are your thoughts on his progression since y'all drafted him and where he stands right now?
Well, he's just all he's done is get better every year, and as we give him more, he certainly responds with productivity. Obviously, a huge day yesterday for him, and Mike said coming in the game he had spoke with Jerry and I, and, between him and Pollard, he knew he was going to give them a big dose, especially, with Cooks out of the lineup. Just felt like he could have a big day, and certainly we got Tony. He got him a good dose yesterday. I'm sure he's sore. I hadn't talked to him this morning, but he touched the ball, I think 30, 31, 32 times. Was a workhorse for us yesterday, but CeeDee just keeps responding well, and certainly you can see the confidence Dak has in him. But, the great news is we got other weapons on this offense that can step up if they get too focused on any one area. And Mike's been just outstanding at utilizing different packages. And, as he said to me when we got in that fourth quarter, he started crossing some things off his game plan that he didn't want to show people yet, as we started to feel good about, winning that game, and just more worried about salting away clock in the fourth quarter. He was keeping some rabbits in his hat, if you will, that we'll continue to use as we move forward.
I like hearing that, Kevin.
Absolutely. No, I really do. I was curious, something, it was during the game, but not exactly related to the play on the field, is the assistant coach, or one of y'all's assistants, Sharif Floyd, passed out during the game. How does that information get relayed to y'all? Or because it's a medical situation, they have to take care of it, when does that get relayed to y'all?
Well, we got the word right away in terms of who was down, and of course, went and checked on him. I mean, he's just an outstanding young man who's done a great job, coaching the defensive line with Aiden, and they're just doing a great job. But certainly he feels good today. We'll continue to monitor him in terms of his health condition, but right now everything's checking out well, and hopefully all's going to continue to be well with him.
I know you said that Mike was keeping a little bit in his hat there, but you did get to see Deuce Vaughn get out on the field, and he had a little package they were working with to try and get him some plays. What is that? What is the Deuce Vaughn future? Is it just kind of little packages here and there, or is there a more expanded role for him? Your thoughts on that?
Well, I think obviously a young player, you're giving him a taste as you go, and certainly when you got established guy like Tony and to some degree Rico, although they're young as well, but you're just working him in, and you see how dynamic he can be when put in the right situations. I think CeeDee caught a big ball because I think everybody thought, including me, we were going to give Deuce a little flare pass, get him out in the open field, and they all went to Deuce and left CeeDee running down the sideline. So, those are the type of things that I think Mike and Coach Schottenheimer are doing such a great job in scheming and, flooding zones and doing some really nice things there that really pay off for us. And I think as we move forward, Deuce will get more and more. And, I don't think anybody wants to see Tony have to touch the ball 30 times every game, but we knew playing, against a great Jet defense, which I must say, I think they're one of the better defenses in the league. We knew that was going to be a slugfest, and we really needed Tony, but certainly probably at the end of the day don't want to have to give Tony 30 touches every game.
We've talked with you plenty in the past about rules committee stuff, and we've talked on the show about the effectiveness of the quarterback push, especially how the Eagles do it. Did y'all talk about that this offseason on the rules committee, allowing players to kind of push behind the quarterback on a sneak? And if so, can you tell us anything about that discussion?
Yeah, we had extensive discussions, and it's a play that will continue to be evaluated. Usually these things work themselves out. You Coach Tomlin, who sits on the committee and, so productive and so, gives us so much insight from the defensive side, give these defensive coaches a chance to figure this out. He said, I bet we will. And, we'll just continue to monitor the play. It's obviously a play. Hats off to the Eagles. They got the personnel. They perfected it. They got a quarterback. I think he bench presses maybe as much as anybody in the league, in Jalen Hurts. And certainly that helps his productivity of that play with them. But, we certainly have monitored it. I don't see it being abused. And, certainly, I don't think it's taken away from the game right now was the decision we came down with. And, you got to give them credit for coming up with a imaginative way to, get first downs on third and fourth and short. They're doing a good job of that. So we'll continue to look at it. It's certainly on the radar of the competition committee from all aspects, from the entertainment of the game to the health and safety of the play. We're looking at that, and we'll continue to monitor it.
Well, as long as we're talking about things that are on your radar, does the date July 19th, 2026 mean anything to you?
I think it might be in and around that World Cup when I don't know if it's the finals or not. But,
Indeed.
I think the World Cup might be in this area.
Indeed, that is the schedule for the World Cup final. Couldn't help but notice that the FIFA president was at the game yesterday. There has been rumblings about AT&T Stadium hosting a semifinal or perhaps the final of the 2026 World Cup. Y'all get any business done yesterday?
Well, we just, in general, wanted to show them, certainly, the Jones family and the Cowboys just think North Texas is the top area in the country, if not the world, to host a finals event like that, and think it would be just a great place, and wanted to show, the officials just how dynamic AT&T Stadium can be, how dynamic the area can be, and in our mind, he picked a great game to get a great atmosphere for what North Texas is all about. And we feel very good about, our chances of obviously hosting a big, big game. And, of course, anyone who's anybody and loves sports would love to host a game like the World Cup. I think it's the most watched sporting event in the world when you take the worldwide viewership. And, they were certainly enjoyed getting to see how things work. When you have 90,000 plus people in a building, and certainly that's what they have their eyes on as well. And I just think it would be a great event that, anyone, obviously you'd have a lot of visitors, but certainly anybody in North Texas would be thrilled to have an event like that come to the area.
Have you heard anything about a potential timeline for those announcements?
Our understanding is they'll announce something in the fall. Nothing more concrete than that. Whether it's a month, 2 months, in the next month or 2 months, we'll see. But we had a great exchange with them, and I think they were very impressed with what they saw. And certainly, we felt like we got everything out on the table that we could bring to the table in terms of the community. North Texas, Governor Abbott was actually there as well and got to meet them, and he had a great visit with them, and he was certainly very welcoming, and how much, the state of Texas would love to have an event like that here in the state of Texas. So we certainly rolled out the red carpet for him.
Appreciate the insight on that, and obviously congrats on another dominating victory for the Cowboys. Thanks for the time, good sir.
Bye, Steve. Bye.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Have
Thank you, Steven. Appreciate
Sorry,
it.
I got cut out. Great being on, guys. Thank you.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And I'm sure they told them this is exactly what the weather's like in July 26th.
Oh, yeah.
In July, or was it July 16th?
July 19th, 2026.
Yeah, weather's just like this. It's always pretty here.
I was really excited that he was like, I believe that is around. Now,
well, that's cool.
So some potentially huge updates on the World Cup front there, especially if we find out in the next month or two. People might be more concerned about the offensive line. He sounded pretty confident early stages about Tyler playing this weekend. potentially Zach Martin, and then Chuma Edoga working through a hyperextended elbow if you're looking for some of the updates on the offensive line right there. Coming up next, your Cowboys thank you notes, 877-881-1053. Also want to hit us up on Twitch and YouTube. Who deserves a tip of your cap after yesterday?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's sponsored by QCkinetics.com, non-surgical regeneration treatment care.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. 877-881-1053. Who deserves a tip of your cap after yesterday's victory? If we can go and fire off, let's just say cut number 3. There's a lot of excellent ones to choose from. Thank you very much to this gentleman whose first NFL catch was a touchdown.
It's 1st and goal at the 1. Straight I formation. Play fake. Looking right. Left. Throws it in the end zone. Caught. Flag is down. This is the first professional catch and touchdown for Luke Schoonmaker if the penalty is on the defense.
It was on the defense.
That play though, and I go
Then
back
we went for 2 and got it.
When I go back and watch that play, it looks so weird because Dak is looking right over this, but it looks like the play was always designed to go to Schoonmaker.
Yeah.
He was looking everywhere here, and even Tony Pollard's trying to pick up 3 different blocks at one time, and then he's like, I'm going over here. And he knew exactly where to go, but congratulations to Schoonmaker, old Scooney, our guy. For getting that first catch, first touchdown out of the way real quick. He's basically Evan Carter, you know?
Sure.
That's a strike.
I would like to thank the New York Jets in my Dallas Cowboys thank you letter. I would like to thank the New York Jets for taking Zach Wilson, number 2 overall, when they should have taken Micah Parsons.
Oh, my
I just wonder how many Jets.
This is like the second week in a row, I think, that you've been thanking teams for doing that.
I wonder how many Jets fans watched Micah Parsons totally dominate a game and go, gosh, we could have taken Micah Parsons.
Yep.
And where would we be with that guy? So Micah Parsons, thank you so much. But thanks to all the teams, and I'll even say the Jacksonville Jaguars. As crazy as I am about Trevor Lawrence, I would, if I did that draft all over again and I was Jacksonville. I think Trevor Lawrence is a great quarterback, and quarterbacks mean more than anything. I don't know if I would take Trevor Lawrence over Micah Parsons. I might take him number 1 overall. That's how good I think he is.
And I was going to say, as long as we're allowed to thank a Jets player in here, is thank you, Sauce Gardner, for dropping a pick 6 that would have. I don't think that would have changed the end result, but it would have changed the complexion of the game a lot. Like, it was because of the double pump by Dak that Sauce was able to get there.
14-10.
I believe that's
Jets.
correct. Yep.
I think they're kind of saying like that big play and then that missed big play would have immediately turned this domination of a game into, oh my gosh, the Jets are winning.
By the way, the Pro Football Focus grades for the Jets offensive line, Kevin, Laken Tomlinson, 66.9.
Is that good?
100, like perfect.
Vera Tucker had a 51.2. The other 3 had a 37.5, 33.8, and a 32.3. Like, that's how poor. Either you could say that's how good the Cowboys' defensive line was,
sure,
or that's how poor their offensive line was against them. Also, I would like to send a thank you letter to Tyron Smith. You may be like, hold on, what? He did cost us a touchdown. He's also gave up 1 pressure in 43 snaps against the Jets yesterday. So
Fantastic.
I will take that from him. I appreciate him being out there. There was a moment, Kevin, where I was like, we desperately need Tyron Smith back. Tyler Smith back. We really need that body out there. And Reggie, I think you were the one that tweeted it very early in the game. It was like, we're already being tested in our depth on offensive line right now, and you could see it. I know Bass had the one good block, but then the next one was
That was not a good play.
Unsuccessful.
Yeah. Was that against Quinnen Williams? Yeah.
Well, hopefully my prediction is wrong on Tyron Smith, because next week I predicted he'd get hurt before the season started.
Don't. I hope you are wrong.
What's your prediction? You guys have still not made a prediction on what
healthy
week.
all year.
Healthy
all year. That's my prediction.
I bet you get your prediction wrong.
From the 903, thank you to Tyler Biotish for hustling to recover fumbles in 2 consecutive weeks. So I went back and specifically watched that because originally it started out as a thank you note to CeeDee Lamb for the, I can't remember, 32 or 33 yard catch that got the Cowboys out of the shadow of the end zone, right? Mm-hmm. But instead, it's shifted to Tyler Biadasz running 30 yards down the field and scooping that ball up. And I know CeeDee Lamb was like, nah, I was down. But then, like, you look back and you're like, yeah, it could have been a fumble.
That could be the difference in a game, man.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like, it could have been a fumble. That can be your center hustling down the field, just following the play instead of standing there celebrating with his arms up. Could be the difference in a playoff game. So keep doing that, buddy. Make your blocks. Once the ball's gone, take off upfield and potentially go get that. There was a moment where I saw like Tony Pollard run, and then he was like down at the goal line, and none of the offensive linemen helped him up. And I was like, dude, help that guy up. And I did hear him go, hey! And they all turned around and they were like, oh yeah, sorry about that.
Whoops. From the 469, thank you note goes to the defense for making it great. Dallas Cowboys winning Monday. And from the 214, thank you note to the Cowboys for doing what they do. It gives me the chance to Tolo as an Uber driver and watch all the visiting New York people cringe in the back seat.
Oh, yeah.
That is fantastic.
I will say this. Dak, I think, should write a thank you letter to CD and his receivers. Here's why. CeeDee Lamb, we all agree at one moment we were like, please get up.
Oh my God, on the flipping catch?
Yeah.
He got flipped straight up upside down on that 20-yard catch.
And I'm not sure he had to go up for that. I'm not sure
that's a bad pass.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is I'm not sure that the pass needed to be there for it to be complete.
Not at all.
And then there was another moment, and I know this is what happens. You go across the middle, you got to be prepared for it. But Michael Gallup got crushed. And I thought, oh crap. When he stood up, I was like, he doesn't want to be on the field right now. Like, I could see it. It felt like he didn't want to be there. So I would like to write Dak to write thank you notes to them for what I thought weren't great passes that they almost got really hurt on.
That CeeDee Lamb catch was really important because the Cowboys needed to snag some of the momentum back after the Garrett Wilson touchdown. So they avoided a problem with that. They avoided, obviously, a problem with the non-pick six from Sauce Gardner, who I believe tweeted something out and put something out on Instagram last night and then deactivated his Twitter account.
Didn't he say, like, he said something along the lines of, like, I wasn't guarding. He never caught on me. He never caught a pass against me. And I think that's true. Like, I don't think he was lined up against him. And I know Mickey brought up this morning, well, if he's so great, why didn't they move him around to follow CD? And that,
I don't know.
That's the Jets' defense.
Question, yeah.
They keep their cornerbacks on each side, and they just say, y'all be there.
To your point, the thank you also. Thank you for not realizing that Micah Parsons is on our team, New York Jets. It looked like they weren't prepared for that type of player to be on our team. And I'm wondering at what point. I felt like last year, the last 6 or 7 games, teams were like, I don't know if how much it was Micah Parsons getting tired. I think that was part of the pie. And then the other part of the pie is we have to prepare for him as he's the greatest player in the history of mankind. And I don't know why the Jets didn't realize before the game, you're about to go against somebody you've never gone against in your life, and you never will. Next week they play the Patriots. They're going to think it's a piece of cake blocking those guys because of the one human being on the Dallas Cowboys that totally destroys everything. I'm wondering when other teams are going to go, look, we chip, we do everything. Like, we don't start our play in practice on Tuesday or Wednesday when we start putting this together until we know how are we blocking Micah with multiple people. Like, we can't do, no human being on the face of the earth can block him one-on-one on a consistent basis. And then our guy starts lining him up in different places, like over the center and stuff. So we need to have plans for, we have to find 11 every time and plan on he is God on the football field, and we have to figure out how to stop God.
Dude, last week, Kevin, we saw the Myles Garrett dribble between his legs move.
Yeah.
And every time I saw Micah line up over center, I was expecting him to mimic that. But there he is, like, doing these fake moves before snapping everything. And, like, I know that's kind of like he was leaning into it, but he stopped before. That was so much fun watching him line. You knew he was front and center in front of everybody, and he was still going to do something. He's a blast to watch.
I can see
looks
how
like he's going against Chaz Green every day.
and I mean, remember, Mike, how like we were watching practice and we were like, oh my God, our offensive line is in trouble. And it's just like, no, it was just Micah. That's just what it was.
From the 682, thank you to Stephon Gilmore for making Trayvon Diggs better. I mean, you rattled off the stats to Stephen Jones. They're incredible. It's Nathan Peterman-esque, where quarterbacks would be better off throwing the ball into the turf than throwing against Trayvon Diggs.
So nice.
Through 2 games.
And they both pick up each other, right? When he's been beat a few times, our pass rush gets there, and so they can't beat him.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. From the 903, I don't know if this is a thank you note as much as a question. Is there another New York team we can play next week?
Buffalo Bills.
We do have.
You got Arizona.
We do have the Giants on our list again. We do have the Bills, Mike.
I believe we play them this year.
Yeah, and so that's 4. So will we own the entire state of New York by the end of the season is the question.
I think so. From the 682, D-Law and Osa, thank you notes to them. They're having great years. 2 specific plays for those guys, because I totally agree with that text. We talked about it earlier. What I wrote down in my notes, 2 of the first 3 defensive plays ended in horrifying violence, which, they did, because Breece Hall gets the handoff and Tank just destroys him. And then 1 play later, so we get to 3rd down, Micah Parsons annihilates Zach Wilson on 3rd down. And you're like, holy crap, 3 and out, and we're screwed.
Mm-hmm.
And on the 2nd drive, shout out to Osa, he held on to Dalvin Cook. Like, he just held on to him and kept him short, and it should have been the 2nd punt. But then obviously they faked the punt and got the 1st down. Their only 1st down of the first quarter and a half came off of that special teams package. So if you think about it, in the regular flow of defense, in the first, I think it was about 23 minutes of football, the Jets had no 1st down.
That's awesome. And there was one point where we were about to walk into halftime going 6 straight quarters. The Cowboys have not given up any points. And then boom.
Garrett Wilson hit it.
I mean, I will be amazed if a team is able to move the ball consistently against this defense in a game. I will be shocked. To me, I do think that it is disappointing as a Cowboys fan when the other team gets a 1st down. Not scores points, and I get they scored late in the half, and they did have the big touchdown. I almost feel like when the other team gets a 1st down, I'm like, failure of a job by this defense, because they're that awesome. This is, I know Arizona isn't going to score, and if they score, it'll be pure luck. And I don't think New England's going to score. That's the most boring team I've ever watched in my life play Sunday night football. And then you do get to San Francisco, who has the ability to do different things, but I don't think score a lot of points. And then the Chargers will be interesting just because of the quarterback, offensive coordinator situation. But I mean, if you get to San Francisco and they can't move the ball on you, and then you get to the Chargers and they are running for their lives and turning the ball over, then what? We're only 2 weeks in, but what won't make this one of the greatest defenses in NFL history?
I don't know. Yeah, their regular season might end up being, wow, just look at what they accomplished against these teams. Thank you to Deuce Vaughn for getting the bobble or the little stumble out of the way early.
That play did make me mad when it happened.
It was, but he got it out of his system. I think like that moment of I tried to turn and go before I had the ball kind of stuff. You have to get that out of your system, and I think he got it out of his system quickly. And then he was able to average 5.3. He had a really good run on the right side later in the game that was really nice. But Kevin, I don't know if you saw this from the 817. Thank you to Mike Bassick.
Oh.
They bought 2 pillow cubes, and it's helped their wife's back and spine, and she says it's life-changing. Wouldn't have even ordered if you hadn't gone off about them.
Thank you.
Listening, pillow cube people.
He's famous.
Time to advertise. I'm glad that. Go ahead.
No, I guess I do it for free. Thanks a lot, Pillow Cube.
I hope they send you.
They
a
will.
Pillow Cube
They're going
or
to get you
something.
at some point.
I'm glad that so many people enjoyed some of the plays that we all enjoyed from the 469. Thank you, note to Zach Martin for faking out that defensive tackle. That was amazing. And then thank you to Brandon Aubrey for 5 field goals. And I love Steven's answer about, he was like, you know who's the maddest was Jerry. He's like, what the hell's going on with all these field goal kickers? What's happening? We can't find somebody? So I really dug that answer. Not episode. That answer. I almost had an episode right there.
You okay, buddy?
From the 214, thank you to me for not me, this texter,
Me.
for coining the name the Death Star defense. How long before a defense gets a nickname?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just so happy Hot Boys is gone. So, whatever, it can't be much worse than that. That sounded like one of the worst nicknames. It sounds so soft for a defense. So, I'm glad that it could be Doomsday 3, even though that's not really original.
I like Death Star defense, though. I do like that.
So you want to thank the 214 for coming up?
Yeah, I do like that one. Let's thank the two. If it happens, like if somebody says, you know what, we're taking that. Did you get a copyright? You should probably copyright that. But if you copyright it, will the Cowboys pay you for it, or will they just take it?
No, I think you'd be more likely to get hit by a lawsuit from Disney, right? Because they own all the Death Star intellectual property.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're losing money.
Why?
Nope, don't know. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Although I could be in trouble because now it's time for Mike Blakeson.
Oh, no.
So there's nothing I can do.
He's like, nobody puts Mikey in a corner.
Speaking of TV shows,
they said we could have
I
it.
find this very interesting. I did not watch last night's final episode of Winning Time, which is based off of the book Showtime, the 1980s dynasty of the Lakers.
But you can't call it Showtime if it's going to be on HBO.
Well, they should have, I guess, because it got canceled.
It is canceled?
Yeah, they are not.
I warned you that was going to happen.
They are not going to make a season 3. So Winning Time, based off of the dynasty of the 1980s Lakers, ends with the Boston Celtics winning the 1984 NBA championship.
No.
So this is the most awesome thing, being a Laker hater. I fell in love with the game of basketball because of Magic, because of Larry, because of Rolando Blackman, but I just find that really funny that Winning Time does not get renewed for season 3 after last night's episode where Larry Bird beats the LA Lakers. And that ends Winning Time, the dynasty of the LA Lakers. So if you ever want to go back and watch, you will watch them win a couple championships. 82, they just gloss over real quick. That took 30 seconds to explain that championship on the television show because they want to get you to the Lakers versus Celtics, Bird versus Magic, and they only get to the first one they ever play in, which Larry Bird wins, and now it's over.
So that would have been like all of season 3 was 85 and 87 and wow.
Yeah.
I told you like a month ago that the creator's like, hey, we need more people to watch this show. It's not doing very well.
Yeah.
And I did not know it had already been
Well, also
canceled,
the writer of the book was begging for it too because obviously
I think that was the guy.
Yeah, the more episodes, the more they buy,
crazy.
you know, but yeah, so Winning Time, the dynasty of the Lakers ends with the Celtics winning the championship.
I think we all predicted that.
Yep. Okay, now.
Good job, Larry Bird.
Tomorrow we talk more college football. So if somebody's like, hey, when are you going to talk Colorado State? That'll be tomorrow. But I do want to talk Deion Sanders here because I found this interesting that this ended up getting a lot of social media play because I do think a lot of football fans, I won't say a lot, they don't watch baseball. So they struggle with the sport of baseball because of how long it is. They see it as kind of a boring sport. Totally get it. I understand. Like, I understand where people like things and don't like things. I've tried to like soccer. I don't find it very entertaining.
Hockey, on the other hand.
Hockey, I found very entertaining. I want to get into. It doesn't mean soccer is not a beautiful, great sport, and there's people that love it and say, man, the nuances of this are amazing. Totally get it. I just don't have the time or really the passion at all to want to get into soccer. It does not really seem like an enjoyable thing for me to really get into. Well, here is Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. Smith. I believe it was on Friday's set.
I got you a different version of it. This is Club Shay Shay. This is Shannon Sharp's podcast with Deion Sanders.
All right.
Of all the sports that you played, football, basketball, track and field, baseball, what was the hardest?
Baseball.
You told me the hardest thing to do is hit that ball, man.
That ball does some things to you. Any sport that you could
fail 7 out of 10 times and become
Great, say you're great.
and make $200-300 million in it. That's a hard sport. Right.
So that's probably because Sharp was intrigued by that, kind of asked the same question Friday, just so he could have it on, ESPN's main deal. But a lot of people were saying, look, this is agreeing that people that played both, like if you asked Bo Jackson, or if you asked people, maybe people don't know this, but Danny Ainge going back into winning time. He's obviously a guard on the Celtics and wins multiple championships there, plays in other NBA finals with the Phoenix Suns and Portland Trailblazers. He actually played a year in the major leagues for the Toronto Blue Jays. So he made it to the major leagues for a second and then decided this is just too difficult. I'm better at basketball. Let me go in that direction. But I think it just goes to show Dion, who did get to play both, and there's a few people who did, how truly difficult it is.
That is really impressive to hear him say, oh, it's baseball for sure.
And the other thing, too, which is interesting, is Deion Sanders, if you don't know his numbers real quick, and I understand why you wouldn't, he's a Hall of Fame football player, not a Hall of Fame baseball player. He has 2,123 at-bats. He hit 263 in the major leagues.
Dang.
So in 641 games, he is a 263 hitter. Now, OPS, which nobody cared about back then, but we do have that stat, obviously, was 711. So it wasn't very high, but he was a guy who could get on base. Obviously, steal a lot of bases, 186 stolen bases in his 641 games. So good at that. But anyways, I just thought that was interesting from Deion Sanders, just talking about how difficult it is to hit a baseball versus doing other athletic feats. Not that playing football is unbelievably tough. The other thing, too, about baseball, which I tell parents all the time, is I understand how fun basketball is. And I understand how fun football can be at times. But you understand you have to be a certain height and weight and speed to play those sports. If you are 6'2", you are in the top 20% of men height-wise. If you are 6'2",
what about 6'2.5"?
Right. Yeah, you're right in that range.
Yeah.
When you're that height, you're one of the shortest people on an NBA basketball court, or even on a college basketball court. There might be one or two other guys, maybe if you're 6'2", one maybe, that'll be shorter than you on the basketball court at that time. But everybody else is going to be longer than you and taller than you. So you're going to have these unbelievable speed and quickness and ball handling abilities. And you are actually a little bit bigger than normal size. And in football, if you can't run a certain speed, if you can't bench, your strength, if you're not strong in certain areas, they're going to be like, I'm sorry, as good as you look in high school, you just don't fit the criteria of this, because you have to be a certain body structure to play this sport at a higher level than high school. And I say baseball, you can be a normal sized human being. Now there's obviously hand-eye coordination, athleticism, there are things in it, but you can actually be a normal sized human being and play baseball, which you cannot do for the most part in basketball, or like normal sized human beings. There's about 70 of them in the NBA. Maybe if you want to max it out at 100, there's 100 normal-sized human beings in the NBA. And
most of them are point guards, right?
Yeah, they pretty much have to be, right? I mean, because once you aren't 6'4" or taller, you run into a major issue in the NBA. And they're trying to eliminate those players too, because they're like, look, man, we really want switching on all defensive positions. So we really are possession. So we really want you to be 6'6" or taller. Now here is Deion talking a little bit more about baseball/football situation.
What made you want to decide to stick with baseball, even though you had this great football career?
The challenge, man. I love challenges, and I could not master it. And it frustrated me because I hate to lose, and I hate not mastering something that I know if I just had more time, I could.
I do agree.
That makes sense to me.
I don't think he would have been a Hall of Famer. That's so tough to do. I mean, 1% of major leaguers make the Hall of Fame. So I don't think he would have been top 1% in Major League Baseball history. But I do think if he would have not played football, which would have been a bad choice, but if he would have just said, I'm not playing football, I am concentrating my whole career on it. First, he was a New York Yankee, at being a great New York Yankee. I do think he would have been an all-star. I think he could have made a couple all-star teams by just his speed and range in the outfield and being able to do some certain things. So I think he could have been an all-star in Major League Baseball. But I don't know if he could have been anything more than kind of a few-time all-star and had a great career and played 15 years in the majors.
I hope this fits in with your discussion just because it's about Deion Sanders. Have you seen his rookie card prices just start to really go up because
And what's happening as a coach?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Which is kind of wild.
Now, the next thing I want to discuss on Deion Sanders, and maybe we don't have enough time for a great discussion here, but I want him to talk about the transfer portal right here. And he also discusses how high school recruiting and high school players are not important to him and probably not important to most major Division I schools now.
In the portal now, man, it's free agency.
Yeah.
I feel bad for high school kids because we're only taking like 4 to 5 high school kids this year, and they're getting the short end of the stick.
Yeah.
The NCAA is going to have to come in and say, we got to increase the scholarship for high school kids, because why would you take the chance when you already have a plethora of kids that's already been to college, made the adjustment, and you know what's wrong with them or you know what's right with them, and you rather go there instead of risk at a high school kid.
Yeah, 22-year-old versus an 18-year-old is a very big difference.
Very big difference.
Yeah.
And coaches are getting fired in a couple of years, so you're trying to get guys that ready to help you now.
Right.
Instead of, no one's red shirts anymore.
Yeah.
So here's what I wonder based off of that. Will North Texas, even I'm going to include SMU. I know you guys don't want to be included in this. SMU's, Texas State's, Abilene Christians, Arkansas State. Will they now be the junior colleges of college football, where if the rules stay the same, hey, Deion gets you're supposed to have good relationships with junior college coaches because you're the kids at Blinn or Navarro or whatever could end up being at UT or A&M. But I don't think that's going to be the case anymore. I think what will happen is if the rules stay the same, you're going to play A&M plays Louisiana Monroe, and you tell your guys that are your recruiting guys, hey, I want you to watch this game, but I want you to see if anybody on Louisiana Monroe is worth plucking from their team and bringing them to A&M next year. And so what you do is you use these Division I schools and you let it be known, you get in their ear after playing them or after some time, hey, we think you can play at A&M now. Or they're a high school kid, like, we really like you, but you understand we're trying to win now and we can't have freshmen on our team. And we don't know if you'll ever play here. What's best for you to do is go to North Texas. Play as a freshman there. If you're good enough, I have a relationship with, I'm sorry, I don't know their coach. I have a relationship with him, and he knows that I'm going to be good for you. We have a great relationship. He's going to run similar system that we run. And if you're good enough after a couple years at North Texas, we'll bring you to Colorado or UT or A&M for your junior or senior year.
And I thought he made a really savvy point about the logic behind it when he talks about how quickly people get fired. And he was like, look, I'm not being it to be a jackass or anything like that. He's like, you see how quickly these people get fired. I need somebody who could play now.
Yeah. And I just think at quarterback, I get Arch Manning's at UT and stuff like that. But why wouldn't you say, hey, this kid had a really good year at Arkansas State and he's going to be a senior and they run similar plays that we run. I'm bringing him into TCU for his senior year. That's going to be a lot better than me bringing in the Southlake Carroll quarterback who's going to sit on the bench, maybe get better. Who knows? If he has a bad year his sophomore, junior year, I am fired.
Yeah.
So I'll just bring in the kid I know at Arkansas State who can run the system right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Our friend Isaiah Standback joins us next on the KNC Masterpiece on the Fan.
Flagtober is coming. KNCMasterpiece.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. A reminder, G-Bag Nation will be at the ballpark today, or I guess they probably are at the ballpark right now. If you want to go see them leading into the Rangers game, which you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what else you can always hear on 105.3 The Fan? The C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for that introduction. And don't forget, we'll be out. You said we're going to be out there on Wednesday. Then we're going to be at My Possibilities Thursday. And then Friday, we'll be at Carrollton's Buffalo Wild Wings, thanks to Miller Lite. And then Section 133 Friday night. So let's have a good one. And this Sunday, I'll be at Old 75. So everybody come party with me on this Sunday as the Cowboys try to continue. Only allowing 10 points on the season.
Try to continue. It's like a preseason game.
All right, now let's turn our attention
homecoming.
to our guest and our friend. He is a co-host of Cowboys Game Day with George Teague, Bill Jones on CBS. It is Isaiah Stanback. How's it going, Isaiah?
All is great, man. How you guys doing?
Busy. We're very busy, man.
It sounds like it, man. Y'all be moving around.
I have a thought, or I want to know if you think this is good money. Depending on where you see the odds, Micah Parsons is between 75 to 1 and 150 to 1 to win the MVP. I realize they just love to give that MVP to the quarterback and not to defensive player in a really, really long time. But don't you think those odds are pretty decent return on your money for taking a shot?
Absolutely. I mean, if this dude keeps up at this pace, I mean, it should be – they should just hand it to him, by midway through the season, because this dude is being completely dominant. That's definitely a quarterback's trophy, but this dude can't be stopped right now, not only from the things that he's doing individually, but from what he's allowing his teammates to do because of how dominant he's been. So it's amazing to watch. You only get these players every so many years, man, but I'm happy to be able to watch this every single week.
Isaiah, Mike was just discussing this with us in the break, and he was like, even when Micah doesn't get to the quarterback, he's in pursuit right after, where a lot of guys, you kind of see, oh, well, I didn't get that play. Somebody's going to get him. But Mike is like, no, I want to get that guy.
Yeah, no, he's not waiting on somebody else to make a play. And I think that's what's different about him. Not only we've seen guys who have crazy motors, right?
Yes.
To your point, those motors kind of stop once you get to a point where, I'm out the play, or, I'm no longer affecting the play. Where Micah doesn't have that. Whatever switch most people have and put it in them whenever they're created, that switch is missing in Micah. There's nothing there that tells him he's supposed to stop now. Like, hey, you're out the play. And you see the hustle and what that does for the entire defense. I mean, he's in constant pursuit, relentless. He's going out there and hunting. He's always calling himself a lion. He's literally out there hunting. And I've been referring to the rest of the guys as the pride, and they get to eat because of it.
Yeah, that is when somebody is in pursuit like that all the time, it does help you out because he's going to push somebody to you. At some point, you're going to be standing there, and they're going to be running away from Micah, and then you get the benefit of getting that play right there.
Is there any chance it would ever work? As a quarterback, you just walk up to the line and you're like, hey, can you guys cut me a break on this play? Like, just give me another 1 second to breathe.
It's like water. Was it the water boy, right? Like Captain Nathaniel.
Yeah.
He's just nonstop, man. But those hustle plays, there's been 2 interceptions now, or back-to-back weeks. Last week, obviously, Stephon Gilmore was the benefactor of that hustle, and this week it was Jaron Kearse. So back-to-back weeks, his hustle and his relentlessness has turned out a turnover for this defense. It wasn't because he hit the guy. It was simply because of extra effort that most guys would stop on. He was in constant pursuit, and guys were like, man, get rid of the ball. I know he's chasing the ball. So it's literally like the water boy.
One of the questions I was kind of curious from the wide receiver's perspective, and you played both of those positions with quarterback as well. Whenever, like, CeeDee Lamb took a pretty significant hit when he went up for that ball, and I know Michael Gallup took one across the middle. Is there ever a conversation of, hey man, just can we not? I don't want to get hurt like that again. What does a receiver say to a quarterback?
It's one of those unsaid, communications. Like, you look at each other, you're like, hey, all right, that's on me, my fault. And as long as it doesn't happen again, you're good. But if it happens again, it's like, all right, player, now, hey, give me a ball that I can handle so I'm not getting my head taken off. But that's your job as a quarterback, which is why ball location matters so much. Majority of the fans out there are just more so concerned about whether it's a completion or not. But, it's a major difference between where the ball is placed and what the receiver is going to be in a position to do once he receives the ball. So every so often you have to be able to put those balls out there where guys they're going to take a big hit, but majority of the time you want to try to protect your team as much as possible.
Yeah, man, there was a throw where, I mean, CeeDee made a great play of it, but it was a little behind him on his back right shoulder as he's running a slant across the field. And I was like, he picked up yards. I mean, it was fine. He picked up yards after catch on it, but I was like, man, could it have been a little bit different while he was in the move? But even still, they had a good one. Speaking of CeeDee, though, like this guy, it looks like Mike McCarthy found some very creative ways to get him the football on Sunday.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to continue. I mean, the thing that I guess the most prominent comparison from my standpoint is last couple of years, everybody has become accustomed to Kellen Moore and his offense, right? And one thing that Kellen Moore struggled with was emptying his bag too early. I always talk about like getting your Christmas presents and getting all your clothes, that you get, and you want to wear them to school the first week, and then you're out of all your new stuff. Well, that's what Kellen Moore was doing over the most recent years. And then later on in the season, defensive coordinators figured it out, and they started, obviously the turnovers started appearing. That's not the case with Coach McCarthy. In this West Coast offense, I've been trying to help people understand that you can run the same exact plays from different formations, from different personnel groups, from different alignments, from different motions, from different shifts. To your offense, it is exactly the same. But when you bring a different personnel grouping out, when you line CeeDee up in the slot, when you start moving guys around, the defense has to adjust to all those changes you're making, when in actuality, offensively, just still simplified. Everybody's doing the same exact things. I just, instead of running a slant on this play, I'm running an in on this play, or whatever it might be. You're just switching your roles and your assignments, but everybody knows exactly what they're supposed to be doing. And when you're doing that, when you're getting out of the huddle and you're getting up to the line of scrimmage and you're getting these plays off, running 80-plus plays in a game, which is absolutely insane, you're going to have plenty of opportunities to make plays, and that's what you're starting to see CeeDee do. He's been killing it over the past few years, and he's continued to build upon that in this new Mike McCarthy offense.
Also, what do you think it feels like when you catch a football and get flipped upside down? Because that feels pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It's terrible. I remember one time I was playing kick return. It was actually myself and Pac-Man Jones, and we was out there in Pittsburgh. And you remember how Troy Polamalu used to always hit people and just like spear through the kneecap?
Yeah, hard.
Well, he had taught the whole team that apparently, because I got hit in my knees on a kickoff return. Blindsided, did not see this dude at all, and I literally went in the air, and it was like one of those moments in a movie where they kind of stop, and yourself.
Yeah, that's
you
me.
can see the people throwing individual pieces of popcorn into their mouth and slow.
It's like Deathpool. Exactly.
That is pretty amazing. And okay, so some people have gotten mad. I've brought this up today. I hear everything you're saying about the offense, but I'm still allowed to be concerned about 4 straight field goal drives, especially 2 off of turnovers where you need to get 7 out of that.
Or is he not allowed?
Okay, fair.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's an aspect of the offense that has to continue to improve. There's always going to be a phase of the game that you have to improve upon, and this just happens to be their Achilles heel right now. Obviously, going 2 for 6 in the red zone is not what you want. It's not how you draw it up. I don't care if he went 5 for 6. Coach McCarthy still, regardless of what he tells the public, he's still not going to be satisfied with that. You want to be 100%. You want to be dangerous, not only getting to the red zone, but you want to be able to cap those drives off with 6-7 points, right? That is your goal as an offense. You're not going out there to kick field goals. You're not going out there just to move the ball. You want to finish drives, and offensively, you finish drives by scoring touchdowns.
Sorry, Corey.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Does that make Brandon Aubrey a lock for Special Teams Player of the Week? Because I know that's what you really want to know, Corey.
I think he does, yeah. I'll defer to Isaiah, though.
He's doing way more than what anybody ever expected him to. And kudos to Bones Fossil for trusting him and for convincing this entire front office that this is your man. And as Jerry Jones said, hey, we got ourselves a kicker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Steven knows how to pick them. I'm pretty sure that he gave Steven credit on that one. The play of Trayvon Diggs, we were just looking at some numbers for him. Not only has he forced 3 turnovers, he's only given up 26 yards on 8 targets, but he has a 1 passer rating against. A 1.0 passer rating against. And I'm just trying to figure out, like, is that reality that he's become even that much better after signing this contract?
You know, again, Trayvon Diggs is an absolute dog. He's a dude. It's the reason why the Cowboys wanted to make sure they secured him. He has a lot of things working in his favor in addition to his amazing abilities. Not only does he have somebody else on the opposing side that they can't pick on, right? So having Stephon Gilmore really neutralize the offense's ability to really attack them to their advantage. But that front seven, and you talk about, you know, Dan Quinn. What did Dan Quinn do for the Seattle Seahawks for all those years when you had all those DBs out there? You know, Sherman and Brown there. It was the front seven that was causing errant throws, and then they were the benefactors of it. So this is playing a part in it as well. So you have Gilmore that's on the opposing side. You have help over the top in Malik Hooker, Curse, all those guys. And then you have this front seven that's adding relentless pressure. You're going to get plenty of opportunities, and these guys are not going to be able to run their offense that they want to facilitate. So even though those guys are smart on the outside at the quarterback position, Gilmore and Diggs, as smart as they are, as much wisdom as they have to be able to decipher alignments and splits and be able to obviously identify what the route concepts are, that's already tough enough because of what their abilities are. Now, all of a sudden, that gets cut down even more because of the pass rush, and those routes become even less applicable because they're just that good, and there's just not a lot of time. You're talking about 1.5 to 2 seconds. These guys have to get the ball off. How many routes can you run in that time span? Right, so out of the nine routes, there's more than that now, but say there was 9 routes in a route tree, you really can only get to 4 of them. So now it's just a process of elimination, and based upon your alignment, I can negate that right off the bat.
Dude, it's such a thing of beauty to watch that. You know, those things pairing well to make that force opponents to have to, you know, slim down their book and not be able to do it. Speaking of, though, can we get Dak to learn how to slide? Just because that moment early in the game, I was like, look, man, I'm happy you got out of the pocket, but please slide into second base. Do not get hit like that anymore.
Yeah, he's a big dude, but you definitely don't want him taking those additional hits. You know, it's a pride factor that comes in with that as a man. I remember my time in college, Coach Willingham pulled me aside after I had a run and tried to run this dude over, and he said, real calmly, he said, if you don't start sliding, I'm going to take you out the game. I was like, that's a funny joke. And I looked at him, and it was the most serious face I've ever seen in my life. So I'm assuming that Coach McCarthy's probably having that same conversation with Dak right now.
Isaiah, though, you're a former baseball player, so you know how to slide. I do think it's tough for people like Dak who never played baseball to understand how to slide as an adult. I get it's very teachable, but I've noticed that the guys, whether it's Kyler Murray or Russell Wilson, Patrick Mahomes, these guys that played a lot of baseball have a natural ability to know when to get down just because of their playing baseball and sliding into second or sliding into home.
Yeah, no, that's a very valid point. I mean, and it's true. I mean, it's more natural for you to be able to slide. So between it being unnatural for Dak, and I'm assuming that he has a pride issue with that as well, and the fact that it's not natural for you to slide, now there's an injury factor to it as well, too. The probability of you getting hurt if your ankle gets caught up underneath you because you're not doing it correctly. So there's a lot of factors that come into it, but at the end of the day, just get down when you can get down, get out of bounds when you can. You know, this team needs you. You're playing lights out right now. I told everybody, I think I even told you guys a couple weeks ago, this is not going to be the offense of past years. You're not going to see Dak light up the scoreboard and light up the stat sheet, but it's about efficiency and it's about playing keep away. Dak was 31 of 38, 81% completion rating, that's insane. But they also held the ball for 42 of the 60 minutes. That is the recipe for success for Mike McCarthy and his entire team.
I believe that was their highest time of possession in a regular season game in 40 years.
What?
Yep.
Now,
back when they just said we're running the ball.
Yeah, that's right. Every time. The last question I have for you, you might not like or might not want to answer, but I'm going to try anyway. How many of the Cowboys starters could they sit against Arizona and still comfortably win the game?
None. No, you don't want to. You need to keep this mojo going. The last thing you want to do is start sitting guys and all that. I think this team. I mean, you think about it from this standpoint. The defense played 47 snaps.
That's
47
crazy.
snaps.
They got their rest in.
That's insane, and that's with guys rotating in. So, aside from the starters who don't come out the game, I think there's maybe 4 guys that played the entire game. Everybody else was, I think Diggs, Gilmore, those guys played every snap. But aside from that, you're playing 15 snaps a game, 20 snaps a game, maybe. Like 100% effort on those plays. So, I mean, it's crazy. You do more work. I mentioned it earlier today on the podcast with the Cowboys, talking Cowboys. You do more in conditioning, right, on your workout days than you did in the game as far as, strenuous activity on your body. So these guys are fresh, man. They're fresh. They're ready to go. Obviously, offense had a ton of plays. They probably deserve the day off for sure after running 80-plus plays. But, what Coach McCarthy is doing in terms of management, and when you have depth, you're able to rotate guys in and out, and everybody's able to get reps, get some film so that you can correct your errors, and you're saving guys' legs. So it's a great recipe right now.
Dude, we always appreciate you hopping on, and
sure.
and I'm glad it was on another good terms with the Cowboys getting another win, man.
Definitely, man. Appreciate y'all having me on.
Take it easy. There he goes, Isaiah Standback.
He's the best.
He is awesome. I love that guy, man. And Tolos love him too.
Keep in mind, I don't actually want the Cowboys to bench anybody. I just was curious.
Well,
we'll talk about it later in the week. I wouldn't play Brandon Cooks.
Okay, yeah.
Give your knee another week.
Give Tyler Smith.
in a way,
break,
we
dude.
don't need you.
Yeah. Okay.
Just go out. You know what? Get done by halftime, fellas. Y'all y'all put the points on the board. We'll take you all out at halftime.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for us to go around the NFC East. The Beasts from the East go undefeated. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Let's first talk about adventure seekers. So if you are an adventure seeker, this month, Jeep Adventure Days at Southwest.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Franklin & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Up at the Jets 39. Now he's under center. First down with Cook, the running back. A toss left to Cook. On an option, he's in trouble. Parsons goes with him and throws him for a 2-yard loss. With Vander Esch, the ball came out. Parsons has it and running away.
Now, it wouldn't be a touchdown, but it was a fumble recovery right there. Outstanding stuff. Cowboys win 30-10.
Field goal or touchdown after we recovered that?
Field goal.
What are the Cowboys going to do? Corey,
what's up?
What are they going to do? Micah Parsons, gets the fumble, rips it out, grabs it. His calf gets accidentally touched, so he's down. And the offense can't do anything with it.
I don't know how many he has to score the touchdowns himself. We did talk about this with Kyle Yeomans the other day, right? We talked about this with him on Friday about how he didn't have any interceptions, but guess what he does? He strips the ball and then picks up the fumble and should have had a touchdown.
I blame Micah.
Yeah.
Why did he go down to a knee to pick up the ball?
Why did he hover?
Stay squatted, and then nothing's touching the ground except your feet.
Float.
And that doesn't count as being down.
Yeah.
As we go across the entire NFC East, do you want to start with the Cowboys
Yes.
then?
They're winning 70-10 this year.
All right. Now, glad that you brought that up. In the Super Bowl era, they are the third team to score 70-plus points in their first 2 games while giving up 10 or fewer points.
There were other teams that did this?
Along with the 1970 Detroit Lions and the 2019 New England Patriots.
Well, we know what happened to the Lions. They screwed everything up.
Did you know that the Lions were the first ever that year, the first ever NFC wildcard team? It's a fun extra factoid for you.
And they lost in the first round.
To who?
The reason I know it, they've only won one playoff game forever.
I don't remember.
It's probably the Cowboys.
It could be. I'm sorry. I don't remember the answer to that. Brandon Aubrey, we talked about him. Hopefully, special teams player of the week for the NFC. First kicker for the Cowboys with 5 field goals since Dan Bailey did it 10 years ago.
Okay, so I'm going to slow down how good of a kicker he is right now, even though it was great yesterday. We do have to understand we did this with the Rangers bullpen when they were winning games 7-1 and 10-3. Those were all great, and they all counted. I can't take those away.
You need it when it's like 17 to 16.
If you're playing San Francisco and there's a 48-yarder and you're down 17-16 with under 2 minutes to go.
And a slight wind.
There's a little, I don't even care about the wind, but I do hear you. There's going to be a little bit of a difference where his sack's going to be when he's kicking that ball.
Yeah.
Do they hang low? Do they wobble to and fro?
Right.
We're going to be fine. But if they're in my throat, we're going to have an issue. Not in my throat, in his throat.
Jesus. I'm sorry. My
You're welcome, Reggie.
That's what I meant to say.
But I love it. I love that he looks good, where he's making all the kicks, that there's very little pressure on. There is pressure that he has to keep his job with him. But there will be a moment in time that he has a kick to win or lose the game, and there's going to be a little bit different pressure on that one than, hey, can you put us up 27-10 right now?
I agree with Mike on that. I'm not desiring to see it against Arizona. I don't want to see oh my gosh, how are you going to win this game against Arizona? Sure. But I do agree that when we get that opportunity to see him when it's really nerve time, like right now, Kevin has been nice because he's getting to walk out on the field in front of the home crowd, have that moment, absorb it, make his kick positive. What happens when he misses 1 or 2? And then how does he respond from there too? So, and I think all of us are going to be kind of on every single time. I still think every time he goes out there, you're just going to be like, okay, can he keep doing it?
This is now 9 straight wins for the Cowboys at home. And then we were talking about CeeDee Lamb earlier. Double-digit receptions in 4 of his last 6 games. That's pretty darn impressive.
Does that include the postseason then?
It does include the postseason.
Yeah, dude. The dude is, they needed him. They said, hey, look, Cooks is out. They're going to need him. And he stepped up and he did something pretty special again. And I'm just happy watching. I'm enjoying it, dude. I really am.
Do you want to go to the Eagles next? Or the
They're
Giants?
2-0.
Or the Command? Okay. Now, bad news for the Eagles. The concern was Avonte Maddox and his injury. He is going to have surgery on his torn pec this week. So he's out indefinitely. He could miss the rest of the season.
Okay.
I know the hope was that he might miss half the season, but it's not looking good. He's going to have a surgery this week, and we'll see where it goes from there.
All right. Well, the Eagles, huh?
He's fine. He can get ready for next year. This year's the Cowboys.
I'm serious. I'm really serious about this right now. The Cowboys curse Dak. Name a player. They've been mentioning the Niners. That's
As
the
opposed
only.
to the
That's the
Eagles.
only. And is it? I am kind of curious. Is it only because that's the team that's knocked them out?
100%.
Okay, because they believe then in their mind they're like the Eagles. We can beat them. Like,
Well, they've beat them, but they just you just keep looking at the team that knocked you out.
Yeah, I get it. I think I do. Jake Elliott tied his career best and franchise record with a 61-yard field goal. Here's the thing. He also had a 61-yard field goal in Week 3 of 2017. That started a 9-game winning streak, and the Eagles won the Super Bowl. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
I would like A.J. Brown to get a few more yards. My fantasy team's kind of struggling. I might have to trade the dude, you know? That was one of those, like, I didn't want to pick him anyway, but he was the best receiver available, so should have gone with Smith, I guess.
Do you want to go Giants or Commanders?
Who's 2-0?
Commanders are.
Let's hit that Hail Mary, baby.
3 seconds to go from the 50. Down 8. Trying to get a free snap. Commanders don't jump off. They rush 4. Russell in the pocket. Now bounces around. Sets and throws the ball up in the air. It's going to be short. The ball deflected. The ball deflected and caught. Touchdown, Denver, Brandon Johnson. Oh, my word.
That is a very fair reaction. However, we go to cut 29. You still needed to get the 2-point conversion to send it to overtime.
Play action. Steps up, throws towards the end zone, towards Cortland Sutton. Incomplete. Broken up by Benjamin St. Juice. No flags. Game over. Washington wins 35-33.
Should have been pass interference.
As you might have guessed, that was Washington radio.
Yeah.
And the other one was not Washington
That,
radio.
that should have been pass interference in the end zone, dude.
Think so?
He grabbed Cortland Sutton's left
Yeah.
shoulder, pulled him around. That was bad. And that's not just me like hating on Washington. That game in that moment, that was what the right call should have been, but it didn't go down that way. And Sam Howell, Kevin, with a 108.8 rating and in this game.
Dude.
How the F did we not know that this guy was so good at quarterback, Ron Rivera?
Well, and that game was crazy because Denver was ahead 21-3. And then Washington scored 32 of the next 35 points and had an 11-point lead in the final, I want to say it was like 3 minutes, where Denver scored 9 of those points to almost force it to overtime. And also, Brian Robinson Jr., who, remember, got shot in the legs twice before last year started. He had 2 touchdowns.
Russ was sacked 7 times in this game.
Yikes.
And they never really got the running game going for Denver. So like that's another thing. Like I know that we kind of looked at Washington for a while as but their front seven's pretty good, man. They can defend up front, and they're going to be tough to deal with whenever you got to go after them again.
Is Chase Young doing something?
Yes. I'm glad that you brought that up. Chase Young had his first quarterback sack since 2021.
And a half.
That's right.
He got a half sack there,
That
too.
is true. So that is good.
He had no pass defense, though.
Okay.
Is that what you're looking for from
Yeah,
Chase Young?
Not really. I just asked.
If we can, let's move to the Giants and go ahead and fire off cut number 28.
He sets. Now he's going to heave one deep down the right sideline. The ball is up in the air, and the ball is knocked down and incomplete. Batted away by Adoree Jackson, and the Giants have done it. They trailed 20-0 at the half, 28-7 early in the third quarter. The final score, the Giants 31 and Arizona 28.
This game was wild as well, as The Giants outscored the Cardinals 31-8 in the second half. Now, as you just pointed out, they were down 20-0 at one point, which means they started the season getting outscored 60-0.
Yeah.
The last team to get outscored even 57-0 was the 1989 Steelers, who, believe it or not, ended up making it to the divisional round of the playoffs that year. So perhaps not all is lost. The one bad thing coming out of this game, well, aside from the fact that you had to struggle back and forth with maybe one of the worst teams in the league, is Saquon Barkley had an X-ray on his right ankle after the game. He was limping around the locker room, and it was a bit swollen. He said he had pain and discomfort. So this is something that could impact him for the rest of the season, or at least short term.
He's such a reliable guy to have on a team. You feel like every week he just shows up ready to play. I just can't believe Saquon Barkley's dealing with a possible injury that could keep him out for a little bit of time. That is just rare from a guy like Barkley, who seems to just play in every... When you turn on the Giants, you're like, Barkley again.
Your sarcasm is in fact noted. I did want to point out, not sarcastically, that the NFC East went 4-0 this week. They're 7-1 so far this season.
Name another division.
The NFC North. They are 2-6.
Oh, all right. Name another division.
To know that.
Do you have all the divisions?
I mean, I feel like I know all the divisions. I don't have all their records offhand, but rest assured, the best
is the Cowboys
the
division.
NFC East,
East
the Cowboys
right
division.
Cowboys division.
Well, think about it. The only game that was lost
was within the division.
Within the division, and so those teams are 7-1, which is pretty dang.
So we
impressive.
played the toughest division.
I mean, they were the best
And
division
so
in football
far,
last year.
undefeated in the division. Name another team undefeated in the division so far.
The Eagles and the Commanders.
Have they played each other though?
No.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
We are undefeated playing against the hardest division. So
okay.
You picking up what I'm putting?
I think actually I did.
Yeah.
I think actually I did. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will go out live to Globe Live Field to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
Michael Jenkins helping you beat the books with BetQL.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that'll be sold direct to the public below market value. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, we take you to Globe Life Field for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific. How are you, Hagee?
I'm doing great. Did you get a chance to hear our Stephen Jones interview, specifically you, Gavin Dawson?
Heard it all.
What is your hype percentage or confidence percentage in the World Cup final being in AT&T Stadium on July 19th, 2026?
About 65%.
Oh, I love it.
Should it be higher, Brian?
I don't know, man. It might be lower. We were booing the guy when they showed his picture on the screen.
Oh,
I just don't know if that's it's soccer fans. I mean, we have a very high mix of audience in our crowd,
Yeah.
And I felt like that when they showed the gentleman's picture, the director, he was getting booed. It happened to be the two gentlemen next to him, the lieutenants, that were doing the most clapping with their hands. So I don't know if there's something going on.
Panned past Jerry. Was it actually booze for Jerry?
No. I think it was straight on soccer man.
Yeah. What the hell was going on with that, Cowboys fans?
I don't know. I didn't feel very good about
I'm sure Jerry had a good explanation and spin for it.
Booing is a form of admiration.
Yes, that's
in
right.
your
They were
country,
cheering
they
for
whistle.
Deuce.
Yeah,
It's
they
Deuce
whistle.
Vaughn.
Yeah, when they boo you, they
When
whistle.
we love you, we boo
yeah,
you.
Yeah, they were saying, director.
I'm feeling pretty good about it, though. It was a good Stephen Jones interview. I thought, one of the interesting things was he really kind of seemed bent out of shape because Tony Pollard had touched the ball so much.
He did. He goes, we probably don't need that.
I don't need to have
week."
him have that many more touches.
Well, it's funny you say that, guys, because remember the Hard Knocks when Mike McCarthy was talking about Zeke, and him and Steven were standing there, and he goes, man, that guy's he's touched the ball a lot. And Steven's like, oh, yeah, kind of a thing. Like Mike was even making like a reference of maybe you gave the ball to that guy a little too much.
Yeah.
Maybe got him a little too banged up.
I thought it was weird to have him in the fourth quarter, but if you do the franchise tag with a guy and he's being a good soldier, he doesn't give you any static at all, and he wants the ball to try to go score a touchdown or boost his stats in the fourth quarter, do you give it to him? Or do you say, to hell with that, we need to keep you healthy?
I think keeping him healthy is probably the best idea for me.
Looks like they want to use him up.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that was the agreement. We're going to use you up. You can pad your stats and hopefully get a good deal elsewhere.
Turn and burn, baby.
Yep.
What do you think about old Deuce Vaughn, though, and him getting out there? Is that something?
Corey's been on that today.
Yeah.
Kind of felt like they used him a series early.
Okay.
Myself. Felt
What
like
did his
that
numbers end up
maybe it
being?
was. We went from talking about him as a potential healthy scratch when everybody started to kind of get back into the shape. No, I mean, but okay, let me ask you this though. I mean, he did a nice job. I mean, but I felt like it was maybe a series early.
Yeah, the first
was
series,
one carry.
It was a quick 3 and out, but
He had one good carry, 2 bad carries, and a weird catch that he should have smoothly converted into a first down,
Yes,
but
he
he
should've.
dorked around with it.
Yeah.
I got him batting 25% on the day,
well, the
guys.
following series that they used him, it was good. I mean, it was
It was
a good
better
Deuce
than the
series.
first, but I
But
felt
maybe
like
he was
that
a little
Mike.
shell-shocked
Yeah, it's
early.
like that Mike said. You know what? We heard you guys talking all week about him. We're going to get him involved in the second series of the game. That could have been a key drive for the Cowboys because of the way they get the ball back. You go down there and score. You're putting the Jets in a world of hurt to start the game. I kind of felt like that maybe it might have been a series early there on that one.
Did you enjoy listening to Dak Prescott go off on reporters, or maybe specifically it was just Todd Archer?
Todd Archer.
He was like talking about interception. He goes, what about the year before that, or the year before that, or the year before that? Last year's last year.
Well, then he throws in, I guess when you lead the league one time, it'll just be with you forever. It'll never go away.
Yep.
And that's kind of how it seems, yeah.
I think Todd's question would have been better as a follow-up if he said, okay, what did you see on the outside there when you held the ball an extra 2 ticks and then tried to throw it out there and see if Sauce Gardner was going to drive on it? That might have been a better question. What did you see for him to drop that pick 6?
Because that double pump allowed.
There's no way in hell
jump that route.
Okay, now you want to call us idiots, but something we talked about during you had to be sure of throwing the ball against these guys.
Yeah.
You couldn't have any hesitation or wonder. The route it was an out. I mean, it's like you get the ball to Lamb, Lamb's catching the ball.
Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't matter who he's playing against, but you get the ball to him, he turns up the field, and you got a nice little gain. You double pump that ball against these two corners. You're lucky that one didn't come back. If you look at what the score was of the game, what was it? What was it at that time? It was 10-7, 5:42 left in the second. That thing could have been 14-10. At the 4:35 mark of the second quarter, right there. Completely different game in that regard.
And that's the thing about some of these interceptions, man. Last year, that's a ball, just the way the ball was bouncing for Dak, that gets picked and it gets taken to the house. And it was sort of the unlucky nature.
He played well,
last
though.
Year.
He really did play well.
And maybe the ball's going to be bouncing his way this year. We all assumed it would, and there's a prime example of it. But I do get Dak being at the podium. It's like it's a new year, it's a new time, and it's like to some extent, hey, it's your job. You got to get up there and answer these questions. And then there's a human side to it where you're just sick of hearing it. You're just sick of it. And so at some point, you're just kind of like, hey, I'm kind of over it now. and you speak to that. So I kind of appreciated Dak showing a little bit of his human side, and he rarely breaks character at the microphone.
Yeah, I think it did bother him, and that's why he was kind of passionate about it last night. I think it is an old and inaccurate story at this point, though. I don't think it's a bad question, though, to follow it up. I think Todd, probably meant for it to be more of a positive than the way Dak took it, but I think at this point, especially if you're looking at the national media, that's all they talk about. The national media had somehow convinced themselves that the Cowboys were going to come out here and pee down their leg because Dak throws a bunch of picks and Mike McCarthy is a bad coach. And if you just watch the national media and didn't listen to the local guys, you're tuning into TV as Dak Prescott. Every time they talk about the Cowboys, it's been about how his picks are going to ruin the year. And I understand how he would definitely be annoyed by it at this point.
Since you guys are out at the ballpark, and I love that terminology, do you guys think that the Rangers are going to be dorking around today like they did over the weekend?
Oh, I like that dorking around phrase as well.
It's fantastic.
It's Dion, right? It's just PG-13 enough.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I imagine the Rangers are going to go on a 5-game winning streak now. That's just how it goes, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Because it's personal, boys. They're going to go out there and take care of business against this Red Sox team.
Gosh, I hope so.
These Red Sox suck.
It's hard to know, man. It's hard to know. And will the bats come alive? Certainly, you hope. But as you guys were alluding to today, it's either you get great baseball from your team and you're like, my gosh, this is euphoric, and I'm so glad I'm here watching this. Or they go on a bit of a run where it's like, what are we doing here? There's really no in between right now. So hopefully we get the good guys today.
And I hope you're right. At this point, who the hell knows? Though I think y'all
Mike doesn't know. Mike told us earlier.
No, you can't.
Astros played the Athletics in Kansas City and won 2 games.
Yeah.
I don't know. Those are the 2 worst teams in baseball by far. So I don't know. Boston's not playing well. It doesn't mean they're not going to play well tonight.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We will be at the Globe for the next 4.5 hours. CY is going to join us at 4:20. So we're looking forward to that. And the Mike McCarthy press conference is coming up at 2:30. Of course, Broadus has Krusty's Corner at 2:40. You looked at this film already?
You're darn right I did. I know Kevin and Corin and Mike had questions about red zone offense. We'll get into that.
Yes, thank you very, very much.
Run Parsons. That's my solution.
I like it, Mike. I do like it.
And Parsons would love it. He's like, I guarantee I'll score a touchdown. Probably.
You got to get Tyron Smith to block every once in a while on that, but we'll get it done. Yeah.
Roll home. Woo! Spicy edition of the G-Bag Nation, or you can go see them at Globe Life Field. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say dorking around, Kevin.
Man, great phrase, dorking around.
Miss any show segments?
and Wolchuk, your Nosebleed brothers, are here. Carter Freeman is out all week long. So I believe that we are getting your video coordinated somehow.
Hey, thank goodness
I
for
believe
Reggie
that
sent
falls
that
on
to us.
Lucius's plate. Is that correct, sir?
So Reggie is doing the efforting right now, and I will coast it from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you kind of set it up on autopilot and just keep an eye on it?
Yeah.
Hope you boys
yeah.
get a
raise this week.
Cool. Well, you will get your video then.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Boy, I tell you what, that's rich right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Where do you guys want to start with this game? We do have the Mike McCarthy press conference coming up at 2:30. Pretty healthy again. I mean, that's amazing. Obviously, the thoughts on Zach Martin and all that. We'll get updates on a few players, but I mean, 30-10 a week after going 40-0. Doesn't it feel like this is something to get differently excited about? Like right now, I'm thinking maybe this is the best team in the NFL. The defense is good enough that even if you had a bad day on offense, they could win a playoff game for you. Maybe multiple playoff games. That's how damn good this defense is. So I'm just geeked. I'm ecstatic with how awesome this team is now.
Yeah, dude, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. It's 2 weeks in. You smack around the city of New York not once but twice, and you beat up on teams that you're clearly better than. And I think that's very, very cool. There's obviously going to be bigger tests throughout the season, and the games are going to be more in the balance, and there will be high-pressure situations that now we can really start to pick apart your decision-making and stuff like that. But through 2 weeks, there's not much to be concerned about. You're talking about a defense that is clicking on all cylinders, and that's exactly what we thought. That's exactly what we hoped, and it's coming to fruition. Micah's a freak show, and the offense has been very, very efficient.
I mean, the only way you could really be down is if you are a hater. And I love how Brian made the gentleman clarify that last night on the post-game show. And he ultimately did.
Yeah.
I just don't like Dak very much.
Yeah,
and if you don't like Dak and you're watching this with confirmation bias, there's like 2 or 3 throws where you're like, wow, that wasn't good. But dang it, he is playing a highly efficient brand of quarterback right now and making winning look easy.
I'll tell you what, I was super impressed by the way he came out to start the game. First 13 passes, the offensive line gave him enough time to throw the football. We talked about really all week about the wide 9, the problems with the pass rush. They sorted things out when they tried to twist up front. There was different guys playing at left guard spot. They held up well there. So I really liked what the line was able to do. I liked what the receivers. The whole thing it really came down to is I think Mike McCarthy and the staff were worried that when Cooks was listed as inactive, now it turns into, okay, how are the Jets going to say, we're not going to let CeeDee Lamb beat us. We're going to let Tolbert and Gallup and these running backs and the tight ends, we're going to make those guys beat us. And McCarthy and his staff figured out, like, okay, we're going to move Lamb around a little bit here. We're going to put him in the slot. We're going to put him on the other side of the field in the slot. Now we're going to put him wide. Now we're going to bring him back in the slot. The Jets, in their arrogance of playing defense, didn't even adjust to it. Like, hey, we're going to play left and right, except when we get down in the red zone, then we're going to flip Gardner and Reed. But their arrogance really hurt them in this game because instead of trying to take away, and we talk about the similarities between the 49ers and the Jets, the scheme-wise.
Yeah.
Not in the way
but
the
give
scheme
the
is
Cowboys
run.
credit because in the past you could take away the Cowboys' best targets easily.
You absolutely could.
Best 2 or 3 sometimes.
Absolutely could.
Yes.
And I think McCarthy was worried about that to start the game.
Yeah.
But then you get that double move that Lamb makes. The ball's over the top of Reed. He has to grab him, hold him. It's a penalty, but it's a catch. Right there you're thinking like, okay, this is if they're gonna play DJ Reed on Lamb in this game and not help over the top or anything like that, or jam him on the line, and we're gonna play zone coverage and let him just run routes all day. All right.
Feasting.
Played right in. The Cowboys did right what they needed to do, and Dak was a big part of that.
One of the reasons the seat's heating up for Robert Saleh this morning.
Yeah.
They're not happy with the job that was done. I think there's a number of things you could look at from the Jets, but I think, big picture, there wasn't a good answer. It's like Bochy trying to manage a bullpen when it came to this matchup.
We were worried, of course, the Jets and the Giants last week, 2 good defensive lines. And you mentioned, Brian, the injuries up front.
Right.
We had doubts and questions about the depth of this line. You immediately don't have Tyler Smith. You've got to have Chime Edoga out there. He gets hurt. Now we got to put Bass in there. Zach Martin has a little bit of an ankle, nothing serious. He comes back in to go ahead and do the victory formation. But now you got to flip, put Richards in at left guard. Bass is out at right guard. These guys are answering the call here. You know, it used to be this Cowboys team, maybe previously under Jason Garrett, maybe first year under Mike McCarthy, they couldn't weather those kind of losses. You don't have a Brandon Cooks. You don't have your starting left guard. This team all of a sudden goes from looking like one of the better offenses in football to one of the worst. They haven't even had Donovan Wilson on defense and it hasn't mattered. Dan Quinn's got Wanye Thomas playing at a high level, Bell playing at a high level. This coaching staff deserves a lot of praise right now with how they're shuffling parts, and those guys are ready to go out there and perform.
Yeah, I think the tone defensively was set with Dan Quinn very early in this one. And, you know, the Jets are thinking, hey, we don't want to run the ball at Parsons, and probably we don't want to run it at Lawrence. What did he do? He put Golston in at left end, which is normally Lawrence's spot, flipped Lawrence to the other side to take over for Sam Williams or Armstrong or whoever plays on the right edge. So all of a sudden the Jets, in their first 15, Hackett calls a run to the left. Well, he calls run right into the guy they probably didn't want to run the ball at.
First play of the game, Breece Hall, -4.
And Dwayne Brown, and I said in the postgame last night, there was nobody happier to leave AT&T Stadium than Dwayne Brown. Shower, get on the bus, go home.
Yes.
Because it was an ass-kicking for him yesterday.
It really was. There's so many good things to like. You know, the Jets have a defense with all pros at every level. You score 30 on them. You know, you're out there looking like, you know, is this the best the NFL has to offer? This is a top 5 defense from last year. Mike McCarthy talked about it. I'm sure he'll mention it again in the press conference coming up at 2:30. What it takes to execute is patience. And I think you're getting a version of Dak that's much less aggressive. There might be less highlights, but they're going to avoid all these mistakes and take things very quickly. You want, like, the kryptonite against Dak was dropping people into the secondary, having linebackers clogging the lanes. You want to do that, boom, the ball's out and it's short. Oh, now you're feeling like you need to come up, and we're softening up the difference of the levels in the defense. And you have to be very patient and wait to let the defense tell you what is the smart play right now. And for whatever reason, Kellen Moore could not get that going. Right, his short passing game, the screens, whatever it was, just wasn't sophisticated or respectful enough of that area. So, like yesterday, if you're not running the ball well, and they weren't, how do we still make the defense defend this whole field? And it's with the short passing game. And now that you've added that component, and you don't have to worry about Dak back there scrambling around, looking around. By the way, you did see a reminder of what that used to look like with the sack that he took. Oh, where do I go with the ball? This play's 7-8 seconds old. What am I doing? What am I doing? No, it's not that anymore. It's third step, fifth step, drop. Who's it going to right now? And Chris Collinsworth could not stop talking about that. No, it wasn't Chris Collinsworth. Romo could not stop talking about how that had impressed him.
Tony would like a word with you.
Well, they finally synced up, you know, the footwork with the timing with the receivers. And how about 3rd and 6? Dak takes off and runs for a first down. I mean, that was vintage pre-injury Dak.
The defense is magnificently more dangerous. There's not a weakness to it.
No.
Dak is now put into a position where his limitations are minimized. Best team in football. Maybe the 49ers are there. It ain't the Bengals. No. It ain't the Bills, and it ain't the Chiefs, who are once again struggling with a defensive league-wide approach that's figuring out how to slow them down.
We talked about this in the postgame last night as well. I called San Francisco the bully of the NFL. I like what they did. They went to Pittsburgh, and they bullied the Steelers at home. They really, really did. Dallas bullied the Jets yesterday.
Sure.
You know, and I can understand why people take exception to what I was saying. But the Cowboys have got to, in 3 weeks' time, have got to go to San Francisco and win that game.
Yeah.
They've got, at least for their own, the fact that they're talking about, it's in their mind. They're playing the Jets, and what are they talking about? San Francisco scheme.
Yeah.
San Francisco scheme.
They know.
They know
how
they know. And you know, they're going to have to
years.
go. They're going to have to go to Santa Clara and find a way to win that football game. Because that, to me, is when all of a sudden I say, Dawson, you're absolutely right.
I think they've taken great strides the last 2 years, right? They lose to the Niners. 2 years ago it was, okay, we need to be a more physical team. We need to get tougher. Then this year they wanted to stop the run. Okay, so now you got to play against the Giants and the Jets, two teams that were going to run at you, and the Jets are considered a very physical team, maybe a poor man's San Francisco. They bullied the Jets. Yep. They proved, yes, all right, check mark, we're a more physical team, and we can stop the run. Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook were non-factors yesterday.
No, they didn't want to run them. There's not a good answer. Like, the only thing that I could take exception with, like, as far as, hey, this team is going to be, the cat's meow or whatever, is how effective that the Jets were late first half on that drive when Zach Wilson was running.
Yes.
And
that was my fear going into this thing, that all of a sudden your pass rush is disorganized because they're trying so hard to get there that you get three trapped to one side and you've got people playing coverage.
So what do you do? Like, because it's going to come down to Jalen Hurts. Well, it's going to be a better passer, a more physical runner, a better runner, or even Patrick Mahomes. If you do make it all the way there, he's a guy that could beat you with a 60-yard rushing day for sure.
There is going to be teaching moments on this tape today when Dan Quinn and AD and those guys talk to the defensive line, is like lane integrity. When you're running, they always talk about gap integrity when you play run defense, lane integrity in a pass rush. When you get, there were times where Micah and Tank and all those guys were so far up the field, and then all of a sudden, maybe Osa, he's trying to work back inside, but now there's this natural gap because there's a gap that's been created, and these quarterbacks are going to take advantage of that. They're going to run. So to me, the coaching point is going to be, hey, when we rush, you've got to make sure your rush stays here.
Sure.
You can't take your rush from the A gap next to the center and guard all the way to the B gap between the tackle and the guard.
Well, and Kearse was asked about it, and his answer was basically, that's fine. You want to run your quarterback, we're going to treat him like a running back, and we're going to knock the crap out of him.
They did. They hit him a couple of times. They sure
Not
did.
an overly sustainable way to run an offense. Now, in a one-game sample against a super beast runner like a Jalen Hurts, now you're on high alert for it, and I think that's a part of the game plan coming in. Going into this week, hey, if Zach Wilson wants to scramble a couple of times, fine, we're going to crush him. He ain't doing that for 4 quarters. He ain't beating us that way. So if you want to get a drive here, whatever. But the other thing is too, is they seem pretty committed, Broadus, and you're watching the all-22, but I mean, they get beat on the Gilmore with Garrett Wilson touchdown. They're playing some man. They're playing a decent amount of man. And so how much is that allowing these running backs or these quarterbacks to, boom, I can just take off. And so that's a product of last year they ran a little bit less man than the year prior. This year it looks like they're incorporating more man. They have the corners certainly to do it, but one of the issues is, well, the Gilmore play can happen on you. That's the biggest chunk play of the season. Was you're in man, you were actually in pretty good position.
They've given up all year is one play.
100%. Yeah, it's crazy.
When we look, I'll talk about it in Krusty's corner, but there were two people I felt like could have made a difference in that play. It could have been just a nice catch. It could have been catch, tackle. It's okay. It's a catch, tackle.
Right.
Instead, there were a couple of guys I felt like that I had questions about. Okay, this situation allowed for the touchdown, the 68-yard run, where it should have been, like I said, catch and tackle. Get into that in Krusty's corner for sure.
Looking forward to it. That's coming up at 2:40. We are live at the Globe celebrating a Cowboys 2-0 start. Dion and Colorado now 3-0. After a great comeback and double OT victory on Saturday night. I was watching the game. I kind of got frustrated and thought Colorado was going to lose. Somewhere third quarter, I fall asleep. They're down multiple scores. They're really struggling to contain the Colorado State pass rush. I wake up with 90 seconds to go. They're somewhere around midfield. And I'm thinking, they ain't driving the ball. It's obvious they got a pass. Colorado State, was it number 6 or number 8? So I turned off the TV and went to sleep.
Oh, no.
And then I woke up the next morning. I'm like, what the hell was I? I mean, I was groggy. I'd probably been asleep for 30 or 45 minutes by the time I woke back up with 90 seconds to go. But anyway, it's not about me. It's about, a great start, I think, for Colorado. Now they get set to play Oregon. They're going to have to do it without Travis Hunter. But, really a huge event, I think, in the world of sports Saturday night is – Twitter was on fire with your reaction to it, thinking Colorado was going to lose like me. Twitter was blowing up with dunking all over Dion, and then they come back and get the dub. I do think if I'm Dion this week, I might take my foot off the gas a little bit going into this Oregon game. Yeah. It might not be, but who knows? Maybe he can speak into existence as well.
Well, Colorado doesn't have a great history of winning Pac-12 games. This would be another one of those. Somehow you go to Autzen Stadium and you find a way to go toe-to-toe with Oregon, and walk out of there with just a gritty, tough, Shedeur Sanders running around, making the throw, whatever you have to do to win that game. That's a program change. I think what Sanders has done, this team last year was left for dead. And what he's done in the first 3 games, and now this is a huge road test for him. The TCU game was a great test, but this is on a different level.
Yes,
in my opinion. Taking your team to potentially into a super hostile environment to have to deal with. So
and without your best player on
and
offense
without your
and
best
defense,
player on
with
offense,
Hunter
but
out.
that
It's a
quarterback,
21-point dog.
That quarterback is, I tell you what. He's got rare ability. He really, really does.
That 98-yard
he will not
drive.
give up. They get down in the game. And Sanders even changed his kicker during the game. Jay Feely's kid's kicking. The Colorado announcers thought it was blocked. It was just such a poor kick that they go to a new kick. I mean, so here he is mid-game. And Sanders also he could have found a way too. Coach Prime could have found a way. It's 4th down. They're down in the game, and it's one of those situations as a coach. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. He kicks the field goal to make it an 8-point game, and now you're sitting there thinking, hey. And I was in the car driving. I'm like, kick it, Deion, kick it. Don't go to 4. That's on 4th down. You're going to need these points. And he just kept playing a very smart game in the way it wasn't like. He wasn't chasing points. He just said, maybe I'll come back and get another opportunity. Maybe I'll get another. And he did. And he really navigated that game very well to give his team a chance to win, and they did.
Okay, Rangers got swept, but so did the Mariners. So we do still have a wild card spot as play resumes tonight. 6:30 pregame, 7:05 first pitch. Toronto did win 3 in a row against Boston, so it'll be Montgomery against Crawford tonight, and again the first pitch at about 7:05. We're going to do G-Bag of the Day next, because the Mike McCarthy press conference is scheduled to kick on at about 2:30. So we'll get you the best audio from the world of sports next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones live at 8:30 to talk about the New York sweep. Did the Rangers stop the
attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now here he is with the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. It's Lucius.
There we go. Hey.
Happy Monday, buddy.
Hey, man. Happy Monday to you fellas, too, by the way. How you doing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All
It's so
right.
good to be out here at this baseball stadium.
Yeah, and the weather's all gravy. I mean, at the stadium we've got AC out there now, but the weather's gravy too at the same time. So when you're walking there, you're not sweating to death and waiting to sit down in the AC. You can kind of mosey around. Yeah. All right. Anyway, let me get to this. Our winner and champion is former Houston Rockets guard Vernon Maxwell. He was talking about Michael Jordan. This man sounds like a character from Uptown Saturday Night. If you don't know anything about that movie, it's a 70s black exploitation film. He sounds like a character from one of those films. Listen to him.
Gotta be a little different. You can't go in that game like passive and like that he can sense a you scared, and you can't be none of that. You be all that looking all like you seen something that scared you, and when he elbow you in your if you don't do nothing, if you don't elbow that back in his he know he got a bitch out here tonight. So I'm just being 1,000, man. He's a killer out there, man, and he's a dirty motherfucker. But I'm just saying, yeah, he was. I mean, you have to be, man, to be that great, man. I mean, night in, night out. You have to be a dog and have to have that grit, that dirty shit and all that. So, I mean, Roger know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Jack.
Yeah, Jack.
My gosh, that's phenomenal.
That
Is he called Jordan Roger?
No, he was talking to the guys that were interviewing him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He definitely has the skinny. He said skinny one time. Hey, you got the skinny on that one right there, Jack. For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, he was a classic to cover. And like I told you on Friday, when I was following him, and I believe he was with the Sonics out of the locker room, and just to watch those guys go back and forth, I was like, holy crap, dude, this is off the hook back here. This is freaking amazing. Now, Mad Max took it to another level that other players could not quite attain when it came to their ability to entertain verbally, because that dude's he's next level. I'm surprised that he's not done more podcasts. The stories, the flavor that he uses.
He's definitely getting back out there, man. I see him on my timeline now a little bit ever since the algorithms, see that I click this.
I'm going to search him. Put him in my algorithm.
Yeah, I imagine he has like a cigarette hanging off his lip shooting dice as he's doing
Fixing
his
a carburetor.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't believe you made it here. Look at here. This burnt out right here. They don't make them like this no more. All right, here goes Alabama A&M's head coach, Kellen Moore. Maynor. He got that dog in him, apparently. He was on Fox 54, excited for the upcoming game.
Man, I'm very excited, man. We Bulldogs, and we're ready to bite. You see, I'm excited, man. I'm ready to go. It's game week. It's conference week, and and this is gonna rub off on my team. Those guys are excited. We had a good practice this morning.
I saw this, dude.
Barking all on television, bro. You need to relax.
Played some fights this morning.
Alabama A&M.
It's a guy that's been to men's tea clinic right there.
Oh, yeah.
He just got a shot.
Yeah.
He's not a player.
Yeah,
Legal.
you got to see the dude that was holding the microphone. He was like, "Whoa, hey, whoa,
whoa." I bet he felt intimidated.
Yeah. Hey, how about this little man on the street Bible trivia? Little church clip for you fellas. Bible trivia. Let's see.
$50 for every Bible question that you can get right. Who was the husband of Mary?
Jesus.
No.
Oh, John.
No.
Justin.
Who?
He said Justin.
No.
She said Justin, bro.
Justin.
Jesus. No. Justin.
We were not related to
We weren't
Joseph,
making Justins
maybe?
at
I
that
don't know.
point.
Yeah.
The invention of the Justin hadn't even happened yet.
Justin, bro.
Worth a shot. You didn't tell me I had a limit on my guesses.
Steven.
Be here all day.
Volume shooter.
She need to call a
Jerry
friend.
would be a good guess.
Justin is wild. Let's see what else. How about Iowa quarterback Cade McNamara?
Cade McNamara.
Yeah, okay. What does it say? Oh, he went full butthead during press conference?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Shut up, Beavis.
You know, our level of communication up front and with me, the backs, and, really everyone just being on the same page, because we know these guys are going to come a lot. I mean, there's but I mean, we have to be on key with our hots. We got to be on key with our protection. So, damn it, I was not expecting that, but yeah, we'll be.
Okay. They needed Beavis to jump in there with them.
Yeah.
Start doing cornholio.
Yeah.
Teepee. Man, I'm sorry you guys didn't get in on the butthead. It was fun in the 90s.
I know, dude.
It was a movement.
I'm bummed about that.
It was a movement.
Hey, you can always run it back, man. It's out there on Paramount.
It's on the Paramount Plus?
Yeah, it's on the
Okay.
Paramount. Run it back, man. It's good stuff.
I've got
And then you have the fast forward button too, so you don't have to catch it all like we had to. We had to sit and watch that joint. And some of the bits weren't funny.
Yeah, you had to sit through all of it, all the garbage to get to the goods.
Now
Like
you hit it
8-minute commercial breaks.
Yeah, oh my God.
Some of that bit wasn't funny.
Yeah. The Mighty Beach House Tiki God. Let's see. Oh, UFC was this past Saturday. Listen, your man's name, Daniel Cormier.
Yep, Cormier.
He's still fighting?
No,
he's
he was
a commentator now.
Yeah. He was interviewing this girl, Alexa Grasso, post fight. Like she had a draw with her fight with this Valentina girl. It was a draw.
Shevchenko, yeah.
Yeah. Total draw. But she felt in her heart that she won this fight. Listen, your man, Daniel.
Well, I did a lot of damage. All my punches were harder. And yes, I'm the winner.
But it was a draw.
I feel like a winner on the inside.
Oh, man. Damn. Just killing her.
My mom told me I'm a winner.
Oh, man.
Don't worry about it, Dan. Trust me, I had it. Those refs are haters. Look, we are standing by for the Mike McCarthy
I'm
press
listening
conference.
down the line every
Okay.
once in a while. It's not ready yet, but it's getting cooking.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do
It's
you want
simmering.
to? You want to vote and break, or you want to just keep playing other nominees, or?
I'm going to play that clip one more time so I can laugh at it, then play one more church clip, and then, we'll see it from there. Hold on.
Well, I did a lot of damage. All my punches were harder. And yes, I'm the winner.
But it was a draw.
Vintage reaction there from Cormier.
But
it was a draw.
It was a draw.
Back to you, Dana.
Oh, man. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Holding your breath. Well, catching your breath while holding a note is crazy. It's crazy. No, we're out. They're on the mic.
We got to go?
Let's go.
Here he is, the Mike McCarthy press conference. Back to vote in a second.
And, we were fortunate we had a whole group of receivers come through Green Bay, and, we feel the same way, here in Dallas, that we want all of our guys to be able to move around and, create matchups and try to, break tendencies, all those things. So, but yeah, really the number one role for CeeDee really evolved last year. I mean, we did a lot of this last year where he played the 1, 2, and the 3 is how we communicated. So, and obviously had a huge day yesterday.
I think for the season, I think it's 15 receptions on 17 targets. That's a pretty high rate.
That's a high level of efficiency, yeah.
I mean, is that about as high as that's beyond what you're looking at as far as.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, first thing we always talk about is ball distribution, and then you got your traditional statistics. You want to be north of 70%, completion. I think Dak was at 81 yesterday, so the ball distribution was incredible. We had 71 was our number. That's the combination of completions and rushes. So, we played the game the way we felt we needed to play, and Dak commanded it, and CeeDee, really starting the first half. He had a huge first half. So, but yeah, that was played the way we needed to play against that defense. So,
Clarence Hill, Football Star Telegraph.
Getting back to Pollard, we talked a little bit about it last night, but 25 carries, 7 catches, and you said it's going to be a heavy lifting day, but for a guy who's never carried the ball, that going back to high school, what did you know he could handle that? I mean, how do you know that?
I mean, I've worked with Tony now. This is year 4. So, I mean, he's always showed, incredible endurance. I mean, he's fought through injury. So, I mean, I feel like he's definitely built for it. I mean, I think some of the most impressive things he did yesterday was in protection. I mean, he had a couple chips and that were excellent. So he's doing all the little things that we're asking of him. But yeah, as far as touching the football, he's a dynamic player. We were trying to get him on the perimeter a couple times there in the fourth quarter, and execution wasn't quite there. But he gets in the second level, he's so dangerous. So.
It's a big week, though. I mean, again, you knew he could do it, or felt he could do it. He's built for it, but his body's never had to do it.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
You have to recover and see what he does to, can he?
I was just in this conversation, before I came in here with Britt Brown. We're just talking about the workload of each and every player, and we'll visit on that again tonight. And it'll affect the way we practice on Wednesday. You have to pay attention to it. So, and because I had a game like this, I think it was week 2, 2017, and Randall Cobb was a guy that played an astronomical number of plays. It was a hot day, and the game went into overtime. So, same type numbers. And the practice was, we had a situation where he probably took more than he should have taken, and then had a fatigue injury the following week. So yeah, I'm very, very conscientious of how much these guys are working on Sundays. So yeah, that'll factor into the prep for Arizona.
Mike Todd Archer with ESPN. Sharif Floyd, how is he doing, and what was it like on the sidelines yesterday? Did it get scary at all when he was down?
Oh, absolutely, it was scary, and I didn't see it right away, but by the time I got there, he was alert, knew what was going on, and so forth. So obviously we took the high level of caution, and but he's home. He actually was in the office earlier, so he's going to just work from home today, and so they're going to check on a couple more things, and we'll check on them tomorrow.
John Shaw, The Athletic. I know you jokingly said yesterday, horseshit play calling. When you look back at the offensive play caller in the game yesterday, how do you think he did?
I mean, there's always going to be plays that, and I've making the mistake of being honest and telling the media what plays they were, so I'm not going to do it. I've graduated from that. So, no, there's always plays. I think every play caller goes through it. There's always plays that keep you up at night, win or lose, because it's important for myself and my role to always work to be better. But yeah, there's a couple. There's the one, I had the one play down there in the tight red, and I ran the play. I called it too fast because based on what I called on first down, and when I saw the initial execution of the play, I went right to it. I was in a tempo mode, and we ended up losing a yard. So that I wasn't where I thought I was going to be, and it wasn't the right call specifically on the 6-yard line as opposed to being on a 3-yard line. So those are the little things. I'm also told that I'm holding the card too far away from my face. So yeah, so I got to go check the video, because no one used to know what I looked like, because I used to have it high and tight. So I got work to do. I mean, I got things to work on. So
there was a scene in that quarterback show on Netflix with Kirk Cousins, and he was talking about, he was riding home with his wife in the car and talking about how there's just a couple plays every game that no matter if they win or lose, he always looks back on. It's like, this could have been better, this could have been better.
Oh, yeah.
Is it like that for you?
Absolutely. No, absolutely. I don't know if there's ever been I mean, in my experience, if you're north of 3, then it's I'm not where I want to be. So, and I was north of 3 yesterday. So.
Mike Sadis, The Athletic. Micah, yesterday, his first sack came right in the middle. Then the J-Ron Curse interception, he beat the guy right in the middle. We've seen him make so many plays off the edges and stuff. Is it kind of that next step and stuff, the way that he's kind of been able to dominate guards and centers at this point?
Oh, definitely. I mean, and it's also, you got to give the coaches, starting with Dan, a lot of credit. I mean, it's, everybody has protections that are similar, but the protection adjustments in their toolbox, how they use them, is part of the chess match, and part of the game plan. And, to be able to try to create a one-on-one with him, but more importantly, how they react to it. Do they go to a 5-man slide, and that gives, Leighton, because Leighton could be the smaller rusher on the edge. Does they give him an opportunity on the back? So all that plays together, and that's why it was so important not just to play Micah at the outside, at the rusher position on the edge all the time, because I know from an offense perspective, I said it since he arrived here, it's you create targeting issues by moving them around. I mean, if you line them up every time to my right, then I can get to them 5 or 6 different ways. But if you keep moving them around, and that's really what we've been doing since he got here.
And through your experience, has he changed the way that he kind of attacks the blocker in front of him when he is put in these different positions?
Oh, definitely. I think Micah is improving in every aspect of his game. I mean, I think what he had a really good offseason. He came back stronger. And he's more equipped. Because he's used to playing these different positions, and not only does he understand what he's doing, but he understands how he affects the whole scheme of things and really the opportunities he's creating for others.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. Have you had a chance to meet with Ronald Jones today, and then what do you expect him to be able to bring to this team?
I have not met with Ronald, and we haven't discussed exactly the direction we're going there.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. I guess some offensive linemen ever nicked up in the game, Doga and Zach. Just where do you stand on some of those guys?
Saw Zach before I came in here. I don't see Zach practicing on Wednesday, but we'll see what Thursday brings. I think he'll definitely have an opportunity to potentially play Sunday. And same thing with Chuma. He's kind of the same boat.
How did that Bass look? I mean, he got a little.
Oh, he did good. Yeah, I mean, what an experience, huh? Hey, welcome to the NFL. So, no, I thought he did a nice job. He obviously got reps both at the left guard and the right guard. So I thought both our young guys, what a great experience for them. So great experience.
Michael Guthrie, Dallas Morning News. Todd Godish recovered another fumble.
Yep.
What does it say about him that he's so far downfield on those plays? Obviously, it's luck he's recovering these fumbles at some level, but he's in there probably isn't luck.
Well, first of all, he's coachable. So, I mean, he's definitely taken the finish responsibility. I mean, he's a great example of that. I mean, he's had two weeks in a row. Those are huge plays in the game. I mean, you just look at the turnover ratio right now. We're +7 for the season, as a goal every year, for a team, you always want to be in double digits, over the course of a year. So, but the most important thing is we haven't gave it away, and that's a credit to Tyler because he has saved us on 2 of them. Great job.
Patrick. Yeah, Coach. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. One of the big emphasis for you guys in the offseason was upgrading the run defense. You bottled up Saquon Barkley on the 50 yards. You're going against Breece Hall, Dalvin Cook, proven talented backs. None of the running backs from the New York Jets rushed for more than 9 yards. Can you talk about how proud you are of the run defense and what's the important thing to take away from that as far as going forward?
Well, I think just like anything in this league, when you establish yourself, people are going to attack you a certain way, and that method has been established. You could see the games last year. So coming into it, our guys have a tremendous amount of pride. And block destruction is something that I thought we were excellent again yesterday. Coming off of week 1. So, and the other part of it is the way we're tackling. We've had 2 missed tackles 2 weeks in a row. So, we chart all those things, and it's something we emphasize all week to win the tackling battle. So, and we on the other side of I think we broke 12. We broke 12 tackles. So, and that's the game of football. And we talk about fundamentals. This is what we're talking about. But, we understand that that's how teams are going to attack us, and we had a lot of respect for both those backs. And we knew we had to tackle them, and we definitely hit the mark.
Todd.
Mike Dak was talking after the game about his footwork and rhythm and all that kind of thing. How have you seen that on display through these first 2 games, and has he picked it up, whatever the changes have been, pretty quickly?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Dak's got tremendous work ethic. So he put the extra time in, throughout the spring training camp. You could see it coming together, and I think just the connection that he has with the perimeter group, and that's part of it. I think there's clarity on exactly what the expectations are. And but yeah, he's off to a really good start. I really like the way he played yesterday.
Is the footwork, is it hugely different than what you guys have done your first 3 years?
Some of it's different, but the basis is the same. I mean, when I first got here, sat down with Doug and Kellen, and we have a footwork profile and throwing profile that, that I've been involved with since 1989. So I mean, nothing's hasn't changed a whole lot. So, but I just think that everybody coaches the same plays a little differently, and that's really the the transition that we've made from the past.
Mike, throughout camp preseason, we asked you a lot about the limited opportunities for Brandon Aubrey. Seems like you got a lot of opportunities now. What's your confidence with the kicking situation?
Secret weapon, just finally let it out of the bag. But no, he's earned every one of these opportunities. I just think that we had a late start working together, so I had a chance to watch him. I think you can see clearly why we made the decision that we did, and it was important just to get the timing down. You look at the kick that he missed, in week 1. I mean, it was he just rushed it. So I mean, I thought the operation was excellent, and he's very, very, very talented young kicker. So I'm glad we have him.
I know you want to score every time in the red zone, but and certainly, do we appreciate the success you did have against a really good Jets defense, or those?
Are you asking me if you appreciate something?
I'm just saying, how do you balance that? You struggled in the red zone, but that's a really good defense that you're facing, and certainly you moved the ball a lot against them.
Yeah, and the big challenge against them is, they're so talented, and really, their front will be one of the best fronts that we play all year. I think that goes without being said. But to go the long way against that defense is hard. It's difficult. So, you have to give our players a tremendous amount of credit. So, but yeah, it's when you're in that mode, it's you got to really be comfortable converting those third downs. And if you see, the plays that we struggled on, we didn't, our first and second down wasn't as productive down there in the tight red as it was the whole, I think we had 5 drives over 12 plays. That's a hell of a day. That's a lot of efficiency on offense. So, but you got to put the ball in the end zone, because I think we had the ball 20 minutes in the first half, and the Jets are one play away from leading at halftime. So if you potentially. So, and that's the beauty of this game. And the thing that I like about our team, not only did we take a step in the efficiency, took a step in the fundamentals, but our big play production has been outstanding 2 weeks in a row, and you have to make big plays in this league. So, and we're doing a really good job, for the first 2 games in that area.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio. Jordan Lewis coming back from that severe foot injury. I think it was about 10 plays. Was that a target that you had for him? How did he come through it?
Exactly. we hit the playtime mark for him, and then and everybody. It was great to see him out there. So, and I just think also it's just another excellent player on a great defense. And it's just great to have J. Lou back. He brings so much to our locker room, his role as a leader, but to see what he has overcome to get back on the field it's tremendous. I can't say enough about, because they're, like I said, that was a career-threatening injury, and he deserves a ton of credit to get back out there. So, we just got to be smart too. It's a long year. I know he wants to play more, but we got to just keep working him in.
Winning the time of possession battles convincingly as you guys did, what was the catalyst for that from your perspective, and then obviously how much of a big emphasis is that throughout the season?
Well, it goes throughout. The return game was non-existent for the most part, but the defense getting off the field, the takeaways, and then you got the 12 play drives that we had too. So offensive efficiency. So it's all those factors that play into that. Complementary football.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is Mike McCarthy press conference brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. On Tony Pollard's 32 touches, says he's built for it, believes the most impressive reps were in pass pro for Tony Pollard. He's doing all the little things that we're asking of him. So other takeaways from that for sure, and we'll be discussing it throughout the afternoon with you, the Cowboys' victory and where they go from here as they get set to take on Arizona, then New England before San Francisco. We're live at the Globe Life Field in Arlington. Rangers, Red Sox coming up at 6:30. Now, usually we're right smack dab in the middle of Krusty's Corner. And Brian, being the well-sourced individual that he is always the first to watch the Cowboys film from the media, and he's watched that. But we don't have time for Krusty's Corner right now because we're late for break. So we're going to move Krusty's Corner to 4 o'clock. Coming up next, it's time for the NFL News of the Day with Wolchuk. And where are you taking us, buddy?
Well, we got the Cheetah taking a shot at Patriots fans, a very bad beat, and some running back injury news. That's next.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with Lucius. Every day at 5:40 right here on G-Bag Nation on The Fan.
News and sports like Selena Gomez, Kelly Clarkson, and Richard Sherman, as well as some of the most respected mental health professionals to spread awareness about mental health. Look, it's okay to not be okay, and I'm proof of that. I'm listening September 20th at 8 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. For more information, visit imlistening.org.
Hey, just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait, people. In less than 10 days, they could be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet, yeah.
Thank you, Lucius. We are live at Globe Life Field where Josh Young is down there playing catch. He's rejoined the team after rehabbing over the weekend in Arizona at their spring training facility. And we shall see. We got an eye out for that lineup card. And we'll see it here before too long and let you know what CY's plans are. CY's going to join us at 4:20. We need to vote for the G-Bag of the day. We were in the process of getting there about 25 minutes ago when Mike McCarthy jumped on for the Cowboys press conference. So let's go ahead and vote, gentlemen. Is it your one-time champ, Vernon Maxwell, on playing against Jordan? Is it the Alabama A&M coach, Maynor? Is it Man on the Street, Bible Trivia, Iowa quarterback Cade McNamara with the full butthead impression? Or is it Daniel Cormier?
Yeah, that was funny too.
His post-fight interviewing. I'm going to go with the champ there, Vern Maxwell. How about you, Chief?
Yeah, I'm going Vern.
Lucius?
Yeah, me too. Mad Max, man. They made us hilarious without even knowing it.
3-0, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I'm going with the champ.
Brian?
Cormier.
Yeah, Cormier was great. That was great.
Cormier, yeah,
that
it was funny.
Good timing.
Hey, listen, ma'am, you lost. What are you
Drew.
doing? Yeah, what are you doing? I don't care how hard you punched.
Yeah,
Drew.
4-1, still your G-Bag of the Day champion, former NBA combo guard, Vern Maxwell. He'd light your ass up. Played pretty good defense, too. NFL News of the Day next with Zach Wolchuk here on 105 through the Fan.
Miss any show segments? Tisk. But fear not. You can go back and listen to our fan shows, and it's easier than ever on the Odyssey app. Check it out.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Say what you will about Deion Sanders and the Buffs, because I sure can't stop you. Everybody has an opinion. I get that. I respect that. I love that. That's what makes this team and this program and this story so great right now. Say what you want. Talk all the junk you want. But just don't try to tell me that any of this is bad for college football. Don't tell me this guy's not great for the game, because he is. I'm Jim Rome.
Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/win and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/win. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL.
Must be present in a state where lawful to wager, must be 21 plus and present in select states. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino LLC. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Tennessee, and Virginia. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona, 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana. 1-800-522-4700 or visit KSGamblingHelp.com in Kansas. 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. Visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia or call 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming. Hope is here. Visit gamblinghelpma.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts or call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New York.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
When you think of health, where does your mind go? To the doctor's office? Or to your community, where you can join kids clubs and local events? At your grocery store, where an allowance makes it easier to eat healthy? Or on your street, where a ride is there to take you to the doctor? We're WellPoint, a health insurance company that knows that health isn't just one thing, it's everything. WellPoint, your whole health is our whole point. Services are provided by WellPoint Texas Inc. or WellPoint Insurance Company.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable. And now, Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is, Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure. It's not complicated.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
Should you lease or purchase your next vehicle? Well, the good people at D&M Leasing emphasized an important point. Opting for a prolonged financing arrangement for a lower car payment might lead to higher costs, especially now that manufacturers are flooding the market with vehicles and incentives. This could result in owing more on your car than its actual value when it comes time to trade it in. Enter the D&M Easy Lease, a solution with significantly reduced payments and end-of-lease guarantees. This translates to zero negative equity when your lease term concludes. Connect with us today, 972 or 817-35-LEASE.
You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Hello, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yes, sir. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here at 105 to the Fan. We are live at the Globe, and Rangers-Red Sox is coming up tonight. Pregame at 6:30. First pitch 7 o'clock. Still holding on to a wild card spot. Looking like a playoff team, even though they have dropped 3 in a row to Cleveland over the weekend. It's tough, but we'll bounce back here this evening. Good energy here at the stadium as Josh Young is getting ready. And could that mean he's making an appearance tonight? Those are amongst the questions we will talk with Chris Young about coming up at 4:20, Rangers fans. So don't go anywhere. Even though everybody's real Cowboys excited right now, we have our other eye on these Texas Rangers. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, lots to get to with the NFL news today. The big news that came down within the last hour, the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes have restructured his agreement as he now is getting $210.6 million between this year and 2026. That's the most money in NFL history over a 4-season span. His compensation for those years is also now guaranteed. So congratulations to Patrick Mahomes as he goes ahead and cashes the checks. Well, he deserves to do so.
He shortened that deal as well. A lot of good happened. When he signed that, it looked like, holy cow, he is really doing the team a huge favor, and they could take advantage of him. But I think that's what real trust looks like. They wanted long-term flexibility. He was like, yeah, sure, I can do that for you, no problem. Couple of years in, he's like, wow, I'm really getting ripped off. For the best quarterback in the NFL, I'm about 25% underpaid, and it looks like I'm scheduled to do that for you for the next 7 years. So how about it? They're like, well, how about we make you the top paid player over the next 4 years, Pat? He's like, cool, let's sign that. We'll see what happens the next couple of years.
Let's do it. Go ahead and cash in on those
They got like a
checks.
fluid contract situation or something. It's pretty sweet.
And they said they'll revisit it again, after the 2026 season. So that's something that I think will be adjusted moving forward. Also, Bengals head coach Zach Taylor telling reporters that it's hard to say right now whether Joe Burrow is going to be ready to go next Monday night as they play the Rams because he re-aggravated that calf yesterday as they've now started the season 0-2. That seems like that's a calf injury that might just be lingering all year long for Joe Burrow.
Yeah, my sources in Cincinnati quite worried about this, Brian. I don't know what you're hearing, but that's what I was picking up last night.
I'll tell you what, man, your sources in Cincinnati are better than my sources in Cincinnati. So I trust your eyes.
Dawson won a source off, boys.
I tell you what, though,
congrats.
Dawson came in today and he goes, I got some Cincinnati sources that tell me Burrow's situation's not good. And I go, Gavin, I really haven't thought about it. And he goes, I'm just telling you, man, keep an eye on it. I know I've got 2 eyes on this situation, and I'm telling you, they're not very happy right now with what's going on in Cincinnati.
That's what I'm hearing. Might be a lost season.
Could be. That doesn't seem like it's going to be a good situation. Now, we got a doubleheader when it comes to Monday Night Football, and this is something that is not going to be anything that goes away anytime soon. They're actually trying this out. Panthers and Saints, Browns and Steelers are both going to be playing, and so ESPN and ABC are both going to broadcast this. One game will be on ESPN, one game will be on ABC, and they'll actually overlap by a half. So according to The Athletic, this could be a trial run for future overlapping Monday Night Football games at night for future years. We'll see how the ratings look. We'll also have a Christmas Day tripleheader, which we will get for the first time this year, and then we'll also have that Black Friday game as well.
Okay.
So a couple of things that the NFL is trying out, but I'm interested to see how this goes. Does it take away from both games? Or
Okay,
does
we
both
have
still
just
get a bunch of
continuous
eyes?
football then, right?
Yep.
Okay, so they're just saying, you know what? People don't give a damn about our halftime show, right?
Maybe not.
Is that what they're saying?
I mean, they used to do it where you would have one game start at like 6 o'clock our
So
time,
you're not
and then
going
a
to
West
watch.
Coast game.
Yeah, you're not going to watch like if one game is overlapped. You're not going to watch the halftime show. You're going to immediately go to the other
No,
game,
you'll skip
right?
over the halftime. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
And what's nuts is the Steelers playing at home. They haven't lost a Monday Night Football game at home in 32 years. 32 years
I think
for
that's
the
kind
Steelers.
of a genius way to get people roped in one way or another. It's like some Monday night games, unless it's the Bears or like these huge national brands. The Broncos were like that. Obviously, the Cowboys are the top one, but a lot of these other games just might not bring it in. So between two, we'll still capture that full NFL market and get all of the results for our advertising partners. There's got to be a huge business win. I think it's a huge win for us, just the watchers, because
I think so too.
It significantly reduces a total stinker.
Exactly.
Factor.
If one of them is a bummer of a game, we can just flip over to the other one.
Well, don't you have to make sure that the second game won't be a bummer game, right? I mean, you can't score like. I mean, you can't have like, okay. True football fan maybe was sitting down watching the Giants in Arizona play yesterday. If they put the Giants in Arizona and Carolina and the Saints in a game, think about that. That could be two really bummer games.
It could be.
Even though, Arizona.
They're putting that on Thursday Night Football anyway, and people are watching it. None of those games are usually pretty great matchups, and people are tuning in.
I think Thursday Night Football is going to be better this year.
I hope so.
I think they've talked about it being better.
And they did. They tried to make the matchups a little bit more compelling, but in
Even though,
previous years.
this Thursday is the Giants and 49ers.
Yeah, well, okay, so you brought up the Giants. They had that thrilling comeback. If you're a Giants fan, saved Eric's butt against the Cardinals, 31-28.
Man. I was sweating that thing in the press box yesterday.
No, you weren't. You were shoveling food in your face.
I was coping. I mean, are you kidding me? I was like, okay, I might as well make the most of this situation as I'm looking at Daniel Jones and Brian Daboll
As you should.
in Arizona down like 17-0.
And that plate of
then
nachos looked delicious.
It was a damn good plate of nachos. Well, Chuck, they're really doing it strong. They're not doing, hey, 1 week guacamole, 1 week queso. We're going with the combo situation, which is beautiful. And they got proteins. It's like, hey, do you want some ground beef on there? Do you want some pulled pork thrown on that
it's a
nacho at
good
halftime? Yeah. Do you want a little slice of pizza, a little hot diggity dog? I mean, they do it well. They always do.
Did you
but
have
they
all
continue
three?
to evolve, which is special.
Did you have the nachos, the pizza, and the hot dog?
Absolutely.
A lot to get to here, Brian.
100%.
Let's keep it moving. All right.
Put the
Saquon
queso on the hot
Barkley.
dog.
I'm interested to hear what he
I
had
actually
to eat.
built my nachos on top of a hot dog.
Let's go.
That's incredible.
It was
that's something maybe we should go ahead and put on the menu there at AT&T
He will not be
Stadium.
outdone.
We work with Joey Chestnut over
We
here.
sure do.
Yes.
Open up the jaw and fit it in. Barkley's ankle injury, it doesn't look like it's going to be as bad as originally thought. It might just be a low ankle sprain, not even a high ankle sprain. But
For
there
now.
was initial fear that thing could have been a season ender. And Barkley's reaction on the sideline looked like he thought, oh, my gosh, I could be done for the year.
If Giants fans are being honest, there's a fear it could be season ending every time he takes a handoff.
It's true. He's a guy that's been pretty injury prone.
And I'm
Last
not
year,
rooting
one of
for that,
few
by
years
the
he
way,
stayed
New
healthy.
York.
I know you're not rooting
Well, I
for
thought
that.
this might have been part of his tactic as like the running backs, like, kind of just faking some injuries, right?
Yeah, I guess the
wasn't that-
NFL is going to be
Speaking of running backs,
NFL
you see
PA.
Barry Sanders play yesterday in Atlanta?
Yeah, Bijan,
I did, dude.
second leading rusher in the NFL. He's crushing
I
it.
saw him. That was
Sean
awesome.
McVay.
6 tackles and 19 carries.
McVay had a stunning bad beat yesterday, and I almost thought about taking the 49ers to cover in that game. I didn't, thank goodness, because McVay decides there's 4 seconds left in the clock. They're down by 10. They're not going to win the game, right? But he trots out the field goal kicker. They boom through a field goal. They only lose by 7. Spread was 7.5.
There you go.
So the Rams cover.
I appreciate what McVay just did.
Dude, I've never – I mean, it was like I have never seen like time expired. You made the field goal just to now go down by
get
7.
some more points.
Go in the locker room down 7.
If you're going to kick the field goal, do it with 20 seconds left, so maybe you can try and get the ball back. I mean, the whole thing was just bizarre.
Would it be a violation if a coach actually went to the presser and said, I want my fans to know if you bet on us, I'm doing everything in my power to at least save you the money while we lose this game?
It would.
How would the
Do you
NFL
think
look at that?
league,
That's a great question. I don't know.
The league would have something.
They'd
The
have to.
league
They're
would go.
suspending
The
players
league
for
would be
gambling.
all over you about if he walked in there and said, "Hey, Coach, were you very aware of the spreading?" Oh, absolutely, I was.
You bet on me. I want you to have a good Sunday.
I don't think
one
he
way
could
or
say
another.
that, right?
I don't know.
No, he can't say it.
I can't say that.
No, the
See,
league
I
is
do this-
hypocritical anyway. But that would be really.
Is it against the rules, or would he be a pioneer at this sense?
I think he'd be a pioneer.
I think he'd be a
I think
pioneer.
it's a feature, not a bug.
Yeah, how about it?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I mean, doing the work with the Cowboys, still, I had to go through their betting seminar thing.
Oh, did
I
you?
Yeah, I had to take that test. There's a lot of things they don't want you doing.
Good luck
I
when
mean,
you go
a
to
lot
Vegas
of
for the
things
Super
doing it.
Bowl,
I couldn't imagine like coming up there and saying, "Oh yeah, I understand what the spread was, and I made sure that we got it covered."
Well, I mean, you have to live under a rock these days to not know what the spread of any game is, let alone your own game. Like these guys absolutely
They know.
know.
They're
so
very, very aware.
This is very public
we all
information.
listen to BetQL with you two on it all
Dang
the time.
right. It was
We're crushing our
must listen
parlays.
radio.
Yeah.
Let's get to some audio clips here. Tyreek Hill, Tua and the Dolphins. Now Tua 5-0 against Bill Belichick and the Patriots, by the way. So they go into Foxborough. They get the win. Pat's now 0-2.
Tua's 5-0 versus him?
He's 5-0 against Bill Belichick and the Patriots.
Yeah, you can have your 6 Super Bowls, Bill Belichick.
I'm going to beat you.
I'll take that
every time we play.
I'll take that 5-0 record.
So
I don't
Tyreek
think he
Hill
knew.
had some comments about the fan base there in New England as he waved goodbye to them afterwards, and here was Tyreek.
On a Sunday night. Oh, it felt tremendous, man. Those fans are some of the worst fans in the NFL, and I'm gonna stand on that, man, because they are real nasty, and some of the things that they were saying wasn't I wouldn't say in church. So yeah, it felt great to wave goodbye to the fans, and I'll do it again. Bye.
Bye.
I think that's a really low bar for things you wouldn't say in church. Like, I don't think I would say crap, hell, or damn in church.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
I can imagine that these were a little bit worse than that. But
Yeah, hell and damn are in the Bible.
See?
That's a good point.
both approved.
So maybe like the crap, you can probably,
So
I could probably get away with those.
Yeah.
Lucius, is that in the passage of Justin?
Yeah.
The Justin passage.
Is that in the book of Justin?
Very wise man.
Justin 39:26 says.
Open up your Bibles, congregation, please.
So last week we had the story of Travis Kelce possibly hanging out. Who knows what's going on?
Quietly,
with
not
Taylor
possibly,
Swift.
reportedly quietly hanging
they're
out.
Quietly hanging out. Are they dating? We don't know.
They're not being loud. We do know that.
So Ian Eagle, who is a
disappointing.
noted Swiftie and friend of the program, was on the call for CBS
Ian
for
Eagle.
the Chiefs and the Jags.
Yeah.
Well, if you noticed, and other Swifties I know did, after a Travis Kelce touchdown, he kind of put in a little drop of a Taylor Swift song. Here you go, Ian.
Low snap. Mahomes moving pocket. Mahomes floats it up. Caught. Touchdown, Travis Kelce. Kelce finds a blank space for the score.
A blank space.
A blank space. I don't know her music well enough to know, is that the title of a song? Is that the title of an album?
It's a reference of one of her songs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I saw a lot of people were doing the Travis Kelce blank space, and then there was one other one, Shake It Off, which I'm familiar with. Familiar with the Shake It Off. Those seem to be the two that I saw.
It's a
I
very
don't
popular
know.
song.
However, I don't know how many other.
Back there is not real.
He's not real. He's not real. How do you not know this?
The best Kelce-related reference of the week, though, was his fake limp twerk at practice.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
And he said he's been listening to a lot of Taylor Swift lately as well. And I don't know if she's doing personal concerts for him, but
He didn't mean the songs. He meant her voice.
Yeah, he
On
just
the other
meant,
end of-
on the
a
telephone.
lot of oiling and lotioning going on there between those two.
Oiling and lotion.
A lot of that. I can't take it anymore. And then we had a hot mic moment. This was great. Awesome game. Went to overtime. Lions and the Seahawks. Geno Smith and the Hawks come back to get the victory. But Geno wasn't happy with one of the calls, just the officials describing exactly what the penalty is. And the official just dropped the mic.
Intentional grounding. Offense number 7. It's a 10-yard penalty. I'm talking to America here, excuse me. It's a 10-yard penalty and a loss of down. Second down.
That is the best line I've ever heard out of an official. We'll get to the penalty in a minute. He just told Geno Smith, I'm talking to America. Pete Carroll is livid.
It's grounding. Gino's not happy. Hey, I'm talking to America right now. I'll deal with you later, sir. First things first. I love when anytime an official can show off a little bit of personality, I think it's good because most of the time I hate them.
Do you think he drew that up in his head of like, hey, if I ever get this opportunity, this is my line, or maybe just on the spot, impromptu?
It's a great question.
He went improv on the mic.
I think he improv'd it.
Yeah,
maybe that's just because I want to believe he improved.
That's a showman right there.
Yeah, I think that's good, and I would lean into that because these guys doing the TV gigs, they're making the real money. They got it made in the shade. They're sitting in there in a booth in their den in their house, and you cut to Gene Steratore for $5 million a year to give his opinion. All you got to do is build a little bit of a personality right here.
Dude.
You're next in line.
Yes.
Yes.
This is the life after football.
That's right.
I'm going to get out of refereeing. I don't need to have coaches screaming in my ear. I can just sit up in a studio and grade the schmoes on the field making the wrong calls, and I can get the slow-mo replay.
This is good.
Here's a joke there. Here's a joke here. Boom, we're in, we're out. Millions of dollars later, I don't have to do the football thing anymore.
The injury news of note for the running backs, David Montgomery, day-to-day. He's got a thigh injury. Cam Akers on the trade block, he got benched, and this is something that dates back to last year with the Rams, so who knows about the future with Cam Akers in L.A., but how about their rookie wide receiver, Puka Nacua, BYU's own. He's the first wide receiver in NFL history, the history of the sport, to have 25 catches in his first 2 career games. Congratulations, Puka.
Puka.
Guys.
He's a freaking legend already.
Never
heard of him.
He
10
is.
days later.
Who?
It's crazy.
Okay, Cowboys Twitter. Best thing about the Cowboys historic pressure rate. That's coming up next. We're live at the Globe. Krusty's Corner with Broadus has been moved to 4 o'clock. He's already seen the film. Has a batch of takeaways coming up for you at 4 o'clock. And we got Best of the Weekend coming up at 3:40. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan.
Well, speaking of Best, let's get to Platinum Ford. That's right, Gilchrist Automotive. Proud to announce the all-new Platinum Ford store. It's in Terrell between I-20 and Highway 80. It's located just minutes from the
And let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, by new roads.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. We're there when you need us.
Jeff Cox from Berkey's letting you know you can save $150 on a Captura UV air purifier. Call now at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
License TACLB 84522E.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. We're live at the Globe. Rangers baseball is coming up in 3 hours. Pregame at 6:30. They'll host the Red Sox tonight, Boston in town. And we have CY coming up in about an hour. He's scheduled for the 4:20 segment, and we'll talk with the Rangers GM about, Josh Young, really. He was down there on the field. He's doing some practice. Could he be back as early as tonight? That would be exciting. We've figured we've seen some catalysts with this team, and then they've gone back into losing. Maybe they just need to be totally reassembled, and Josh Young is that final piece to fall back into place and have them play a little bit more consistent baseball here down the stretch. Segment right here, though, Cowboys Twitter, celebrating a team that's playing consistently dominant football. That is your Dallas Cowboys, sitting here at 2-0 and getting ready for Arizona. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Yeah, I think this team is right there with the 49ers. It's the two best teams in all the NFL. The AFC is down. The Eagles are down. And there's just so much good going on with this football team. I'm just absolutely ecstatic. There's a little bit of news. The Cowboys did release running back Ronald Jones. As you heard Mike McCarthy take a question from Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, and he's like, yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to do there. I haven't talked to him today, but turns out he was getting ready to go cap him, it looks like. And Ron Jones is now looking for work.
Not surprised there's Nick, too, to ask about him because you probably covered him when he was playing high school football here locally in McKinney.
Sure. Thought he was getting a story out of
this.
this.
Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, sweet. My guy, Rojo.
No, he could end back on the practice squad.
He could end up on the practice squad.
Yeah, he could end back. But, with the way the running back situation is, I personally, Deuce Vaughn, and I know I brought it up earlier when we were talking, I felt like that they win a series early with him.
What do you mean by that?
They were kind of forcing it a little bit.
Well, it was kind of like that last week against the Giants. I felt like he played because of the blowout. And then this week it was more like, well, let's create something for him. Let's get him into the game. Let's get him involved here a little bit. And I would have maybe tried to get that thing to 14-0. And not that Deuce Vaughn's a fine player. But you were kind of rolling. You had some good momentum on that first drive. You get the stop. You're going back on offense.
Yeah.
And then you go 3 and out. Not all his fault. But you mentioned, what happened.
I think right now for me, my running back thought is, I think they still lack depth. I'd be looking at trade possibilities. I like Rico. I like some of Deuce Vaughn. But I think Deuce shows a lot of inexperience when he gets the ball. Like yesterday we had, one or two good plays where you're like, hey, look at Deuce. But other than that, his yards per attempt.
The first drive was the first time he's really touched the football in an NFL game.
Yes,
so I
exactly.
think that's fair,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
But I think the second drive he did show you, okay, now he was just a little bit more comfortable. And he played decently on that second drive.
If you combine the first game, 6 attempts for 8 yards, with this game, it can take some time. Look, running back can be a very instinctual job where you show up as a rookie and you're like, I know how to make guys miss. For others, it's like setting up blocks and learning to be patient and finding the right lane. And I'm willing to be patient with the guy, but right now, between Rico and Deuce, I'm like, no wonder you got to 32 touches last night with Pollard. Because the coaching staff is not looking at the other two dudes like, oh, yeah, this is a mainstay of our offense. They're guys that you're trying to get involved.
Yeah.
And Rico's like a borderline roster guy, so it's all good, but I think
I just kind of the run he had, the long run he had off the edge. Jalen Brooks, you want to talk about rookies? Jalen Brooks block. Gets he cracks. Everything was like, oh, he's a special teams guy. He's tough. He's this that. He went down inside and just really sealed that edge, and it got Deuce to the outside clean. So rookie helping rookie right there for sure.
Block.
But I thought that was a little forced for Series 2. Maybe third, fourth series, but you go up 14-0 in that game. It's church for the, and they were able to kind of, do what they needed to do.
We can
later
look
on.
at some critiques of maybe the game plan or things that didn't go perfect, but so much is going right now. Cowboys Twitter continues. Mike on Zach Martin said will not practice Wednesday, but has the opportunity to potentially play Sunday at Arizona. So
we get to talk to him on Thursday. So
yeah, he had the ankle. We'll hope for the best there. Okay, we go to Connor Hughes. He was looking at next-gen stats here on Cowboys Twitter and tweets, this might be the most alarming aspect of the Jets' loss to the Cowboys. Dallas got those sacks and hits and pressures, 53.3%, by the way, without even blitzing. The Cowboys blitzed 5 times all day against the Jets. That's per next-gen stats. So we're now looking, I think, at that elite component that maybe we saw with the 49ers defensive line a couple of years ago. I don't know if they're going to get back to that, but the kind of lines that are able to decimate your quarterback and your run game with 4 or 5 dudes all day long, it's just a matter of staying healthy for 15 games, guys. This is by far the most insane football team we've seen. The most insane team I've covered by far. Just the explosiveness, the way that they can look at fun, the way that they can make it play with an edge, because everybody is in position. You're beating the hell out of the other team. Just go play fast and fun. Yeah. And that's what the best teams have, and that's what I'm seeing right now with this football squad.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, is nasty.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. The thing that Dan Quinn's figured out how to use Micah Parsons in the absolute best way for Micah Parsons. Yeah. And what he's done is he's also said, I know that Micah's going to get blocked, but I'm going to have to put guys next to him that could get home if he takes up blocks. They're not wasting Micah Parsons' rushes because they're figuring out how to get others, whether it's Osa or others involved in the rush as well. A Tank in the rush. Yeah, they're trying to figure out that, like, okay, there's going to be 2 or 3 dudes that are always going to. Mike McCarthy talked about in his press conference, slide the line his way. If you put him on one side, you just slide, and there's ways you can get to him. Yeah.
Micah Parsons is like a free blitzer.
Exactly.
He lines up.
Exactly. You have to
such a menace.
You have to account for him. But what's happened is everybody else on that line's game's elevated too.
Yes.
Their guys have gotten better.
Right now, Tank, second in the NFL, according to Pro Football Focus, when it comes to pass rush win rate.
How's Osa doing?
Osa's up there as well. I don't have his numbers exactly in front of me, but yesterday he graded out as one of the top 3 defenders.
Yeah. The thing with Osa is he clearly he's like one of these guys that knows how to break down, and a lot of look what happened in the games, the last 2 games. Where's the weakness of the teams that you've played? It's been inside.
Yeah.
And it's not that it's not that he's just beating bums, because he's having to play with technique and all these other things. But what he's doing is he's also, when he has an opportunity to play the run, he's doing a nice job with that. But he's taking advantage of some guys. He really
I want to get to this here from Mark D, talking boys with the boys. He's at Mark D's Corner. He just got randomly retweeted into my Cowboys Twitter feed today. And I need the Dak critics to hear this. After 2 weeks in 2023, Dak has the number 1 QBR in the NFL at 83.7. Mike McCarthy talked about Kellen Moore feeling like, I need to go light up the scoreboard. I need highlights. I need big explosive plays. This is the kind of Dak that is going to make winning more predictable, more easy to come by. We're not sabotaging ourselves. This is the Dak to fall in love with. This Dak is closer to how Troy Aikman played the game in the 90s when they were winning than how Kellen Moore wanted Dak to play over the last 4 years. Is the talent the same? No, he's not as talented as Troy Aikman. But there is just something to this game of football that if you can avoid the mistakes, like all of the stats, for whatever reason, you look back throughout your life, it's Tom Brady playing 230-yard-per-game football with good defense and not making mistakes, knowing when to put the ball in play. That has been the biggest factor. throughout, my life, when I first started watching football, it was guys like Dan Fouts. Oh, my goodness, this guy threw for 4,000 yards. Do you see these bombs that he's throwing and this accuracy and this velocity? Dan Marino comes on, and, he never got the job done, but it was always about his stats and the laser show. And for whatever reason, Brian, those teams don't win. It's like you have the best,
they were
most
always trying to be.
offense.
They were close and always trying to be, and they would find a way. The stat quarterbacks would never be able to put them over the top.
Yeah, this is brilliant. This is exactly what we want from Dak. There is nothing more we want from Dak. It's actually asking for more when this is possible that is going to open up the possibility that you lose. What if Kellen Moore is there yesterday and that Sauce Gardner pick doesn't happen, but Kellen Moore gets back under into his play sheet and decides, well, we got to get a couple of more touchdowns up here on the board. And then the ball goes out, and the next throw is a pick six.
Right.
Now what's that game look like? What confidence is Zach Wilson playing with? How differently are the Cowboys looking at things? Like the turnovers that Kellen Moore was putting Dak in position to make on a regular basis are the only thing that slowed down last year's team along with injuries. Now you eliminate that. We've eliminated that naive Kellen Moore approach that we're going to light up the scoreboard. And if we can avoid injuries, you're looking at the most dominant team that we've seen since the 90s. That is what it felt like, if you're young, watching the Cowboys rise to power in the early 90s when they showed up and something was massively and significantly different. If you weren't around with then, it was like, oh, nobody can beat the 49ers. And then things massively turned on their head in an instant when you got the right players and the right coaching involved. Is Micah Parsons the most destructive player in the NFL right now? Parsons' answer? I'm not going to answer that. I'm just going to let the people answer that. Let me know what y'all think. See what I face and what other guys face. Y'all tell me.
Gosh, I wanted him to score that touchdown so bad. He did, but I wanted it to count. I wanted it to count so bad. He's that kind of just monster where, like, you can see that it's taken to another level. Yes, there's a lot of really good pass rushers in the NFL. He's trying to take the ball away from you, and then not only that, he's trying to score with it, and he's more than capable of doing it. He's just an animal.
He did the one last year where somehow he went down and got the ball.
Yeah,
and
the Bears
to get up without the guy touching it.
Yes,
and I was like, did this son of a gun just do that again?
I know. Felt like this, and it was like the same part of the field. That thing is like running. I'm like, oh my gosh,
he's getting up, and you're like, wait a minute, no way is this going to count again?
And he just ripped the ball right away from Dalvin Cook.
Yeah. So he got 3 sacks in 2 games and a forced fumble and a recovery. So he's on his way. Do you think 20 sacks is within reach?
I think it is.
How could it not be?
Yeah. I mean, I went with the over 15.5, and he fell short of that with 13.5. But I think his body, the way that he worked this offseason, he's going to sustain health, and that's a big thing. He's not going to get as worn down.
All right, Chief. What do you have for us coming up next?
Best of the weekend, where we ask and answer the question: did in fact police find a naked man on weed, LSD, and cocaine stuck in a hole on the site of the Bills' new stadium? Next, right here on The Fan.
That is a lot. I tell you what else is a lot. Window Nation and the great opportunity they have for you right now to save big on.
see why. The sounds of straight up Texas.
Grand slam.
Your Rangers play here on the Fan.
Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of Access Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait, people, though. In less than 10 days, they all can be sold. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. In a little over 10 days, it'll be time for Flagtober 2023. It's back. It's bigger than ever. Breaking news for Kennedy Landry. Josh Young is in the lineup, hitting 5th, playing 3rd. There we go. That's what Voch just told Kennedy Landry. And Saquon Barkley's out 3 weeks. Here's the Chief. Best of the weekend.
Yeah, man. The weekend was centered around Colorado and Deion Sanders, as it has for the last few weeks. Old Boulder.
That's a daily thing. It's not just the weekend.
Boulder.
My guy's going to put it down.
Boulder was a hot spot for all the superstars. Game day was there, and the big noon kick. They had the double situation. I don't know if they've ever. I don't know how often they really do that, where both of them go to the same place. But it was all eyes on Deion and the Buffaloes. They end up winning the game. But going into it, we know that the Colorado State head coach had commented about Deion wearing the hat and the sunglasses. Well, Deion had recently launched a line of custom sunglasses with Blenders eyewear. And so what he did was, when everybody was talking about the sunglasses situation, he took advantage of it in a huge way. He gave all his players some sunglasses, and they wore them, and I imagine will continue to wear them. He handed them out also on game day, on the set. He's handing them to Stephen A., Shannon Sharp, McAfee, The Rock. And the sales exploded. Over $1 million in one day over the weekend for Deion sunglasses. So he just continues to find ways to win, even when it looks like he might not. And even
somewhere Jalen Smith is crying right now.
All right.
The clear-eyed you deal.
Shout out to the Dutch, Derek Holland here. What if he had called up the Colorado State coach, says, look, let's do this leading up to the game.
I'll get you in on some of this.
I'm going to give you some of the bread for this, but go ahead and just make fun of those sunglasses.
Did Dutch think that this is a Dutch theory?
No, this is my theory, but now I'm thinking about all the conspiracies because I've been talking with Derek Holland, and he's got me into the conspiracy.
That's what I'm saying. I thought if Dutch came up with this.
I don't think that there's any base or truth to it, but you never know. That would be next level.
Is there anything better, by the way, than Dutch's clips before the game?
The Michigan?
I
love when he puts the helmet on. It's amazing.
Yeah, he's fantastic on the social
media.
Maybe he'll
dress as an elf tonight for the Browns.
I'm digging these. I'm digging these blenders.
Yeah, affordable.
Oh yeah, $49 to $70.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Prime, man.
Yeah, it's usually it's like 200 something or whatever.
The Prime 21 gold, $67.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, kudos to Prime, man.
You got to pre-order them now.
They're a little bit out of stock.
Sold out. They're a little warm.
Yeah, must have done some serious volume over the weekend, over $1 million.
My man could push some sales for hoodies and things he wears too.
Absolutely.
He's a gold mine when it comes to all his clothes.
And it's a good aesthetic with the Colorado, like the gold and the black and the white.
Yeah.
Like it just everything looks awesome.
They pop.
All of their merchandise looks sweet. So they get the victory. It was quite the game. Dawson woke up with 90 seconds remaining. Didn't believe.
Yeah,
didn't believe. Do you believe now? That's what Deion's asking Dawson. Do you believe now? Do you believe now?
I don't believe going into Oregon.
Yeah, what a hater.
I still don't believe, but I think next year everybody's going to believe.
Oh, they're winning the Big 12 next year. Cash your checks in there.
Yeah, the recruiting class. They have Lil Wayne performing they have Lil Wayne performing as they're coming out onto the field. Lil Wayne is performing, and then in the locker room they had somebody else.
Like Eminem walking out with that guy?
It was pretty amazing, and just all the superstars everywhere you turned from entertainment. People were there. They wanted to be on hand for that game, and it was an epic game, double overtime. Colorado ends up getting the victory, and they storm the field, of course. And Danny Cannell is the guy. Him and Deion have had some back and forths here recently. And Danny is a friend of the program.
Florida State guys.
Yeah, the Florida State guys and stuff like that. And so Danny Cannell, he tweeted out, he was sort of urinating on the excitement for the Colorado kids and fans that ran onto the field. Should you storm the field after a win in overtime as a 24-point favorite is the question he asked.
When you won one
Good
game
troll
last
question.
year, and you're now just one win away from hitting the over when you were projected to win over under 3.5, yeah, you celebrate.
I don't. Maybe out of relief, like, oh crap, we didn't lose. The party's not over yet. I would think about storming the field, but then I'd be like, wait, we were 24-point favorites? No, we're not storming the field.
Deion Sanders Jr. saw this tweet from Danny Kennelly, quote tweeted it, and it's my oxymoron of the weekend. He tweets, "You are a pure hoe."
It's a good comeback.
No wonder he's the number one favorite kid, huh?
Clapback Broadus want to use that one
Oh,
sometime?
guy, I tell you what, was it HOE?
Yes.
Is that what we do? Okay, I'll remember that next time.
You are a pure hoe. And when I first saw it, I thought it was from Deion Sanders. I thought it was actually
You forgot to see the
Deion.
JR period
And then
there?
I saw it was the junior, and I'm like, okay. And he was talking big because obviously his team wins, but he gets the pick six as well. Both Sanders players were dominant in the game, so that was good. The bad news, Travis Hunter, lacerated liver? Ooh, is that what it is?
How do you even do that,
It
bro?
was. I think it was Skip Bayless who was
I've heard of a
reporting it
lacerated
today. So.
spleen.
What? What are you doing? You might as well have been butt cracked.
Well,
no, it's actually true.
It's a lacerated liver.
I'm sorry, Skip.
That seems like a
Your
season
brother's
ender.
still better.
Like when I have an organ that has been lacerated, I will see you guys next year, if ever again.
We're going to have to open me up, stitch an organ.
He's
put me
going
back
home tonight,
together.
right?
For the superstar Travis Hunter, that'll be about 3 or 4 weeks.
Well, now the dude that hit him is getting death threats.
Is it death threats?
Yeah, it's getting bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was a dirty hit.
It was a dirty hit. There's no room for that in the game.
It was super
Dawson and I
late.
survived that, man. You can get through it.
Death threat.
Yeah, he'll get through it. Give it a couple of
all right.
days. The news cycle, it'll turn. You'll be fine. So it was.
I've dealt with death threats before.
It was quite the Colorado
It's a typical
weekend.
Wednesday for me.
Now, are you guys seeing just like? Does it feel like we're seeing more and more fan fights in stadiums? Stadium fights? Is there an uptick in these, or is it just my algorithm?
I think there needs to be gummy night. And if they had gummy night, there would be no fights.
Everybody would be chill.
Everybody would be happy to be in the stadium and enjoying the day.
I was walking down towards the end of the Cowboys game, the bowels of the stadium, trying to get out, and I see a Jet jersey with a guy slumped over and arrested in his chair, just dripping blood.
Oh, man.
And I was like, "Oh, this must have not gone well." And there was multiple fights, I believe, at AT&T Stadium.
There's some
videos.
fans I saw on Twitter here recently that are talking about like the experience of coming as a Cowboys fan to AT&T is not all that great. That you're better off if you're a fan going and seeing them play on the road somewhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can't. Yeah. I mean, I'm just talking about fans on Twitter
Well,
right now.
outside of a playoff game, we do have a lackluster environment sometimes.
I mean, and trust me, I'm from Dallas. I mean, we are front runners.
Yeah.
I could say that we are front runner fans. The fans were complaining like when you come from out of town to the games, it's hard to get the fans to cheer during the game.
There are times where it seems like people look bored, and it's what the hell are we doing? All right.
Well, how about Bills Mafia?
TV said it's not a stadium.
Erie County sheriffs had to rescue a 29-year-old man who fell into the hole at the new stadium site yesterday in Buffalo, as Buffalo is in the process of going to build their new stadium. There's a bunch of construction going on. Authorities say this 29-year-old dude was found naked and under the influence of cocaine, LSD, and marijuana. He climbed the fence and fell into the hole.
Trifecta.
He was then transported to the hospital. And
naked and not afraid.
WKBW press conference in the wake of the incident provided some more details, saying the man in question was, quote, found naked and covered in, how about this, chemicals from a Porta-John.
Oh, no.
Before he was taken for treatment. So that is...
sorry about that, man.
Were the Porta-Johns draining into the hole into the stadium?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. That maybe he was, clumsily hallucinating, and maybe he bumped into one. Now you get spillage, leakage. You're falling into the hole.
Hey,
now it's raining chemicals and Porta-John aftermath.
He might have been practicing for the next home game. You know, they like to jump off things onto those tables. He might have fallen through a Porta-John hole or something like that.
Aren't we supposed to limit it to 2? I mean, when you're doing all these, like, you can't be doing, like, narcotic cocktails.
Well, I only one in the Porta-Johns.
Like,
I don't know about that.
I mean, this dude, he's going with the cocaine, LSD, marijuana.
Wait. Dawson, explain what you're just saying.
He hit the triple threat, man.
I don't know. I mean, I think you could get to 3. I think you could get to 3 safely.
Not him. not this individual.
No, he went way
you gotta
too
have
far.
some self-awareness here.
Weak.
Yeah,
this dude's a little soft.
P word.
It's like, well, he was swinging for the fences there. He's in the Narcotics Hall of Fame, adding LSD and cocaine to the mix.
I want to know at what point in the process did he decide that he needed to be naked for this situation? You know, maybe was it after all the Porta-John chemicals had spilled on him? He's like, I got to get these clothes off me now.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think, okay, so he's terrified of something. He's paranoid on the LSD.
The blue stuff on your body.
Yeah,
would
the
blue would freak me out.
He decides he's seen a movie where somebody hides in the porta potty, right? A demon's trying to get him. He's on the LSD. He jumps in. He comes out after the LSD wears off, but it's still in there. He's like, crap, I got to get out of these clothes.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
So now he's trying to escape.
Was there a name?
Was there a name? Was it like soccer coach Gavin Dawson? Or
No. This is I don't. This is an unidentified. There's no name here. It's a 29-year-old though. 29-year-old Bills Mafia
God
member.
bless you, man. I hope you get it together.
When things get rough under the influence of hallucinogens, you just got to maintain your cool. You know,
you just got to accept it and just go with the flow.
469 says he hit
if
the
you're around
cycle.
family members, Dawson, how do you handle that scenario?
Deep breaths. Maybe
act like you've been there before.
Yeah.
Maybe you say, "I don't feel very good." You know, I got. Oh, here's this. I got to go take a dump. You know, just go to the restroom for a couple hours.
Just sit there quietly.
That was a rough one. Got to be able to hold your water a little bit better. Must have been a youngster. Thank you so much. There it is, Chiafalo with Best of the Weekend. Hope everybody had a great weekend. We're ready for the Rangers to get back to playing some great winning baseball. Josh Young returns to the lineup. He's batting fifth. He's playing third base, and he'll be in there at 7:05 tonight. Pregame's coming up at 6:30. We'll get more thoughts on this from Chris Young coming up at 4:20. But here it is now. It is time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us today?
Yeah, as we've talked about, I had a chance to take a look at this all-22. I'm going to point out some goal line things that I saw. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat Men's T Clinic, though, because you want to get your edge back. You want to get back to being you. You want to be that young.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan, live at the Globe here in Arlington, one of our favorite spots in all of DFW. It's exciting to be here. Rangers Red Sox coming up at 6:30, and they're looking to shake off getting swept over the weekend by the Guardians. That was tough. We'll be back into the Cowboys here before too long, but CY is coming up at 4:20. It's time now for Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties, Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Real quick before I get started on Krusty's Corner, our little race team, TDS Motorsports there, our little French race team, we won at Indianapolis yesterday, at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Congrats.
So our team is in first place in IMSA in the LMP2 category. So Stephen Thomas, my buddy, he and Mikhail Jensen took first place honors, got the podium. So very happy for Stephen. I found out they won while the Cowboys game was going on. Here I was trying to kind of do two things at once. So Cowboys were dominating, and Stephen and them were dominating in Indianapolis. And Stephen's won. It's amazing. He's won at Indianapolis, Le Mans. He's won at Watkins Glen. He's won at some of the most historic racetracks, and he's only been driving now for 3 years. He's
a gentleman driver?
He's a gentleman driver. He's one of the best gentleman drivers in the world. And we both came to the idea of him driving a race car at the Cowboy Club one night at dinner. He came up and said, "Hey, what do you think about me getting involved with racing?" And I said, "Man, okay, cool." He's got more money than he knows what to do with, and so he figured it all out.
Was he a fast go-kart driver as a kid? Or
never got in a car. Just at 50 years old, wanted to get become a driver, become a race car driver in endurance racing.
That's insane.
And it's amazing that he's
got kids.
He's got kids, yeah. He's got older kids that are, they're in college and stuff and all that. But he's one of the most successful trial lawyers in the country. And so that's what he does. He does one case a year, and that's how he pays for his ability to go racing.
Dang.
For the rest of the year.
What a legend, dude.
Yeah, excellent. But
awesome.
Congratulations,
a lot of talent in that body.
I'm here to talk football with you. All 22 football with you.
I got to say, man, seeing Broaddus do Krusty's Corner from a crusty old rocking chair that he brought up specifically to save his back while we're here at Globe Life Field. It was a heady play by you, Broaddus.
Yes.
You took a page out of the Sham playbook.
I did.
You executed it to perfection.
This is the exact chair that Brad Sham had at the training camp.
It's 100% how Krusty's Corner should be performed every time.
Chair. I don't know why yours looks way better.
Little crusty rocking chair. Well, it's brand new. He's just breaking it in. You haven't even farted in that chair.
No. I've got the little bottle holder over here to the side.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but enough.
I saw that
I've got to
fireball.
get this.
Sorry, you're right.
We got CY coming up here. We got to talk about this. All right, this is what I saw from your football team. People were talking about what's happened to the Cowboys in the red zone or on the goal line. When you get in that situation, and I don't think it was the lack of Mike McCarthy trying to just be really conservative here. There were some things that they did scheme-wise that they were trying. They were trying to maybe make some things happen. I also have a theory about that. I think that Mike McCarthy running the ball down there, I think he's trying to make his team a little tougher. I do. I think he's trying to make his team little bit tougher in that way. Because maybe you get down there. Now, they had an opportunity. There was a couple of times where, and I thought Tyron Smith played well in this football game. I really, really did. But there was a couple of times down on the goal line, he got called for the holding penalty on Quinnen Williams. That brought a touchdown back.
Right.
But then they also had a deal. They had a deal earlier in the game on a second and goal. I thought that Hunter Lipke missed his block because they had him as a fullback. And, I was thinking, Lipke missed the linebacker coming through. No.
Did they have Steele on that side too? Did they go heavy with Steele on that left side?
No, it was I don't think it was not unbalanced. I don't think it was unbalanced like we've seen the week before.
Yeah.
But what happened was Tyron Smith, Quinnen Williams just got around.
Quick.
Smith lunges on the play, and his head's down, and he's lunging, and Quinnen Williams just goes around him. Just goes right around him. And now it's a -2.
Yeah.
So there was a couple of times in goal line situations where Tyron Smith wasn't as good as he needed to be. I know earlier I talked about the the pass where they used Tolbert, where they tried to set it up where they put Tolbert as a tight slot.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're kind of trying to get him in the trash of, is he a tight end? Is he a tack? You're trying to kind of hide him.
Yeah.
And what they were doing was they were hiding him to delay, and then they're going to release him left as they move the pocket to the right. Jets defenders, it's kind of like, whoa, Mike, we've seen this
We
play
know
before.
what's happening
We've
here.
seen this play in Green Bay before when you were calling these ball plays.
Yeah.
Here's your guy. You're trying to just get him lost in trash and then run him without anybody there. But Jets had three guys.
It worked at midfield, I think, to Lamb earlier in the
they
game.
tried. They tried. They actually did some pretty creative things with, and I'll get to some of those here quickly too. That one didn't work as well. That ended up being a bad play. The Hendershot jet sweep.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's anybody but Hendershot running the ball,
They get the corner?
not the corner,
The gap.
inside.
Yeah, early.
Inside.
Yeah.
You hand that ball to Turpin or anybody, get a back that's comfortable or a wide receiver that's comfortable in that setting. Okay, Lipke he does the best he can. He gets destroyed over there. Ferguson's kind of like,
went in sideways.
well, no, he tried to square up, but he's getting just mauled.
He's small, yeah.
I mean, he's trying. They're putting him at fullback,
Sure.
and you're kind of wondering, like, and again, the state of North Dakota. I'm not just, not. I love
you gave him a compliment. You said he did the best he
No,
could.
he did, but he's getting mauled.
But he got destroyed.
He's
Yeah, he
getting
did.
mauled over there, and all of a sudden now Hendershot's kind of like, whoa, wait a minute, my brother over here is getting mauled, and I'm trying to run outside, but no, I
got to save my brother.
He needs to put his foot in the ground and cut it off.
If it's somebody else that plants the right foot and dives for the line, it's a touchdown.
Okay.
And Brad and I were laughing last night. Brad's like, it's one of my favorite
Brad
calls
loved
of
the
the
play.
game. And I'm like, Brad, I hated that.
Yeah.
I hated it because it was somebody carrying a ball down there that doesn't normally carry the ball.
And I agreed with you. I thought it was a little cute.
Yeah, it was cute. It was cute, but Hendershot could have scored if he plants the foot and just dives down inside.
Okay.
That was
I thought he was frustrated with himself after that play when he realized the opportunity that he missed. Like,
Yeah,
what was
he-
I thinking?
Yeah.
No, he was. It was clear that he was.
I bet they run that again.
Yeah,
And he makes
I
it.
wouldn't be surprised if they run that again. Okay, the Garrett Wilson touchdown. This was misplayed by. You saw that Gilmore gives up the inside to the route, right?
Yeah.
Okay, a couple of things happened. Hooker is going to pedal back, and then he's going to drive once he sees what's happening. Well, he wasn't in great position. I mean, not great, excuse me. He was in good enough position to make the tackle right there. The thing that I saw on the tape that looked different was Van Der Esch is going to drop straight back. Van Der Esch was kind of like playing the middle, almost like with that cover two look where they play and they drop the Mike linebacker
Tampa 2
in the
situation.
Tampa 2. But it's really, it's Van Der Esch dropping, but he opens to his right. Where's the ball coming from? His left.
Yeah.
So he opens right. He's pedal, open. Now he tries to spin back
Okay.
on the play. By that time, the ball's behind him.
Yeah.
So now you got, and it just give the Jets credit for, and the quarterback,
That's probably the best
credit
throw
for-
he had all game.
by far the best throw he made. But Wilson was able to get inside. Gilmore was just not, he was beat from the jump. Hooker could have helped him with a drive and a tackle right there. But man, if Van Der Esch opens the other way, if he's thinking, wait a minute, where's the biggest threat?
Right.
Where's the
right.
biggest threat on this? Now, he, you maybe think like, I'm going to open to the strength of the formation, or hey, wait a minute, they're going to throw the ball to Garrett Wilson here sometime. And boom, now you open to your left, and he would have probably been in position to make that play right there. So that was something that you got to kind of keep an eye on right there. The Prescott pass to Lamb, that was almost like a back shoulder throw on the slant. Really good adjustment by Lamb to kind of get
Oh,
to
when they were backed up,
yeah,
and it was a big
with
play?
31-yard play. If he throws the ball in front of him, you're kind of like going, okay, this thing, he's going to take him upfield. But Lamb did a good job of just, and it wasn't terribly, it just was the back. He had to catch it, gather, and then go.
Right.
Great job by Biotish getting down the field. It was a clear fumble. It was a clear fumble. So nice job by him. Jordan Lewis got an opportunity to play in this football game. I'm just kind of going through my notes here. Jordan Lewis got it on third down here, did a great job. He's playing the slot. The ball's going to come underneath. He undercuts the route, and Wilson has to throw the ball wide because if he puts the ball on target, I think Jordan Lewis was going to pick that ball. But it's good to see Jordan Lewis. I know he was on a pitch count. They asked him about the question, the number of plays he played and all that. But it's good to see him
long
out
road
on the
back, man. How long did that take him? 9 months?
Long
No,
time.
10 months.
10 months.
Yeah.
Okay, creativity plays. I love the one-man screen. Did you guys get to see
With
that
Lipke
with Lipke and
being the lead
Rico
blocker.
Dowdle? Okay,
Yes. Oh,
this is all right. Now we're starting to talk about you're into my bag. Brad Sham. Oh, I really like that. No, give me the one-man
This was the
screen.
best play of the game.
Give me the one-man screen here. This is the one where Hunter Lipke's the fullback and Dowdle. They're playing their I formation. On the snap of the ball, they both work to their right. They both, like Lipke kind of like does a little like skip motion. He's kind of bop, 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 bop. He does a little skip, gets it outside. So now what happens is Dak drops and he's focusing right in the middle of the field. Everything's in the middle. He's holding. But what happens is it gets Ferguson and Schoonmaker down the field. So now they're blocking to the right side. Ball gets thrown out to the right. It gets thrown to Rico. Now you get a block from
Lipke.
From Hunter Lipke. And now you got the ball going up the field. You've got a block at the point, and now you got blockers up the field.
Yeah.
See, that's the kind of creativity. Give me that.
Agreed.
Give me where you're like taking advantage of these teams and what they and maybe how they're going to play defense against you. Maybe that's like you get the blockers down the field, you take care of those guys, get things sealed off inside, get the ball outside, and then boom, away you go up the field.
Would you say overall you're impressed with the scheme and how Dak has transitioned into it?
I think that the things that Mike McCarthy promised that he was going to do for Dak, he's actually delivering. Yeah, I owe you an apology for this, Mike. I felt like I was a little bit worried, but the way he's got some rhythm as a play caller, he really, really does. And so, to me, him and the quarterback seem to be on the same page when it comes to this play calling stuff. But I like the creativity that I'm seeing a little bit from our quarterback, or from the play caller, the offensive coaches, and then the way the quarterback and the scheme is getting it together. I really do like what I'm seeing there.
Great stuff. Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. He delivers Krusty's Corner every afternoon at about 2:40. But today we pushed it back because the Mike McCarthy press conference jumped in there on us, and we wanted to make sure we got that in. I mean, he studies the film before anybody else in the Cowboys media and has the takeaways ready for you every Cowboys Monday. Coming up next, it's time to talk with the Rangers GM Chris Young, and he'll give us his thoughts as the Rangers entertain the Red Sox, the first of a weekday series coming up tonight. Pregame at 6:30 live at the Globe on 105.3 The Fan.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener teammates. Thank you for turning it on.
responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. We are. We're at the Globe, and it's always fun to be around the Rangers. They're getting ready to host the Red Sox. Pregame coming up at 6:30. And Chris Young is set to join us. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. And the Rangers segment is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Cars for Kids plus soda. That is state of the art. And good afternoon, Chris. How you doing over there?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing outstanding. Getting ready for some Rangers baseball here tonight at the Globe. And we were watching Josh Young practice earlier. We thought, man, is he going to play tonight? And then we saw Boach said that he is. So we're excited about that. How's he been looking to you?
Yeah, Josh was out in Arizona over the weekend. We sent him out there. First of all, the surgeon who did his thumb surgery was located in Phoenix. So he went out for a checkup out there, got full medical clearance to resume baseball activities. He spent the weekend in Surprise facing pitching out there and really getting live at bats, and came back, met the team today, and we put him through some more live batting practice. He passed all the tests, and he's medically cleared to play, and we've got our third baseman back. We're excited to have him.
Oh, so are we. What is the adjustment process typically like for a guy trying to drop back in and pull off the Corey Seager?
Well, look, Corey set a very high standard for that, but really it's just timing. Josh has had the reps at third base. We've gotten him a ton of ground balls, live ground balls, off bats. We've done everything we can defensively. He's run the bases. He's kept himself in peak physical condition. But you can't simulate facing Major League pitching. There's just nowhere to find that except for Major League games. So there'll be a little bit of an adjustment there. And, as you saw with Corey, he was locked in and came back swinging great. And our hope is Josh will do the same. But, again, it may take a game or two, but Josh he'll have success quickly.
We noticed Adolis Garcia also taking some live BP. How close is he to returning?
Yeah, Adolis has made some significant strides in the last few days. He'll undergo a medical evaluation with our team doctor later today, and we'll have more information at that point as to how far away he is. But we're very encouraged by the progress he's made, and we're hopeful he'll be back very soon as well.
See why a guy like Jake Latz, who you've called up, had a really good relief outing. What did you notice from him in his big league debut? And for Ranger fans that maybe weren't familiar with him, what can you share?
Well, Jake actually he debuted I think 2 years ago in the COVID one of the COVID seasons. We had a COVID outbreak I think 2 years ago, and Jake came up and made a spot start in Cleveland. We were able to put him on and then take him off the roster without losing him because of the outbreak. So that was actually his second Major League game, and he pitched very well. It's exactly what we've expected from Jake. He's very poised. He can handle the moment. He attacks with his fastball through a good slider. He's had a lot of success, especially in the second half down in Round Rock. He's been on the radar for a while. He finally got his opportunity. He pitched very well, and we're excited to see more of him.
It's Chris Young here with you on 105.3 The Fan, Brian.
Hey, CY, my nerves are at the absolute bitter end right now for you. And I don't know, and I mean, every week we talk to you, you're so calm and it's just so and you just, how do you do this? I mean, seriously, I worked in the front office, and my nerves were always, but I was never, ever as calm as you are. But inside, do you die a little bit when things happen? Or, I mean, how do you manage this so well?
First of all, I'll take it as a compliment that you think I'm calm, because I have a ton of emotions going right now, and my group will tell you, watching a game with me, we're on pins and needles and into every pitch. But I will tell you guys this: I am so energized and excited about where this franchise is and what we have to look forward to these next 13 games. This is everything that an athlete plays for. I mean, to be in this situation, to play a full season, and here we are at the end to have a chance to win the division and make the playoffs and compete for a World Series. I mean, it just gives me chills talking about it. And I want a team full of players, and I believe we have a team full of players that feel the exact same way. These guys have worked their butts off to be in this position. Our coaches have poured in everything, our front office, and our fans deserve it. And so here we are. I know it hasn't been a smooth ride to get to this point, but we have 13 games left to go take this thing, and I couldn't be more excited about it. It's the competitor in me just wants to be out on the field, but I love watching these guys. I love seeing them grow through the challenging moments, and I believe it's going to serve us well, and I believe in this group, and I can't wait to see what happens here.
Your history as a player no doubt serves you for, trying to stay calm, but I mean, it seems, like the peaks and valleys are pretty extreme right
I'm
now.
dying right now.
How different is it as an executive though, Chris?
Well, it's harder, honestly. I mean, as a player, I felt like I had a level of control and that I could influence the outcome to some extent by my performance, and I don't feel that in this role, and that's a challenge. And I think my wife and kids will tell you I'm not a person who likes to relinquish much control. I like to drive things, and so it's a challenge for me. It's a struggle, but ultimately, I'm the biggest cheerleader we have. I'm a positive support system. I have to ask critical questions at times, but nonetheless, for the coaches, for the players, to have the support of the general manager and know that I'm very proud of this team. I believe in them, and I'm really excited. We're getting our team healthy. We're going to have our position player core back for the first time in the second half of the season altogether, and the timing couldn't be better. And let's go see what happens.
You had the AA season end, so Jack Leiter gets to go up to AAA. Wyatt Langford joining him there, just won Texas League Player of the Week as well. You had mentioned to us with Jack Leiter, you guys were working on some changes. How have those been looking so far?
They've been great. The results have been so positive, and the credit goes to Jack and our pitching coaches and coordinators in the player development system who have worked so hard for their 6 weeks really, where Jack was out of competition and committing to making some very hard changes. I mean, it's not easy to make mechanical changes. It's certainly not easy to make them in a short period of time in competition. And so by removing Jack from competition for a period of time, we were able to refine some things. I wouldn't say it's perfected by any means, but it's a work in progress, but it's to a point where it's allowed him to get back into competition, and the results have been so positive. We've seen an increase in his velocity, his swing and miss, his breaking balls have been better, and he's pitched phenomenally. So he struck out 9 on Saturday night in 5 innings. He was very, very good. He's earned the right to be promoted and have an outing at AAA before the season concludes, and we're really, really excited about it.
Yeah, and Wyatt Langford, the newest first-round pick, he's named Texas League Player of the Week. How impressive has he been in your mind?
I'm not sure I can articulate how excited I am, and we are as an organization about him. Wyatt's been tremendous. He's everything we thought in terms of the person, the makeup, the way he prepares, the way he plays the game, just a relentless, hard-nosed type of player. And then just his performance has been amazing. He's every bit as good as we thought, and we are just so thankful that we had the chance to draft him. To tell you that, to see the success he's having in this short a period of time, it really, he's making the game look easy, and I know it's not that easy.
Chris, this is probably the stupid question of the day for you here, but the thing that I'm seeing, you're going through all this. Would you rather be in a situation like with the Braves have already clinched things up, or do you want your team battle tested? Does that make sense? Or the journey you're having to get, would you be better off clinched, or would you just, the way your team's going through right now, is that going to even help you the rest of the season?
It's a great question. I don't have a perfect answer for you, because obviously you'd love to say that we're the best team in the big leagues and we've played ourselves into a comfortable lead and we've blown everybody out because we're so far and away better.
Sure.
That's not the case. And I think that by going through these challenges, it builds resolve, it builds a tenacity, and you find out who really can respond when things get tough. And I just can relate to my playing experience. I loved being the underdog. I loved when things were challenging. I loved when the back was against the wall and it's time to go fight. And I want a team full of players like that, and I believe we have that. And I'm really hopeful and optimistic that we're going to see these guys come together and we're going to see our best baseball for the next 6 weeks, and special things can happen. Certainly, I don't believe we've peaked. I don't believe we've played our best baseball, and I believe that the talent of this team, there's still great things ahead, and I'm hopeful it's going to come together right here, and I believe in the group to make that happen.
Well, we believe in you, Chris, and we appreciate all the great things you've done for this team. But I also want to draw attention to something you've done for the community here with the headline that I saw today. You're throwing down a pretty good-sized check here for a scholarship for the Texas Rangers Youth Academy. What else can you tell us about that and why it's important for you guys?
Well, first of all, it's my wife and I being involved in the community in which we've played throughout my career was always very important to us, and it's very important to the players that we bring in here as well. This is what these platforms are about: being a professional athlete and working for organizations like the Texas Rangers, the ability to impact lives in the community and help others who don't have the same opportunities that we've had, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. So, funding a scholarship program through the Texas Rangers Youth Academy. And providing kids the opportunity to go to college and realize their dreams, and hopefully, carry on the lessons they've learned through our youth foundation and serve others one day as well. So it's a special thing. Our Karen Morris, who runs the academy and the foundation, she does a tremendous job, and we're really so happy to be a part of it. We're so grateful for the support of all of our players who have also made contributions, whether in financially or in time and clinics, and just pouring into the lives of others. We want to be a model organization, not only on the field, but in the community as well, because our fans deserve it, and it's an important part of what we want to be.
Pre-game check presentation ceremony tomorrow. Are you getting one of those big checks?
I haven't gotten that far ahead. I don't know what they have. I'm excited to see the kids out there, and hopefully it's a night that they'll remember forever, and they'll go on and do great things with it.
Well, I know a guy with those big checks, so if you need any help, just say the word. I got you.
Will do.
There he goes. Rangers GM Chris Young. Give him hell tonight. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thanks so much. Let's get a win.
Cheers. Yes, sir. That sounds great.
That's great.
Yeah,
yes.
they dropped 3 to Cleveland over the weekend. It was kind of startling and shocking. It was like, oh, yeah, I remember what that feels like. I thought we were done with that. But it's just an up and down.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Like I say, Thursday night football, I don't even care about Philadelphia. I'm watching the Rangers try and win a game at Rogers, and then they find a way.
They did it.
And I'm thinking, okay, here, Cleveland.
Turn the corner.
And then the weekend, I'm just like, just power down, dude.
162.
Well, it's just what the doctor ordered tonight. Boston's so bad, they just got their asses swept by Toronto.
Yeah.
So
yes.
let's get overconfident. Little knock on wood
Let's go.
situation. Hey,
Find a way.
We got to run. I do know Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks are going to make their way through the broadcast position. We'll talk Rangers baseball with them. But Wolchuk's top 10's coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Happy birthday to Jason Sudeikis, also known as Ted Lasso. I got my top 10 fictional coaches of all time. What's yours? That's next.
Okay, I want to talk with you about D&M Leasing. They are my favorite all-time real-life place to get a new vehicle. Car, truck, SUV.
and then pass them in the wild card standings, and then to go to Cleveland and think, well, we're going to take 2 out of 3, maybe 3 out of 3, and then you kind of get slapped up the side of the head there, and now you're back here. You're like, okay, we got to get it together again.
Yes, and the good news about trying to get it together tonight is Josh Young is back. Thoughts on his return?
Josh Young is back. They don't put a guy in unless they think he's ready, and it was interesting because Bruce Bochy put him in the 5-hole coming out of spring training, and I thought that was one of the key managerial decisions that Boch has made this year. And there's no soft landing for Josh Young tonight. He's in the 5-hole tonight. as he returns. And Boch also dropped the hint that Adolis Garcia may be back in the lineup sooner rather than later, and he did not rule out today or tomorrow. So we're writing our lineups in pencil tonight, because once Adolis gets cleared by the doctor, whenever that is, apparently he's going right into the lineup too.
Well, that's exciting. Now, I wanted to ask you guys about Evan Carter, because we get asked about him all the time. And for a young guy to get called up and show the plate discipline that he's shown, I mean, you guys have been around the sport for a long time. Have you ever seen anything like this?
The only comp that I have goes back to my time in the minor leagues. When I was broadcasting in Corpus Christi, we were the AA affiliate of the Astros, and we had Ben Zobrist. And Ben Zobrist was older than most guys at AA. And our thought was, once we started seeing him and his plate discipline, like, number one, why is he just now getting here? And number two, if he keeps doing this, he's going to get to the big leagues pretty soon. And then in the middle of that season, toward the trade deadline, the Astros dealt him to Tampa Bay. He ended up going to their AAA right away. And then at the end of the year, he made it to the big leagues. It's just one of those things. It's like, okay, you can tell at that level when a guy is mature and advanced in terms of plate discipline. And so we think 21-year-old Evan Carter comes up here. All right, this is a part of his game, but it's different at the big league level. And right away, he's taking some pitches that look borderline, but they look like they're outside the zone, and then he's getting rung up. And you think, okay, is he going to start chasing that stuff now? And he's not. He has stayed true to his approach. And he looks very advanced at the plate for a kid that's just 21.
Yeah, there's never a bad at bat. There's just so little chasing from him, and it's incredible. The guy comes up, and usually just the case of nerves will cause a guy to swing at some pitches that are, nowhere near the strike zone, and we haven't seen that from him at all.
If you had your full roster, Eric, would you trust putting Evan Carter in a starting lineup playoffs?
I would trust him anywhere based on what we've seen so far. I guess it would all depend on who's pitching for the other guys, because if Adolis is back, now you've got Adolis and you've got Leote, who's on a hot streak right now. Robbie Grossman's on a hot streak right now. Yep. And Mitch Garver's done an incredible job since he became the DH. So it's the kind of problem a manager wants.
Eric, I'll ask. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say with Evan Carter, the defense too, so far has been way above what I think anybody would anticipate, especially that diving catch he made the other day in Cleveland.
Playing left field, a position he hasn't played that much.
I was going to ask you guys this question. Do you feel like these ball players are better prepared than what you've seen in the past coming up and being able to get right into a lineup and to be able to have the success that they've had?
Well, I don't know that you can judge it on Evan Carter. I think he's a really special case.
Sure.
But in general, guys are being rushed to the big leagues much more than before, but they're more ready than you would have expected them to be. More and more players are showing that you don't have to have a year at every level, before you come up. And just look at what the Rangers are doing now with Wyatt Langford. It's one thing for a pitcher to do it. It's another for a hitter who has to adjust to major league pitching. And the fact that hitters are able to do it now it's a departure from what you used to see.
And I think also that you see a lot of guys, Evan Carter's one, but Josh Young is definitely one who have a greater understanding of analytics and advanced analytics. And so this is something that they're taking in the minor leagues and incorporating it into their game before they get here, so that when they get here, it's much more of a seamless transition. And when you talk to Josh Young about hitting, here's a guy, I think, with an advanced understanding of hitting, and it just continues to grow since he's gotten here to the big leagues.
Matt Hicks, Eric Nadel here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Red Sox pregame is coming up in just over an hour and a half now. What kind of a team is Boston bringing to the table here this evening and for this series?
Well, they're bringing a cold team, but a team that generally scores a lot of runs. Their problem this year has been pitching. But they can put runs up on the board, and they played really well against the Rangers in the series at Fenway in July. And it's the same sort of thing. They come in here, they've lost 10 out of 12, they've lost 15 out of 20, but it doesn't really mean anything, when the first pitch is thrown tonight. You might see a completely different version of them.
And then this stretch that they've lost 10 out of 12, while they can score runs, they're averaging only 3.8 runs per game, so they're not scoring runs here of late, though. In that stretch, they did put up a dozen in one game, so you just really don't know. And when you take a look at their lineup looks vastly different from the lineup that we saw at Fenway back in early July.
Yeah, they've got a couple of key young players who are hurt now, Tristan Casas and Jaron Duran. And, the Rangers are catching them at the right time as far as that goes. But there's some hot hitters on this club. Rafael Devers has gotten hot, and when he's on a hot streak, look out.
Well, this team has had a history of winning World Series here recently, but they changed their front office, it seems, pretty often, though. Is it just that much pressure in the Boston market for these general managers, or is it something that we're just now having to get used to in baseball more?
I think it has to do with the Boston market in part. They had a losing season last year, so if they do finish with a losing record this year, they're only 2 games under 500. They might not. It would be 2 losing seasons in a row, and I guess that's just not acceptable.
I guess not.
One of the things that's cool about when you go to Boston and New York, it's the same. You can be listening to Bellman at the hotel talk about the team, and if you pay close attention, like I've done on a few occasions, I'll eavesdrop, and it's like, these guys know more about baseball than I do. This is crazy how much.
You're prepping for the pregame?
Yes, I'm like, I'm going to go talk to the Bellman because they know so much more about the team than anybody else. But that's the way it is there. I mean, they live and breathe and die Red Sox baseball and Yankee baseball. It's just a different animal.
How important is it for this Rangers team to make the playoffs this year?
I think given the way that we started and given the expectation, I think in that light it's important that we make postseason play. In terms of the overall plan and the direction of the team, I don't know as though that obviously making the postseason was a goal, but the plan I think is more of a long-term type plan given who you've got on your roster, but we set the bar so high. I think it's important that we get into one of those spots.
Yeah, and to change public perception, I think it's important after 6 straight losing years. Now, granted, the Rangers are guaranteed a winning record now, but to have had the kind of first half that they had and not make the playoffs, it would be a major disappointment.
Yeah. Well, baseball resumes coming up at 7 o'clock with these two fine gentlemen on the call. Matt Hicks, Eric Nadel. It's great to see you here.
Fellas, this was a treat. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us here.
Glad you're at the ballpark.
Right on. Yeah, it's always good to be here. All right, we got 3 hours down, an hour and a half to go before we get to this Rangers pregame. Jared Sandler will have it coming up at 6:30. It's time now for another edition of Football's Finest, as Eric Chiafalo will break down everything you know in the world of pro football next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star with top insiders Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell on Odyssey or wherever your top podcasts are found.
All right, Dawson back here with you live. Wanted to take a second and talk about my friends at Window Nation. If you want or need new windows, you need to call Window Nation, 866-90Nation.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We are live at the Globe, seeing a lot of Tolos, and we're ready to rock. It's going to be a big week. You know, they're opening the series against the Red Sox here tonight, day baseball on Wednesday, and then Friday's our Section 133 night. So we're looking forward to all the Tolos joining us there and having a great night fellowshipping and watching this baseball team. It's time now, though, to take a look at the world of pro football at large on a victorious Cowboys Monday. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir, 877-881-1053. Who's your Carpo Cowboy who seized it all yesterday for 4 quarters?
Carpo Cowboy.
Who is your Carpo Cowboy? Carpe Omnia is the phrase of the season. It's the season theme for the 2023 Dallas Cowboys. They've been seizing their balls off over the course of the first 2 weeks of this NFL season.
The great John Blake stepping by.
Swings by the broadcast
favorite
position,
guy right there.
shaking hands. He's a Ranger legend.
And we got our Section 133 peeps as well.
Yep.
Yes, dude, those Corey's Corner shirts,
Friday
Section
night,
133. With
Friday night, we got our big
there.
fan event. Yeah, those Corey's Corner shirts
Oh,
are pretty
dude,
sexy.
I'm going to wear that shirt, potentially some pants as well, and we're going to 133 our faces off on Friday. It's
All right,
gonna
let's
be
do
fantastic.
it. Now we're committed.
Okay, who's your Carpo Cowboy? Let me know. Also, congratulations to Micah Parsons, who is already top 10 in sacks in team history for the Dallas Cowboys, despite
Who'd
being
he
in
pass?
the league for only 2 games or 2 years and 2 games. I'm not sure exactly who he passed, to be quite honest with you. Let's do a little research project on that.
How about
Who
me
got
just
passed
asking
up
that question
yesterday?
for you right there to kind of try and figure it
why
out,
don't
right?
you figure it out?
Yeah, the person who asked the question? Or
No, I'm just kind of like I threw it out there like you kind of like know the answer, and you really didn't.
I really didn't. But he's only 5 sacks away from being 8th all time. So let's put some guys on alert, high alert, because 5 sacks away, I mean, versus the Cardinals this week, he's probably going to get 6 or 7.
I could see
you
that.
know, I think that's just pretty obvious if I'm going to.
Yeah, we'll break them down Thursday. I'll let you know.
We'll break them down on Thursday.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that Thursday breakdown. And thank you to the Cardinals. Gosh, thank you to the Cardinals for the way they're going about that tank. You know, they're showing a little bit of what they got, and then boom, we need Caleb Williams.
They got to tell the backup quarterback to stop running it in, though. I mean, that's the only guy. They figured they did not have to bring him in on the tank plans. Just let Dobbs go do whatever he wants.
Right.
But then they're like, man, this guy's got some pretty good wheels, actually.
Yeah, we're going to need to rein in this Dobbs fella. Same with James Conner.
Yeah.
James Conner, he's running like a monster right now. And so
almost got the best of him yesterday.
That was scary for any one of you that had the Giants and Survivor throughout all of Football America and their Survivor leagues. I would imagine a lot of guys are going with the strategy of who's ever playing the Cardinals is going to be their Survivor
I kind of thought you were
pick.
doing that. I thought that was your strategy.
I mean, it's a little bit for sure. I mean, I think it's going to be a guarantee. I'm going with the Cowboys this week. I mean, this is the perfect time to rock with the Cowboys for Survivor. We'll get to that when we get to that.
Is Zach doing who's ever playing Houston? Is that your approach?
That's kind of what I had been doing. I don't know that I'm going to stick with that. I mean, thank goodness for the Colts. I'm probably going to take the Cowboys this week, although Brian and I were talking about it. Going to Arizona is never easy.
No.
That is
they won in 2017 there, but before that, it's kind of been
that is
last
a rough
3.
place.
They've only won 1 game out of 4
Not
the last
good.
4 trips.
But no Buda Baker. Buda Baker's on IR.
Sounds like they're due for one.
So I did this, the research project. I figured it out. Micah Parsons passed Chad Hennings.
Really?
Chad Henne, the backup quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs?
No, Chad Hennings, who was with the Cowboys in the 90s.
You didn't sound impressed.
You should be. The man served our country.
You only passed that guy?
Micah Parsons is at 10. He now needs, about 3.5 sacks, 4.5 sacks to pass Anthony Spencer.
Okay, to get to number 10, how many sacks is that?
It was.
He's got 29 and a half.
He needed to get to
29 and a
28. That was it. Chad Hennings had 27.5.
I think Hennings may be the only guy to put Charles Haley up against the wall.
Hennings was a badass, man.
Yeah.
You better be careful about that, man. Charles might be listening. He might come get you for
maybe
saying
he
that.
could verify the story for me.
As he punches you out.
I think that's in his book, though.
He is a big-time Tolo.
Did he say that?
Yeah, Chad wrote about it in his book.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so Micah Parsons also recorded a team-high 9 pressures and 2 sacks yesterday. Parsons averaged the quickest pass rush get-off, 0.57 seconds. That's the quickest pass rush get-off of any player in a game over the last 2 seasons. No one has had a quicker average pass rush get-off in any game quicker than what Micah did yesterday. And it was evident. Like, it was just insane.
Was it the first sack?
Well, I mean, it was all of his pass rushes
All
on
of his
average.
pass rush. Okay, I thought they measured it for the sack.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I would imagine that one was nuts.
It was crazy how quick he got. Like, Wilson didn't even see him, I don't think.
No, he did not. No. Because everything was
You didn't see it because you were in the buffet line, but he got there quick.
You blinked and you missed it.
I saw him when I went back and rewatched the game brought us, and I was doing that on a very full stomach thanks to that Cowboy
I'd just
press
like to
box.
give you a lot of grief about this food consumption you're doing right now.
I feel an obligation because Broadus is up there soaking in all the pigskin, but he's not consuming any of the deliciousness in the press box. So I feel like I have to eat for 2. Walchuk's doing soda. I feel like I have to eat for 3.
You do.
I'm trying to be a good teammate here.
Brian and I are glued in. We're here being football guys, and I need you to take on the eating baton from me.
I got to be the food guy.
I appreciate
You
what
still
you're
got
doing.
your teenage metabolism working, Chief.
Can I ask a
tear
real,
it up.
Can I
Thank
ask
you.
a real
Yeah, live
quick
your best
question?
life.
No, you can't.
I'll try and make it quick. Our seating situation upstairs was not great.
Okay, our seating situation is getting effed. We have too many people going.
I can't
That's
go
what
over.
I'm saying, though. What's the situation? Because I had the gentleman who was a photographer guy. I had to ask him to move. I've been sitting in that seat, and I'm like, you just got to go.
Okay,
I felt like kind of a jerk. But I was like, he goes, where do I go? I go, I don't know, but you're in my seat.
Yeah.
I don't know where you're going.
You've got an issue.
You don't have to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here.
Yeah. We got a problem. We're sending too many people.
And that's my thing. I'm like, what else am I supposed to do when I peek around the corner and I see that there's 1 million people in our 5 seats? It's like, okay, I guess I'm going to go sit by the food stand. I'm going to post up. I'll sit in front of the screen. I'll watch the game, and I'll consume all the food. But then you go back on the rewatch, and we'll open up that notebook here in just a second. But I also saw Cowboys, okay, the most fantasy points this season. Fantasy?
Yeah.
The Tyreek Hill's the #1 highest scorer so far through 2 weeks.
Cowboys defense in week 1 was 39.
Yes.
Well, can you let him tell the damn story?
I just acted like I did
You just buried the lead.
I hate fantasy football, but I knew that stat.
Sounds like he knows a little something. He hates it, but he's watching
undercover
it.
playing.
No.
Brian, you're playing. He's secretly a fantasy football
I'm not
lover.
playing at all.
Only to hijack your segments.
That's right. That's right. So Tyreek Hill's the #1 fantasy scorer through 2 weeks.
Just trying to talk during your segments to be nice.
Then it's Puka Nacua,
Yeah,
of
Puka
course,
Nacua.
inexplicably.
Of course.
And then it's the Cowboys defense. The Cowboys defense in fantasy football is the 3rd highest scoring anything throughout all of fantasy right now. If you have the Cowboys defense, you're probably doing a lot of winning through the first 2 weeks of this football
Where's
season.
Puka from, though?
BYU.
BYU. Okay.
A shell.
Excuse me?
Puka shells. You ever
A soaking shell.
Are you
We should have laid out for the remainder of the segment and let him wallow in that in his crusty ass his little rocking chair.
You're jealous of this rocking chair. You are so jealous.
So jealous.
You are because you know
every
what?
vertebrae in my back is
my man,
jealous.
I looked down. I thought I was.
My sciatic nerves are jealous.
Did you steal a page out of? You know what you look like a postman today with your outfit, your shoe, and your sock.
And my unmatching socks. 877-881-1053 as well. What percentage of the time do you walk out of the house with matching socks?
5%.
When I pull, okay, thank you. I'm
No.
I'm at
Wait a
max.
minute,
I'm 5%.
one is like
One is my wife's sock.
One
One
is
is
a
my
long
wife's.
one, and the other one's like a short sock.
They were balled up. It's the same color sock. They're both light gray. And then as I'm putting the second one on, I'm like, this isn't a Nike sock. This feels like one of my wife's fluffy
But you
ones.
just kept
But the-
on.
But the clock dictated I had to hum it because I got a 1,000-meter walk from the parking lot into the stadium.
Skip over
You got to
that.
get moving, man.
You
Don't
said that
lie to
feels like
everybody.
one of my wife's
Don't
fluffy
lie to
ones because
everybody.
You've worn these before.
You had to go by, but you had to go by way of Oklahoma City to get here to avoid the toll booths.
I was riding service roads for 90 minutes. It was 12 miles.
Oh, look, Albuquerque. Nice to go through here.
There's Walter White.
But I did have a couple of observations. I mean, Dak on 3rd down right now might be the best quarterback
Yeah, he's
in
doing
football.
a good job.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that we noted last year when Cooper Rush was playing. Hey, when Dak comes back, what are the things that you can feel good about where your 3rd down offense is going to go up in a huge way? We've talked about the play design
Seemed like they were on
quite
3rd
a
and
bit.
7 like 6 times, and they made every one of them.
Crushed it.
Yeah.
They were 8 of 10 to start the game.
Yeah.
It was really good moving the sticks, and a couple of those like, hey, here's Turpin, it's bunch set. We're going to run a mesh route. We're going to do some rub routes, and one of our guys is going to be wide open. Of course, it's Turpin. Boom, let's move the sticks and rock and roll. Like some of these easy things that, or they at least come across as looking easy, didn't always feel that way in the Kellen Moore days. You mentioned the Rico Dowdle swing pass where Lipke is leading him.
One-man screen.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
One-man screen. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
there was another play where it's Deuce Vaughn. It's the other side of the field, and Dak is manipulating the defense with his feet and his eyes that he's throwing to Deuce on a swing ball. But boom, he's going to find CeeDee Lamb down the sideline in between the two defenders.
They wheeled the route, and then, exactly.
Beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful design and beautiful execution from Dak. It seems like he's comfortable in this. So those were a couple of things. And then, CeeDee Lamb, he's going to be my Carpo Cowboy, by the way, just for the record. Oh. And I just love that. How many times did we talk about where at the end of a game with Kellen Moore and you look through the box score and you're like, how does your first and second best weapons on offense get 3 or 4 targets? How are we not incorporating our best players? And from the start of the game, it was like Mike McCarthy's going, I'm going to make it a point. We don't have Brandon Cooks, no problem. You want to try and take away CeeDee Lamb, we'll move him, we'll match him up with guys. 44 of his yards are on C.J. Mosley. He catch 2 or 3 balls because you match him up on a linebacker.
From Dez to Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, the entire last 6 years has been defenses taking away your best player. Mike McCarthy ended that. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Lamb's over 100 yards receiving with 6 minutes left in the second quarter. He's got a 6th reception on the first play of the second quarter. They were getting him the ball, and the drives where CeeDee Lamb is involved are your best drives of the game.
Oh, yeah. And no other pass catcher had more than 5 targets for the entire game. He had 13. So significant upgrade here. What we're looking at.
Really, really enjoyed that. I noticed all the same things when it comes to the red zone.
Yeah.
A little bit of the execution. They have the penalties, Tyron Smith, and then you have Jake Ferguson wide open. That's just a Dak miss ball.
That's a
right there in the corner. That was a bummer.
CeeDee was wide open.
So I think there's a reason for optimism that the red zone offense will begin to click.
But I'll tell you,
played against a really good red zone defense.
My number one reason for red zone offense, even though I've been critical of it throughout Dak's career and up until last week, they struggled with it. They have struggled with red zone offense. But I'll tell you the number one thing to be confident about is that one Dak run that he had of 17 yards.
Yes.
There was less hesitation. There was more athleticism. There was more physicality than at any point
Bloody muddy run.
Yeah. That was a vintage Dak run.
Well,
just go ahead and put that in your back pocket, save it to January.
And we've talked about Dak. Brian, I know you've brought this up when it comes to seeing the field, the interceptions. Maybe it's a dropping linebacker.
Right.
Most of the time, that's zone coverage, right? 10 of 11 CeeDee's catches were against zone defenses.
I can't believe how silly the New York Jets, I almost used the word stupid, but you go into a game and they don't have Cooks, and they're just so cavalier that we're cool. We'll just play right, left here and play zone, and we'll all be real good today.
Just now,
their pass rush was not a factor.
No, they weren't.
Was
one of
not
the
a
checks
factor.
to the Cowboys offensive line. I think I'm giving my Carpe Omni player to Tyler Biotish. I thought Biotish had a good game, but also chasing down and recovering that CeeDee Lamb fumble. That was a huge play.
Oso Diggy is my guy.
I like that.
Yeah.
But Sauce Gardner has already told the Jets coaching staff moving forward, I want to travel with the team's best receiver.
Yeah.
And he's deleted his social media accounts. He is ticked off.
A little bit ticked. I don't blame him. His team.
Sorry you had to learn that way there, Sauce.
You can't complain when you get a gimme pick six and you drop it.
No.
For sure.
We're deleting you off our social media for dropping that pass. That was our chance, bro.
That's a good counterpoint.
That could have given him the lead.
I unfriended you, Sauce.
After
BS.
Speaking of the Cowboys offense and whatnot, after 2 weeks, Cowboys ranked 6th in play action rate and 14th in the motion and shifts pre-snap. So something to monitor there. The play action design seems like it is working really, really well. And then also through 2 games, how about this? My guy Trayvon Diggs. The passer rating when targeting Trayvon Diggs right now is a 1.0 for quarterbacks.
Let's go.
And the passer rating of throwing the ball at the dirt every single play would be 39.6. So at this rate, you're better off just spiking the ball if you're a quarterback as opposed to throwing it Trayvon Diggs' way.
I think that's what Tony wanted Zach to do yesterday, Zach Wilson. Just throw it away.
Just get rid of the football, sir. There was one play, though, where Garrett Wilson, it should have been a touchdown. It should have been a touchdown. Garrett Wilson ran an unbelievable route into the end zone, and it was a terrible ball because the great pressure that this Cowboys defense is providing right now.
I think his hand hit Osa's head or hand. Osa was right there. The film didn't quite show, but it was like his follow-through hit Osa.
Yeah, I think Garrett went to the sideline and reamed him, and he had to let him know, dude, I had you. It was there, but the guy hit my arm.
Yeah, and then also first in pressure percentage for defense through 2 weeks. That makes a ton of sense.
Damn right.
And Dallas's defense also ranks 2nd in contested target percentage.
Can I get a hell yeah?
So your pass rush, your secondary, by and large, just absolutely crushing folks.
All right, here's the early return on the truckwreck.com text line. 100% matching socks. 100% matching socks, 99%. And Eric P. sitting down and Poop standing up, he's ass backwards.
You guys, I was one time with the stand-up poo situation.
I could imagine spending 0.0 seconds for the rest of my life caring to match socks after I do laundry.
You wear long pants every day, bro.
What kind of socks are you buying? Are you buying like the stripe from the 70s or something? Because like
that's what Eric's got on today, Lucius.
Okay.
He's got on a long, kind of crazy sock and a short little sock.
He does. You got a dress sock and an athletic sock.
Bro, the Nike packs, the Nike packs are one solid color. It's like 8 socks
Boom.
up in that joint. You can get you 3 different packs of colors, and then you'll never go without matching socks. Like you always have fly matching socks, and that's it.
Speaking my language.
You just got to do one sock.
Yeah, you just get one color sock. You know, you get the blacks, you got the red, you got the white,
But then
the
you
gray.
work in Hanes. You might have some Under Armour in there, so you got logo versus no logo. That's how it gets me. You know, I have about 15 different types of black, like mid-calf socks.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
I had to simple that joint down. I got down to 1 or 2 simple socks.
See, that's genius right there. I think I got to get rid of all my socks and then just do a mass order on Amazon for all of the one type of sock.
Make it a double for me, Dawson.
There you go. I got your back, bro.
Hey, can I get on the socks too, please?
Hey, Nation, we're live at the Globe, and if you're coming out, we want you to swing by the broadcast position and say hi. We're just in center field, you know, way up here about the 200 level center field. You'll find us pretty easy. We're about 200 yards from Hurtado. Maybe 150 yards.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make a run. I need some of those burrito tacos. By the way, if you're coming by, I got a $50 bill in my pocket. All I want's 4 burrito tacos from Hurtado. That sound good to anybody?
Oh.
Take me up on that.
I'll
right
be
now.
your runner.
You can have it. You can have one of the tacos too. I just want like one of them. Really.
Sold.
Okay.
It's the man in the mismatching socks.
We got to run though, and when we come back, we're going to hit the expressway and a number of Cowboys-related items and everything that's been breaking across the world of sports throughout your afternoon. And then we'll get to LA Live coming up at 5:40 right here. It's the G-Bag Nation. At a time when you need it most, though, Diamonds Direct is doing something that seems impossible. They're rolling back finance rates to 0%. Now through October 1st, get 0% financing for 5 years at Diamonds Direct. It's unheard of. Everybody is sending their rates through the roof, double them in most industries. Diamonds Direct has said to heck with that, and people are loving it. It's the smartest and easiest way to buy, and what a relief during this time of sky-high financing rates. Everywhere else that you look, you're going to get 0% for 60 months at Diamonds Direct. So a $10,000 engagement ring is going to hit you for $167 a month. That's what you call doable. A $6,000 pair of diamond stud earrings, just $50 a month. Yes, please. I'll see you in there. Need to get something like that for the fiance wife, a real high-class pair of $6,000 earrings, diamond studs, just $60, $50 a month. You got to be kidding me. Rings, earrings, bands, bracelet, everything. Just divide the price by 60. That's your payment. They're rolling back interest rates to an all-time low just for you, and it makes everything affordable. So it's the only time of the year you can do this, and it's the only place. So whatever you have on your calendar, maybe it's the holidays coming up or Valentine's Day, graduation presents, whatever you need over the next calendar year, it's time to get to Diamonds Direct and take care of it.